Says it's live, but it doesn't show anything. There we go. Better. Much better. Now I'm happy. And we'll do test 2. Might need a delay. Because it don't show the chat right now. Test 2-2. Come on. Okay, not getting any luck of that. How about the... No, you can't do the eyeball. How about refresh? That might work. I had to refresh last time for YouTube to work. Test 3. Nothing. So YouTube doesn't work. How about Twitch? Test 4. Twitch works, Facebook works. But I don't see anything on Twitch, so stream, let's refresh. Go to Steam Manager. Steam is showing this stuff, so Steam is also good. Facebook and Steam are fine. It's the YouTube that needs fixing now. YouTube, I can see the video, but YouTube chat's not working for some reason. Test 5. Now YouTube is working. Okay, I'm happy with this. What a pain in the ass.
Right, like people, there's definitely very little risk taking. There's kind of not a lot of that going on, but at the same time, you know, there aren't a lot of those kind of indies coming up and sort of entering the big leagues either. And so it's just something that's kind of been a trend for quite a while.
I feel like it does happen. Like I feel like it's definitely very rare, but like every year we have examples of it happening.
Wow, you've
like
kind of got the small
Balatro or
games
whatever.
and you've got the big games. There's very little in the middle. So I think Path of Exile really is kind of in that sort of space, that one of the few games that kind of is in that type of area.
Like right in the middle.
Yeah, exactly, right? You know, so we get to have like kind of nice graphics and a nice budget and all that sort of stuff, but we also get to still be innovative and like do interesting things that other companies aren't doing.
That's, I think, where and the thing is that a lot of AA studios, like what Grinding Gear Games kind of is, the space that they're operating in right now was the space that AAA developers operated in 10 to 15 years ago, whenever they were more dominant. But they've just kind of grown more and more, and now it's like, again, they're being crushed under their own weight, right? Like, you look at, like, Larian, and like, I think Grinding Gear Games, let me think if there's a third one. The people that make Warframe, I forgot the name of them, but yeah, basically the same thing.
So I really don't know how to
yeah,
sort of
it's like in
reclaim that
between.
middle again and sort of have the game industry
Digital
have
extremes,
that kind of stuff again. And I think that really is challenging for the industry. Like, it used to be that there were a lot of what you might call AA games, and I kind of don't know where it all went. Like, why do we now in this position where you've got the like ultra AAA stuff, which is kind of very stolid and kind of not really going anywhere, and then on the other end of the side of things, you've got like the indies where, you know, it can be hard to get the broader audiences.
Yeah.
And you know, like, I just don't know how you get that middle back.
Do you feel like there's been an over-priority?
I feel like we're getting the middle back. Like it's a, I think that it's something that's happening over time from just consumer trends. Like the success of something like Baldur's Gate 3, Path of Exile 2, Helldivers 2. We're seeing this happen as a natural outcome of just people wanting different things. We will go back? Yeah, I think we will. Middle-income gamers are gone.
Put on graphics.
Well, you know, that's an interesting one. I think graphics are important. They actually set, like, there is definitely evidence that people appreciate a game more when graphics
Yeah.
are a thing, but at the same time, like, you can do that stuff more efficiently if you're clever. And I understand it sort of may look like, you know, the part of the reason why AAA budgets have inflated so much is because, you know, of what they're doing with graphics. But at the same time, I do think that a lot of what they're doing, like you can do good-looking graphics by taking advantage of modern hardware without tying yourself into a process that leads to like a very expensive development process that I think some studios have. Like, we're able to produce a game with 100 bosses and like 800 monsters without having to, you know, fall into the trap of having to have a team that's like absolutely thousands and thousands in size. Like, it can be done.
I feel like that's also a big component. It's that maybe things cost a lot of money for the AAA studios because they're inefficient. Like, we always talk about, like, oh yeah, it costs this much money, but like for other people it doesn't. So like when you are able, like, maybe it's the way that you have your system set up. Imagine that. Yeah, government, exactly, it's bloat. Yeah.
It's just a question of, you know, correct prioritization and the way that you
Yeah.
do it. So I think it can be done. And as I said, players do value graphics. Like, it's important. Like, when people are looking at impressive boss fights, part of what they're looking at is the good animation and all the sort of work that we put into that. It's part of the spectacle and the charm.
Absolutely.
So, you know, like, a lot of people do say graphics aren't important. I actually don't agree. I think they are important. But then at the same time, you have to be very
I think graphics are very important, but graphical fidelity isn't. So, for example, like the style of a game like Mouthwashing or Vampire Survivors is appealing, or like Pal World, that's like much more low-res graphics. And just having Unreal 5 doesn't guarantee your game to be successful. But it's definitely about style and like art direction more than fidelity. And I think the problem is that a lot of studios nowadays, they don't have that good eye for design. That, for example, like, think about how much of a role lighting plays. Like, lighting in Dark Souls is what makes the game, I think, look beautiful. Like, if you just took, if you had really bad lighting in that game, the game would look terrible.
careful not to waste time doing things, you know, like sanding under the drawers is what they would, Pixar, I think, used to say.
Yeah.
You know, when you don't need to be doing that, you know, when you can be concentrating on the stuff that's actually, you know, put the budget on the screen, as it were, as opposed to just wasting a lot of time with things that people just don't really notice.
Right.
Do you think Path of Exile 2 is going to be able to dethrone Banana Game on Steam charts?
Oh, maybe for a day. Maybe for a day, but that Banana Game is no joke. I think that you're going to see PoE 2 for this launch. I think you're going to see a player base size of
Not 100%.
600 to 900,000 players. I think it's going to be somewhere around there. But here's also the big issue. I don't even play it on Steam. I played it through the launcher forever. So, yeah, I feel like it probably will have more people. 600K on Twitch. Look at Team's top sellers now. Yeah.
That's a tricky question.
little
I
bit.
think that when we go into full release, I think that there's a very good chance that we could end up topping the charts. But you know,
I think they
for
will.
early access, I'm not
Yeah.
so sure. I guess we're going to see.
Well, it worked
I
out.
really have no idea what kind of concurrency we're going to get for early access. Like, on the one hand, you know, like, it is a big. I think it's going to be a big, you know, tentpole release. On the other hand, you know, it is early access, right? Like, a lot of people might be afraid to jump in for that reason. But I guess the message to those people would be
It
that
doesn't matter. People will play it. If the game is good, they'll play it early. Like PUBG was early access. It had 3 million concurrent players. Yeah, no, doesn't matter.
you know, we are a game that has the content of
Yeah.
what a full AAA game would have these days.
Well,
And
that's not
we're
true,
also
it's more.
a much lower price point than what those games would be.
Yes, $30
So
bucks.
even though, you know, it's early access, I think that the value proposition is incredibly there. And I think we should be able to see some pretty big numbers on launch of early access as well.
I think so,
but,
too.
certainly when we get to full release, I'm sure we're going to be topping the charts. I see no reason why we wouldn't be.
Confident, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool.
There it
Well, we're
is.
certainly going to buy enough servers for that.
Oh.
Right. When you're making a game, what's the most important consideration a developer needs to have when crafting the experience? What needs to be top of the priority
Player
list?
experience?
It's honestly a very difficult question because
Yeah.
of the fact that a good game, is the culmination of getting every little tiny detail right. And it really is that defeat in detail, I think, that makes games feel bad. And the amount of effort, it honestly takes a lot of experience to get to the point where people even know what good looks like. I think that, once again, a lot of AAA games these days are getting defeated in detail.
A game, yeah, he's totally right about this. And a game that defeated me in details is Throne and Liberty. Just like the way that you moved
3,
and the way that it played, I didn't
6,
like it, so I quit
8.
playing.
I need one
Straight
more.
up. Not for me.
Right? Like it's all of the little things that add together to an experience that isn't good, rather than it being just like one big issue. And I guess a lot of people, when they're analyzing games and why they're not doing well, they want to focus on, oh, it's because of this thing, and this big issue, it's because of that
Yeah.
big issue. But I really think that gameplay comes down to getting 1,000 small details right. And if you do that, then the experience will be good. And it's honestly,
That's the thing that a lot of developers don't do, is they don't look at the minute-to-minute gameplay and ask themselves, is this fun? They can look at maybe the big picture systems, but the big picture doesn't matter if your minute-to-minute gameplay isn't fun.
I think even we underestimated what it would take to ship Path of Exile 2, because like just getting all those details right and
Yeah.
getting all those things, like it was very easy to be overconfident, especially at first when we were marketing the game. Because making a fresh game means getting all those details right again.
Yeah.
And getting all the like we were really overconfident about itemization. Like it took a lot of iteration to get to the point where that was working. Like we thought, oh yeah, we'll just take PoE 1, make a few changes, and then we're good. No, like it required like a huge amount of extra work. Like all of those things. And like you get one thing wrong, and immediately someone will have a bad experience, and they'll say that your game is bad. So it really is all those details that are required to get it done. So yeah, I honestly couldn't point to one thing. It's just like 1,000 things, but correct, and
Yep.
knowing what those are.
Yeah, I remember the old philosophy. I think it was Bungie who
I
said,
think it's game feel. Like, for me, it's game feel. That's the most important thing that I've always felt like for games matters the most. Does it feel good to move around and play the game? And if the game fails at that, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to play a game like that. And I think that PoE, especially, like, I mean, you guys know, like, if you get, like, Tailwind buff, holy fuck, it plays so well. Plays extremely well.
that it, like the 3 seconds of fun or
Sure.
something like that.
Sure.
Is that still one of the main things that you
Well, I
need?
mean, sure, it's absolutely relevant, right? Like, you need to make sure that at every moment you are enjoying the experience that you're having. And,
There it
and as
is.
I said, any
Yes.
one thing can
Absolutely.
destroy that. So you need to be very careful.
Yeah, it's like Throne Liberty again for me. There were a lot of things about the game that would mean that, like, I would love this game, but the way that I moved and the way that the combat wasn't fun. That's it. I'm out. Yeah, I don't want to play it.
I mean, in some ways, you could say
Yep.
that game development is more about not getting things wrong than it is about getting things right. Like, if you can polish absolutely every little problem that a player might have out of
Yeah.
an experience, you can give them a good time, even though like obviously you need innovation as well. But like, it really is important just to not get any of that stuff wrong.
Look at Pow World. Pow World didn't do shit. They stole everything. Everything was fucking stolen. It didn't matter because it played well. People played it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you so confident that Path of Exile 2 has all those right things?
I guess we've done a lot of testing recently, and it was something that took us a while to get to
I
and
probably
do all
made
that
a
stuff.
mistake.
But effectively, we've beta tested a lot. We've done a lot of these events like that. We've got a lot of feedback. It's helped a lot to get a lot more confidence. And I guess one of the things that also was a bit concerning when we first were doing all that testing
My progress
is that
is
we were
correct.
finding that Path of Exile 1 players were liking the game as much as new
Okay,
players
that's
were.
good to know.
So by having by
I bet
iterating
that's
more.
probably why they made 2 versions of the game, or they transitioned to that.
By making it so those numbers became
Okay,
similar,
I got it.
it makes me actually a lot more confident because I know that someone who knows Path of Exile, who knows how all the mechanics should work,
Yeah.
is liking the game. And I also know that a new player who takes it on face value is who also doesn't have any experience with, who doesn't appreciate the game on the level of just like knowing about all the stats and everything, can also enjoy the game as well. And that makes me feel we've got both the kind of immediate, the few seconds of playing is just enjoyable, sort of going well, and we've also got the kind of longer term, I'm caring about stats and how to build my character stuff right as well.
This is something that like Elden Ring does very well. Is they make the game easy to play for casuals, but also if you want to play it super hardcore, you can do that too. Absolutely. They didn't want to take the risk and lose their old players. Well, I think that with PoE 1, there are going to be people that always are going to like PoE 1 more because you can just like run through a map super fast with like the amount of like complexities and buffs and like things like that. But I do think that obviously PoE 2 will have probably more lasting power because like that gameplay is kind of one-dimensional.
If we can get both of those things right, then I think we'll have a
Very
good game in our
one-dimensional.
hands.
Yeah, I mean, I already told you during Summer Games Fest that I was really enjoying it. So
Right.
best of luck as we go towards December. I'm
Absolutely.
very excited.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
You know, Path 2 is coming out. What are some of the pitfalls that you want to avoid with Path of Exile 2? And at the same time, what were some of your must-haves when developing a sequel to an already hit game?
Yeah, so I mean, the tricky part is that when you make a game, a sequel to a very popular game that has a very hardcore community, every single thing you change about it
Yeah,
is like
it's
a
gonna make people
potential
mad.
point of friction for a community that's going to be like can be incredibly. I mean, look, they've got a lot of opinions, right? And so the pitfall that I worry about is, like on day one, you get a bunch of
Yeah.
path, like even though like new players may play it and enjoy it. You might have a situation where like PoE1 players are kind of like, I don't like this. It doesn't fit to whatever I want. And so that is a really big problem. And we were actually very concerned about this because when we first did our user testing closed betas, we actually found that Path of Exile 1 players rated the game worse than what Path of Exile 2 players, new players did. And that was a huge concern, right? Because it's like,
Yeah,
we
exactly.
can't really launch like this. This would be a big issue. And so it took us a while to kind of get the game to a point where both PoE1 and new players both liked it. But yeah, we started from a point where new players liked it more than old players. And in fact, it was very interesting because Path of Exile 1 players actually rated the difficulty of the game harder than what new players did. New players rated the game
Because
as
you had to, because you had to do things like nowadays. Like
It's
I
not
watch
dead
people play
obvious what the
PoE.
answer is going to
They
be.
don't even know what the fuck's happening. Like they just go in and clear everything. Everything's dead instantly, right? And so it's like there's not really a lot of thinking. Yeah, there's like autoplay builds. Basically, yeah. Just walk, yeah.
oh, it's actually not that difficult. And
It's
PoE1
guess,
players like,
kind of,
man, this game is
unless I
so
can find
impossible.
something.
And it's just because
It's like
they're
I
trying to
play
apply
chess,
all the knowledge
looking
that they
5
had
steps ahead.
from playing a game for
Exactly.
10 years to a game that has different mechanics and different stuff going on.
Yep.
So as I said, I think that's the biggest pitfall and the biggest potential source of strife we might get at launch is just, a bunch of PoE1 players having issues. But as I said, I think we've managed
This
to
is
solve
what
it.
happened with Sekiro as well. Like basically in Sekiro, like when it came out, a lot of people that were like Dark Souls fans were like unhappy initially because the game didn't play like Dark Souls. Like you couldn't just dodge and hit, right?
Problems. There was just a lot of things around itemization and like the way
Yeah.
the tree was,
Right,
like just a
let's
lot of
do
things
some
like that we
guessing.
had to deal with. And so in terms of stuff that I think that was just really important to get going from the start, yeah, I mean, this endgame stuff, I think that was something that we realized relatively late, that we really have to make sure that, like, if we don't have a good endgame going into early access, then Path of Exile 1 players are just going to say, hey, this is just a worse game. Like, we need that stuff to
The
be...
end game is what really sells PoE. Because like the people that stick around and play, that's what they really go through. And I feel like that's the most rewarding thing about PoE is the fact that the end game for the experience is not just beating the same boss, but there's a bigger number for the boss. That's what I think a huge, huge issue is.
able to actually make a PoE1 player feel like, oh yeah,
This
you know
works.
what, this is a true sequel to PoE1,
Yeah.
because for a lot of players in PoE1,
Maybe
the
not.
campaign is not even a thing for them anymore. They complete it in hours because they've done it so many times.
Yeah.
Like for them, it's like just a tiny blip in the progress of a character, right? Because like they spend 99% of their time in endgame. So if we
Yeah.
didn't have that, then I think it would have been a disaster.
This
so
is
I-
one thing that a lot of MMOs
No, this
really
is
lack
wrong.
too, is that they don't have, and this is also like a lot of live service games in general that are progression based. They don't have an end game that feels fulfilling, and then you have the hardcore players that play the game and they're looking for more content, and then they just run out of things to do and they quit playing the game. Like Diablo 4 is probably the best example of that, where you've pretty much experienced all of the content in the game after 2 days of playing the game. All you're doing after that is doing the same content with a bigger number. And I don't really think that's very exciting. I don't think that's exciting at all. I think it kind of sucks. So yeah, our New World. Oh, New World is also another really
Yep.
great example. Like New World on release had no end game at all.
Terrible endgame.
And so people would get to 60, like a lot of people would play New World. They're like, oh, this is really fun. But like
I had to
also like
make
a
the
New
game
World ran
fun
into problems
rather
like
than
level
the
30
game
to
just
40,
being
right?
fun.
Because you just kept doing the same thing over and over. So the reason why PoE is a good game, or something like Elden Ring is a good game, or Baldur's Gate 3, or Metaphor, or like any of the other like good games, It's because
5,
you
6.
have a measured experience the entire way through,
2,
and it's
3,
not just
4,
you doing
5,
the same
6.
thing but with a bigger number. I think that's the way that a lot of difficulty is designed in games now, and it's super fucking boring.
Thankfully, now that we've addressed that concern, we've got stuff. We believe we have enough of it in game
Crazy
to
boring.
make those people happy. I think that pitfall will thankfully be avoided. But as I said, it was only a thing that we realized
Yeah.
relatively recently.
What was the hardest thing to get with couch co-op? Because that's not something a lot of games do these days.
For sure. So, I mean, there's a few things. One of them is that, and this is probably the most obvious one to people, is that
Yeah.
having to just build the UI again. We have to make 3 versions of the UI now. We've got the PC version, we've got the console version, then we've got the couch co-op
Yeah.
version. But it ended up being really important
That's a lot.
because we found that it really just sucks to have to wait for the other player to do things. Like when we first did it, it was just, you could open a full screen menu and the other person just had to wait basically. And so then we were like, okay, this isn't really good enough. Let's add at least inventory. We'll make it so that part will work. And then
Yeah.
as soon as we had that, we're like, oh, but people want to be able to allocate passives separately. People want to be able to do this and that. And pretty soon we were rebuilding every single UI screen. And we haven't even finished that yet. Like right now, if you've got 2 players, you can't both shop at the same time. We're still getting complaints about that. So now we're like, okay, now if we make the shop interface as well
Yep.
in Couch Co-op. And we're pretty much ending up, as I said, rebuilding everything 3 times now. So that's certainly, certainly something. But I think it is worth it because people are so excited for Couch Co-op. Like even just around the office, like once our developers knew we were making
Well,
Couch
that's
Co-op,
the one place where PoE can get new players. I think PoE definitely has the hardcore ARPG Andy locked down. But what they don't have locked down is the casual dad that heard about Diablo 4 because it came on a commercial in between the football game. And so having couch co-op so people can play this game and it's more accessible is massive.
everyone was like, oh man, I really want to play this with my partner. Like it was just a really exciting thing. People have responded
Yeah.
really well to it. Like ever since the announcement, people have just been really buzzing about it. So I think it's worth it.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's just a feature you don't see a lot these days.
For sure,
So the
for
fact
sure.
that it's being included, it kind of just reminds you that you're putting a lot of care into Path 2. Path 2 is going to have PvP, right?
It will, but
It'll
it's
be
not.
perfectly
It's
balanced.
not really the focus, to be honest. So every time.
Thank God. Just say that. I love that. I think WoW makes such a huge mistake by trying to make PvP the focus. If you want isometric PvP, play League. Stop trying to put PvP in every game. It doesn't fit. Yeah, play Dota.
Time we ever tried to make PvP like a big focus thing, people have kind of found like they enjoy PvE better. So like we'll have PvP still.
Any Hall of the Grandmasters enjoyers? Remember how fucking annoying that was when it was required for the Atlas? Everybody hated that so much.
In,
Oh,
but,
God.
it's more of a kind of fun thing you might want to do
Yeah.
with your friends rather than some big serious competitive thing. Like we're not an esport. That is not our intention. So that's kind of
Do you have any concerns about balancing going in
for PvP.
for PvE?
Oh, for PvE? Absolutely.
Yeah,
right?
of
I mean,
course. It's gonna be
Path of Exile is
broken.
an atrocious game to balance. It's especially hard now because the amount of cross-class synergy that can happen. Because we're doing a lot more of this sort of combo type gameplay, and when we do that, we try to keyword things so that they would work across classes. So, for example, you've got something like a power charge, which is something that you can use to improve your abilities, and we try to have power charge mechanics on quite a lot of different classes. And what that means is that we've got to be very careful about what skills, because you can use skills from other classes. You've got to be very careful about how those things can happen, because when you're balancing something, when you're looking at it, you maybe just be only thinking, okay, what can this do with the skills that I've got in this class? But given that you can use things from any class, we also have to be worried about all this other stuff, and it can kind of the explosion of different possibilities kind of gets out of control. And
I think that's definitely true, but that's the fun of PoE. Is being able to find a build that's like insanely broken. Like that one, there's like that AFK ultimatum build that used, I think it was called Blood Notch, the gem. That was so fucking insane. That was nuts.
I mean, I know already that there's just like ultra broken stuff that you could do. Like if you use that bell with a Sork using Spark, it is broken as hell. Like, you can just chew through any boss right now. So we need to do something about that. But that kind of thing is
Maybe we'll play
certainly tough
Witch.
to deal with.
Yeah.
But we kind of like that stuff.
Yeah, I think maybe we should play
that's
Witch.
what makes it interesting in the long term, right?
What's your philosophy in that?
Noted, yeah.
I've heard it referred to as like nails on a board. You see one pop up a little too high. Do you just let it linger for a while before you tap it down?
Right,
where it
right.
needs to be?
So, generally speaking, we don't do nerfs
League
within a
adjustments,
league.
yeah.
Like, whatever the balance is when a season starts,
Hopefully
we want to
not
keep that
fun
so that people
detected.
don't feel like they invest time into their character
Kind of
and then for the
muffles.
developers come
It's
along
nerfed.
and destroy what they were doing. So I always try to avoid that. But each season, it is okay to be able to do some balance stuff. I don't want to just like whenever we're doing stuff like that, I try to find something that isn't what the players expect as for how we're going to change something. Like, I don't want to just like nerf the damage value, right? I mean, sure, you can do that, but it's cool, I think, to kind of come up with something else to kind of subvert something that's going on and sort of make it more interesting.
Like, example of this is like when they capped Detonate Dead. Like, people had a cast on crit version of Detonate Dead that would just create infinite balls and kill anything instantly. And then they capped Detonate Dead at 50 corpses at a time.
I guess the funny
And
part
that's
about
like, yeah, the balls, exactly. Oh, sorry, Volatile Dead. I apologize. Yes, it was Volatile Dead, not Detonate Dead.
that is, and I think the reason why a lot of developers just kind of turn into nerf fests with their patches is because it's way easier to see the thing that's broken and nerf it than it is to see the thing that's underpowered and buff it.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, you don't really, like inherently the things that are not as powerful get less attention because players aren't playing with them.
Yeah, of
They're
course.
not on your mind. And so, yeah, the ability to sort of notice that stuff and buff it is actually quite hard to sort of get into the mindset of doing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it is what you should be doing.
Yeah, and there's this sort of dance with players where you want them to feel that power fantasy
For
of
sure.
leveling.
For sure.
But then you also got to keep it fresh, like with each season
For
of
sure.
the game. How do you approach that? Like, are you like, okay, this time we're gonna?
I think
really
the reason why it stays fresh with PoE is the fact that there are so many options. In Diablo, I feel like if I'm going to play a warrior in Diablo, there's like 3 things that I can do. But in PoE, there's like 300 things that I can do. And the way that you play, let's say, a Cyclone Slayer is a lot different than the way that you play a, Necromancer, for example. And I think that's really what the big difference is. It's the different play styles and the way that the different play styles play into the way that you interact with the league.
go all in on druids, and then next season it'll be witch?
It does kind of end up going like that. Like, with each part of Excel season, we definitely pick a few things to address.
Yeah.
But you've always got to make sure that there's a stuff around the whole game. And so ideally, with the way we do game design, whenever we add something new to the system, because everything has so much cross-pollination, it means that it generally will affect the builds of kind of all different classes. Like, when we add a league and so on.
You can see
So,
like the inverse of this is whenever they added in the what do you call it? The Arc Nemesis mobs, or like whatever the fuck they were, where like they just had like infinite scaling health because of multipliers.
That does keep the gameplay fresh. I think more so than most games, we have this kind of like thing where almost any system can interact with another
6
system, and that is what leads to the
blues.
complexity that like Path of Exile is kind of a bit notorious for. But it does mean that it does keep the game fresh every time people keep coming back. So ideally, we can kind of tame the complexity while still keeping that element. But it is pretty challenging.
What's something that you're really proud of with Necropolis, and something that you feel like it could have been better? The feedback has been
Oh
somewhat
yeah,
mixed.
people
So
didn't like this
it
league.
isn't really my
Yeah.
thing. Like, I'm not working on Path of Exile 1, so I'm kind of aware of it just from being in the studio. But probably the main issue that we had with Necropolis, I think, was that we had a lot of like brokenness in the economy specifically. Like, there were things that certain players were able to do to get like ridiculous amounts of wealth really easily, and that kind of broke the economy a little bit in that league more so than others. The funny thing about it was that at the start, people thought that we'd nerfed everything into the ground to the point that we'd know, like, oh, you've nerfed all these things, there's no way to get good items anymore. And then pretty soon we started getting all these different economic exploits popping up that led to some pretty crazy stuff. And I think that led to some sort of issues. I mean, that's kind of the main one from my perspective, because it's kind of what we've been dealing with as a studio. There were just a lot of these kinds of exploits early on in the league, more so than usual. And so that's been kind of a bit annoying. And so, yeah,
It's true that the economy matters a lot for players, because the economy is a progression system too. Like, being able to buy gear, like most people I would assume that play PoE seriously, or even play it semi-seriously, the main way that they interface with gear upgrades is by buying them.
really
So
hard.
if
And I think one of
economy's
things we
bad,
sort of
the
learned
game's
about
bad.
that is that we really need to be doing more extreme testing. So like with each mechanic really thinking like, okay, what is the most broken possible thing you could do with this?
Yeah.
And really concentrating on that, because otherwise it can lead to these kinds of problems. And I think our QA just kind of weren't really thinking about it in that way as much. Like, they tended to look at things and be like, okay, does this feel balanced in the context of like the other stuff you're using it with, without really thinking as much about like what is the worst possible case for this and really zeroing in on that. So yeah, we had a lot of issues around that, and I think that's part of what sort of happened with Necropolis.
Wow.
With Path 2, what's like your favorite quality of life thing that you're introducing with like
Damage numbers.
Co-op, cross progression is huge
Right.
in my mind.
I want
But,
damage numbers.
What's something that you're really happy with?
To me, the best QOL stuff is just the way the new skill gem system works. It's just so much easier.
I think the biggest QOL from like a player perspective is damage numbers and WASD movement. That's insane. Huge, massive fucking improvement. And then also another thing is no piano flasks. Yeah. Like, piano flasking was stupid. It was a stupid design. And it just kind of happened over time.
And also now, I mean, this is just what we're doing at the moment, but like now that we've got the support gem system working,
Damage
on
numbers
it's
with health bar? Yeah.
so much easier to deal with.
That's what
Like,
I'm saying.
It makes it way more obvious. We've got, I don't know if the build that you've got has all of the stuff here, but like seeing the changes that happen to your character as you add each thing, like that stuff is really nice. It just makes building so much easier. So I mean, there's like a million things I could say, but like that's kind of what I'm thinking about at the moment is just all that stuff with skills and supports and how much easier that makes the game.
Story-wise for Path 2, have you put more focus into it, knowing that like you're going to have more people playing together?
For sure. I don't know if you noticed the changes that even made in the build. You probably didn't play quite far enough to really understand that, but we're doing a lot more with that stuff. I think we're doing a lot better job than PoE 1 did, and I do hope that a time we get through Path of Exile 2, they will at least know what the story was, which was not the case for a lot of Path of Exile 1 players.
People had no
we could
idea.
definitely do better there. But there's also even other things like
More difficult?
we've changed the dialogue system quite a bit from how it was in PoE 1. There's still more changes coming even for that.
Like what?
It is something that I want people to be able to consider good in the game.
One thing that I really liked about PoE 1 is that, like, whenever you're on the shores and you click on the rocks and you click on things like, for example, like the Duresso's Dream, those are just like two examples I can think of off the top of my head, that basically what you do is you click on them and then they'll like play dialogue and you can walk away and you can keep playing the game while the dialogue is playing. And I think that a big issue that a lot of games have with lore is that the lore ends up cannibalizing gameplay.
Which
I think that frustrates
PoE 1,
players.
I think had pretty good sort of environmental stuff going on, but I wouldn't say that like the overall narrative was like a lot of people skipped it. They weren't really interested, and I think that we can definitely do better there.
What's the greatest lesson you learned from playing other people's games?
I guess it's very different depending on the type of game, but I guess one of the things that I mostly focus on is the fact that like whenever new games come out, you really need to be cognizant of the new minimum bar that they're setting. Like even if you're not necessarily
If this tile was black, either tile that would connect me to the other side would create a square. So this tile is white, guaranteed, which makes that black and that black. That one's got to be white. You got a black here, white there, white there, white there, black there, white there, black, black.
necessarily going to, you don't want to copy what they're doing necessarily.
This is what people are complaining about with Baldur's Gate 3. Remember that?
But I think you've got to look at it as like, what is the thing that, what new standard has this game set? You know, we now have to meet this, you know? So like, for something like, so we've got a dodge roll obviously and an animation cancelling. That is not a thing that you could get away without, I think, launching an action RPG today. I think it just wouldn't work. It is set, there is a minimum standard there for that kind of level of controllability.
Exactly. And I think Lost Ark set that standard. After I played Lost Ark with the roll, I was just like, okay, this is better. It's straight up, it's just better. And then Diablo 4 had it, just better experience. It's literally that simple.
You need to meet it, and the same is true of many other systems like trade and the way item system work and a bunch of other things. Like
Stop this for a second. Just curious what that means. I might be doing something wrong. Let's go over to this. You're still fine, except for I don't see anything going on. Okay, I think YouTube is fine. Twitch looks fine to me. Yeah, Twitch is good. And Facebook. Well, Facebook might be having issues. That's the puzzle I'm on. It's probably me waving my hands around, so... Alright, I think we're good. Ish. Good enough that I can walk away from that.
Like that. Like you have to make sure you're learning that from other games. So yeah, it's just about making sure you're meeting that new minimum, because the minimum is raising all the time, right? With every game that comes out, there's something new that players will expect, and they're right to do so, right?
Just more generally, what's your favorite game of all time and why?
Oh, geez, I mean, that's always a hard one. I mean, if I really had to, if you're putting me on the spot, it's the first thing that comes to mind is Half-Life. Because, like, you know, I mean, it's the stuff you play when you're a kid, right? It's like, this is the greatest game ever.
Alright, let's think for a bit. It's real cool and all that he plays Half-Life, but and I haven't watched a video of that in like a decade plus. So I can't really give any opinions on Half-Life. If it was to be a black tile here and you had to reach here, that's difficult. It's a lot of visualization. Now I've got smaller pieces to work with. Basically have to visualize the entire journey. If you were the tile that I am going to... Okay, how about this one? This one might be an easier one. If it was this one here, he can't go that way. He can't go this way. He's got to go that way. But if he goes that way, he can't go this way. So this tile is white. Black here, white here, black there, white there, white there, black there, white there, black there, black there, white, black, white, black, black, white. Okay, nice.
I never played Half-Life when I was a kid.
When I was a kid, it was, you know, my favorite games were Final Fantasy VII and Half-Life and StarCraft, right? Like these
Okay, all right.
These are like the three sort of pillars of my of my youth of
Okay.
gaming, right? And so it's very hard to look past
Pretty
that.
good.
And, you know, nothing else compares to that first experience you have with those kinds of things. Yeah, Half-Life might be one of the more probably slightly up there above the other ones.
How did you never play
You
it?
might expect me to say Diablo.
Computer wasn't that
which
good?
obviously was a big deal, but you know.
This one's also difficult. It's not like I can have all four of them at the walls be black. So there's something that... This is the only piece, these two on the sides. How about I just go for the logic of connecting everything? If this tile was black, then neither of these tiles could be black. So I think this one's got to be white. And that logic applies here, will also work over there. I think that it's going to be this. Last one.
Like honestly, when I was a kid, it was those other ones.
Yeah, when I was a kid, and I know we're wrapping up here, but I got the Brood War chest,
Oh, yeah.
and that was like my first experience with PC gaming. It was great.
Nice.
Okay, just real quick on this last interview. This was one of the earliest interviews I did, and my microphone was not working during it,
Oh,
so I did
good.
audio pickups, which may sound a little bit disjointed, but I'm basically repeating what I asked at the time. Here you go. What's the most important thing for an ARPG to get right?
I don't know that I can answer just one thing because really I'd say there's 5 major things. So the number one to me is action combat, right? So like you can't have like an MMO style combat, it needs to be action focused. Another one is random item generation. The random items are super important. You need to get that right. Very few games actually do. The next one is
They very rarely do. And this is the big issue that a lot of games have, is that loot is boring. Straight up, loot is boring.
Yes.
I feel like that's the reason why Diablo 4 fell off
Loot
so
is
much
boring,
when it
and
came out.
having loot is
It's like the
also
damage
boring.
on Tuesdays meme.
random levels, ultra important because if you want a game to last for a long period of time, you have to have level randomization. Once again, a lot of things, something that a lot of modern games aren't really doing these days. Another one is secure online economy. So effectively, you have to have a secure item system. If you don't have the ability to trade items between players, then people just won't value them the same way as if they find them themselves. And then the last one, what is my fifth?
Exactly. That's the reason why I hated Reaper of Souls in Diablo 3. When you couldn't trade items, I thought that was so stupid. Like, why not? Dude's making solid points. Yeah, this guy's... Yeah, Jonathan, like, really knows his shit. I mean, let's be real. Because boss, yeah, exactly. I love free trading with no restrictions. I don't want any restrictions on trading. Why would I want a restriction on trading? Just let me... If I want to give something to
That
somebody,
was
just
one
let
of
me
the
do
things
it.
that pissed me off.
Who
with
cares?
Diablo 3 when they stopped allowing the auction
Oh
house.
yeah, that's right. Character custom.
I just it was a nice little thing to be able to do, to be like, okay, you pick up an item and you're not really sure if it's good or not. Like, you look at the stats and you're like, well, this item would be pretty good for my class if my class used that as a main stat. So you'd be like, hey, I don't want this item, does anybody want it, kind of thing. You'd talk in the trade chat, or you'd put it up on the auction house or something, just conversation starter, be like, hey, I did not like when they removed that, because at the same time as when they removed it, they also changed the way that loot worked. It used to be that you had 6 stats that were random completely, and you wanted to chase down getting items that used all 6 of those stats really well. And then they changed it so that items only had 4 good stats, and they were always 4 okay stats. And you had 2 kind of useless stats that you didn't really care about, so they made it so you were hunting down for less good shit. The 4 good stats, you were then you were trying to hunt down for 4 ideal stats, and then it was like, oh, then you're hunting down for legendaries or something. It was just, I preferred it the way it was. And here's the next thing I want to say is, what I hate about Blizzard games is that you cannot go back to the way things were originally. If I wanted to play Diablo 3 the way it was when it first came out, with Inferno mode, hardcore being insanely difficult, I can't do that. It's gone forever. Never coming back. And if I want to play Diablo 3 the way it was when the expansion came out, prior to greater rifts and all the updates and so forth, and them making the game a set bonus nightmare, and all the poverty gear they added, so you have the seasons, so you play a season, and you get an achievement, and they give you some gear, and it's like, oh man, now that I got this set bonus, I'm set for life, I can now easily make giant progress. I don't like those handout gear that they added to Diablo 3. If you achieve something, I don't want to be given good pieces of gear just because I got an achievement. I want to get gear from killing shit, loot. I don't want to be given, oh, go do this and you'll get the good gear and then you can continue from here and speed run through the game. I don't want to have any guarantees that I'm going to succeed. It doesn't feel earned.
customization. You have to have the ability to have a large amount of character customization so that if you're playing the game over and over again, you're going to have a lot of different ways to play. It's going to be a different experience every time. So to me, those are the 5. That's how you make an action RPG right there.
Yeah.
We've said this at GDC talks before, and yet still action RPGs come out and they don't have one of those. And I'm kind of like, we're giving you the secret sauce, guys. Like, that's how you do it.
I don't know why that happens. I don't know why people always try to reinvent the wheel, and it's always like just a square. It's like something that's so stupid.
Like, oh yeah, we're gonna change everything. Like, stop, no, don't change it. Just add the loot in. I know you think it's a great idea. Stop it. It's not. Super annoying.
So yeah, to me, that's an action RPG right there.
Is it inspiring to see so many successful ARPGs on the market right now?
I think it is good because a rising tide lifts all boats, and especially with the kind of seasonal model that action RPGs do best with, there's room for people to play more than one action RPG at a time. But the big thing to me that I found is that when new games come out like that, they kind of set a new minimum standard, and we have to make sure we're meeting that standard. Like, if they have features that players now expect, that means that we have to make sure we're adapting to what that new minimum is.
That's something that was so good for Final Fantasy XIV getting really popular, is that Final Fantasy XIV made WoW a better game. Because there were a lot of features that a lot of modern MMOs had, but WoW never adopted them because those games never got popular. But as soon as people actually got tired of
5 by 4, that's 20. Correct or not? So that means that there are in total every slot is occupied by a number. So I think I already know the solution.
you know, like really annoying runbacks, or having to like refarm a bunch of annoying systems, and like having things be I think things being account wide is probably one of the biggest things that WoW adapted to the marketplace with. Is that back in the day, everything was character defined. And then I think that because people started playing other games like Lost Ark and Final Fantasy XIV, you saw people going and being like, listen, why? Like, I already did this annoying grind on one character. I don't want to do this on two characters. Like, fundamentally, this just isn't fun, right? And I think this is why competition in an industry and in a space is so important. Because when you have other people coming up with ideas and you have to meet the standard that they're setting, that's better for the consumer.
So that makes it challenging, right? Like, there are things we could have gotten away with before Last Epoch comes out, and then Last Epoch comes out, they have a few things going on that are, like, once again, raised a minimum standard. We now have to meet that standard as well. We have to care about that. So that kind of thing, it matters a lot. And as I said, we have to pay attention.
Can you give me an example?
And
of
it's
something...
also like Last Epoch had good ideas. You know, like if you see another game that has a better idea than your game, why would you want to keep the bad idea in your game? That seems crazy. Why would you like, oh, well, yeah, but it's our idea. Yeah, but it's your idea, but it's bad. Why would you do that? Yeah, the loot filter, exactly. Ego, yeah. Well, that's what ends up getting you to lose. Blizzard loves to do that, though. Yep, they do. They do. And I tried for years to stop that shit, and it would never work. They do it
someone
successfully.
Else is doing that you really like?
Right. So a really good example of this is the trade stuff they have in Last Epoch, where that isn't to say that we want to copy what they're doing with trade, but the key thing is that there was clearly a community demand to make trade easier than what it is in PoE 1.
Exactly.
And when there isn't another game that's
like the trading feature is huge, and you can see how they adapted to that. And this is the difference between good game developers and great game developers. They didn't do what Last Epoch did. They added a marketplace currency system in the Settlers of Calgar League. A lot of times the solution that players have isn't actually the best solution, but the problem that they have is legitimate. And I think that's the difference.
That
Faust to CZ, yep, there you go.
Honestly get away with the worst experience. But when there is, it's like, well, we have to do something about this, right? We have to make sure that we have a trade system that's going to, allow that to, to meet the new minimum standard. Otherwise, people are just going to be complaining about it, and they're right to, right?
Yeah, and they were, because like the trading currency in PoE is terrible. because like you're either responding, you're spam messaging people that have already sold the product, they're offline, or they're not responding to you, or you're messaging a bot. It's a shit system. I think that like the trading, like the bartering economy of PoE with gear is great, but the currency marketplace is not. And PoE agreed. There it is.
Once other games in the genre have lifted the standard,
Easy.
That's on us to improve.
When watching streams, do you ever see things you want to address or fix?
Absolutely. I mean,
This actually is something that I can personally attest to, is that there's been a number of times where GGG has seen my stream or a video that I've made about a topic in PoE, and they've even responded to me about it. Like, they are actually watching what people are saying and listening to the feedback.
the only way that we're going to improve is doing that stuff. And it's honestly just watching the people who are playing here, the number of issues they ran into it and be like, ah, god damn, like we really should have done something about that. It's painful, but you have to do it. Like the user testing, seeing what people actually do is super important.
Does Path of Exile 2 feel vastly different from Path of Exile?
Well, I would definitely say so. To me, just the way combat feels is just vastly different than before. And like that's kind of what I
think that the early game combat is probably going to feel a lot better. And I think that Diablo, like pre-end game gameplay, I actually think Diablo 4 is better than PoE 1. And I think that PoE 1 doesn't overtake Diablo 4 until you get into endgame with different types of features and functionalities. In terms of like, this is the way that I feel, right? And the reason why I think it's better is because of the more deliberate, visceral like action in Diablo versus PoE. Whereas PoE, I think like is a little bit more like stunted, and I don't really like it as much. I even felt this way about Diablo 3.
If you go to forums about like when we release a new Path of Exile 1 expansion,
yeah, I think so too.
One of the top comments outside of our community is always, oh, I tried that game, but I just thought it felt really bad or really old or something like that. I just want to make sure that no one ever again says that our combat isn't best in class. Like I want to make sure that is the.
Thank you. That is the only fucking thing. Yes, absolutely. Because PoE 2, the combat that I'm seeing. I'm gonna be real, guys. I think it looks way better than Diablo 4. Like, it's not even close. It just looks way better.
Have that criticism anymore. I just don't want to see it again. And so, that's why I'm really motivated to make sure that we're fixing those problems. And I think we can still even do more than what we've even done now.
Can you tell us more about why you delayed the beta?
Yeah, so ultimately it just comes down to the fact that we didn't appreciate the degree to which really nailing like the amount of polish you need to do on something.
It wasn't ready. Okay. Yeah, for sure that makes sense. Yeah, we weren't ready to do it. Yeah, got it.
We make it perfect. We're still going to get all the content that we said we were going to like. The content we said we were going to have, like that will be ready. There'll be a whole game there. It's just that like the level of polish. So when we actually went and we're like, okay,
I'll watch that afterwards.
For this demo here, and we're going to get Act 1 and 2 flawless. We're going to get it perfect. The amount of work that
No,
took
we're not
to
connecting
get
everything.
to the point where
I screwed up.
even we still have bugs now.
So I
but
gotta restart.
get to the point where we were like, yeah, we've got something here.
Things that are wrong.
Just took longer than we expected.
It's
Like
not right.
the level of polish
Great, start over.
that we, I guess, demand of ourselves at this point is just higher than it is in PoE 1. Like a PoE 1 boss does not get, I guess, does not need this level of attention. It's kind of shocking.
So you're saying that the PoE 1 bosses, this isn't even my final form? Well, if that's not even your final form, I guess like so they're only going to Super Saiyan 1 or 2, whereas in the other hand, Diablo 4 is Mr. Satan. Like, that's basically where we're at. I'm just saying. Yamcha, yeah, right? Oh, God.
How much more work it is to get a boss from feeling like, okay, it's got all its skills, to getting to the point where it's like, okay, now it's actually really solid and fun to play. And like, it's just like so many subtle details of how AI works and so on and all this sort of stuff. And then the other side of that is player skills. Where once again, getting them to actually feel really, really good is just a longer experience than we thought. And then in addition to that, we have what I was talking about before, which is that when when we go and change player skills, sometimes the result of that is like we have to go through every monster and boss again and change the AI and abilities and all that sort of stuff now to take into account for that. So when we added active block, it's like, well, suddenly you need to have a way to know that a skill is going to be not active blockable. So that means we have to think, okay, we have to make, not only do we have to rethink like every skill, like, okay.
Well, they don't really have to think about that. They're just, all they have to do is do the industry standard. Active block that you can't block is red. Okay. There you go. That's the industry standard. Everybody knows that. If it's a red attack, you can't block it.
Fight have enough abilities that the person who's active blocking is able to worry about. Like, is the
They
mix
did
of
that?
correct,
I know.
for this character class,
because it works.
Do we have the indicators that we need? Do we have the wind-ups? All that stuff suddenly comes in. So it's like you change a core feature like that on the player class, and all the content needs to change again. And that once again, that sort of rippled out a huge amount. I'm hoping there's not going to be too much more of that. I'm hoping we've got to the point now where it's like, we don't suddenly need to feel like we need to change the entire game again just for another character ability. But on the other hand, we just showed you a mount, and I don't know if we've fully explored the results of that one yet, so we'll see.
I'm sure it'll break some.
Yes, probably.
What do people buy most in the store?
So armor sets are big, like something just to look cool that way. But recently we've been trying a lot more. I mean, stash tabs is a thing, which is one of those things that's kind of on the borderline, but is a reasonable amount. But then the other one, recently we've been doing a lot more things that involve, like, they trigger off gameplay, but they don't actually change the gameplay in any way. So what's a random example of that?
The thing that comes down that slams, it's like the tombstone whenever you kill an elite.
Just a random thing like...
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with Palworld, but make sure that you have it downloaded on your PC if you're playing the game. You own the game already, right? Because it could be gone on any day.
Sometimes my job's really weird. This is an example of that. I cannot believe I'm going to say this, but there is in fact a slim chance that Grand Theft Auto 5 might save Palworld.
What?
But here's the actual story, right?
What?
When September 18th, 2024 hit, Nintendo and the Pokemon Company dropped a legal bomb on the Palworld developer Pocket Pair, basically patent infringement on game mechanics. That happened, but Pocket Pair then went and did something gutsy. Before any of it hit court, they decided, right, this is clearly David versus Goliath, we need to go public with a statement. Here is the statement that they put out. It is truly unfortunate that we will be forced to allocate significant time to matters unrelated to the game development due to this lawsuit. However, we will do our utmost for our fans and to ensure that indie game developers are not hindered or discouraged from pursuing their creative ideas. And when it all went down, the timing was fascinating. Pocket Pair were actually prepping Palworld's PS5 launch, and Tokyo Game Show was right around the corner. It seemed the perfect time to drop things. The perfect moment, of course, then, for Nintendo to throw in a lawsuit and create chaos everywhere. But it was not enough to stop a crazy successful month for the company, because rather than the expected PS5 reveal at Tokyo Game Show, they shadow dropped it during the PlayStation State of Play presentation. Japan got the game a few days earlier in October, and according to PlayStation's Japan blog, it actually jumped to the top of the downloads.
Holy shit! It beat Dragon Ball Z and Metaphor and Call of Duty? Oh my god.
The likes of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero and Metaphor ReFantazio, which is impressive. Their numbers are massive, especially in Japan. Now, we've been in a holding pattern ever since. We've been waiting for something to happen, and that is what brings us to today's developments. It's wild, so get ready and sit down. Pocket Pair have revealed that Nintendo filed 3 patents in 2024. Of course, that's after Palworld released, and these patents are all focusing on one specific thing. It's pretty crazy, right? Throwing a ball at a creature to catch it. No battle required, just throw and catch. Now, you might think, how can they patent something after Palworld came out with the mechanic? Well, the problem is, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Nintendo had this mechanic in the wild for nearly 2 years before Palworld came out, and in legal terms, you actually don't need to file your patent first. Nintendo just need to prove that they did it first. And these 3...
What the fuck? How What the hell is going on over there? That's stupid. It's so stupid. Here's the thing,
It's
too.
a frustrating
The reason
nightmare.
why I think the ball thing is ridiculous is because the ball is basically like you have nets and traps in real life. Like this is maybe like a digital form of it, but both of these things are mirroring real life behavior. It's not like it's like some random, like weird, esoteric video game thing. Like a Pokeball is meant to represent a trap in real life.
Are not the entire arsenal. A patent expert writing for GameIndustry.biz spotted 28 different patents where Nintendo were alleging infringement. And it's frustrating stuff like
The genie
running
lamp?
about, transporting your character on a monster. But they're only using these three, and the reason why is simple. Nintendo want to play it smart. These are the ones where they think they can prove that Palworld copied the specific mechanical implementation from Arceus. Now, they've actually found that movement with the US Patent Office is really slow. Actually may not happen over there, but obviously Japan is where both companies are. It's their home turf. Okay, these three patents then are Nintendo's weapon. Now for their objective. Let's get into the numbers because the Nintendo lawsuit against Palworld is not all that it seems. Now, the initial ask is 5 million yen each for the patents from Pocket Pair, payable
They
to...
don't want to. No, because like they can't give them the money because giving them the money could mean that they're like in a lot of cases, giving the money, that it's like an implicit assumption of guilt. You know.
Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, which is a grand total of 65,000 USD. That's an absolutely tiny amount of money, especially compared to both companies are. It's their home turf. Okay, these three patents then are Nintendo's weapon. Now for their objective. Let's get into the numbers because the Nintendo lawsuit against Palworld is not all that it seems. Now, the initial ask is 5 million yen each for the patents from Pocket Pair, payable
They
to...
don't want to. Because like they can't give them the money because giving them the money could mean that they're like in a lot of cases, giving the money, that it's like an implicit assumption of guilt. You know.
Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, which is a grand total of 65,000.
If a black tile went here, a white tile would have to go here and here, which would create a wall preventing me from making progress. So a white tile has to go here, black there and there, with a white here. You need to go around this. Everything's connected.
USD. That's an absolutely tiny amount of money, especially compared
Nothing.
to
Yeah,
another
makes a
Nintendo
precedent.
victim,
Exactly.
Colorful, where basically they ended with a settlement that was worth 30 million and then ongoing licensing fees.
Wow.
Absolutely brutal, which fits. Nintendo's legal team, especially in their home turf, are basically renowned, absolute legal assassins. They tend to win.
They have never lost a case, as far as I know, that they have initiated. Nintendo hasn't. And Nintendo initiated this case.
Made a mistake. So, gotta make 2 more mistakes.
Now, that 65 grand
True.
is obviously just an open
That's a
movement in
mistake,
what is
and
obviously
In Japan.
a sort of
Yeah.
Now we can
lawfare
start over.
thing,
Also
right?
true.
It's corporate chess. Nintendo's not really going after that pocket change. They're playing a longer game here, and it's not just to bury the company in legal fees, though it is absolutely also that. Let's take a
This
look.
game really looks like a piece of shit. Oh, I wonder how the people that made this game feel about Palworld. Like, I would feel really stupid. I really would. I would feel like a fucking moron.
Look at the patents to understand
Jesus,
how Nintendo have
look at that.
operated here. So yeah, they actually did file these patents after Palworld launch, but they're in fact derived from a December 2021 patent, and they've basically tailored things for this situation. And an IP attorney called Kirk Sigmund spoke to PC Gamer and explained that this is actually standard practice, where companies will have an existing patent, but then they'll refine it to close loopholes. But of course, the timing matters, and in this case, it really does look like Nintendo was preparing their battleground. So here's the brutal part, and well, here's it in Kirk's own words.
Okay.
Your general attorneys cannot do this sort of work. You've got to find specialists. It gets extremely expensive and time-consuming, and it can wear a lot of small companies out. It is designed to make you no longer play the game.
This is one thing that's extremely common with any sort of legal proceeding, is that the goal isn't to win, it's to beat you in a war of attrition. Like a good example of this is like a human versus a raccoon. if you get in a fight with a raccoon, you will probably beat the raccoon. You will be able to kill the raccoon before the raccoon kills you. But man, you are going to get scratched the fuck up.
Yeah.
You are going to get cut up. You are going to get fucked around. It's going to be a bad time for you. So it's better to just leave him over there. Just let him. All right, he wants to do that. He can do that. Rabies? Raccoons don't have rabies innately. Like, that's not how they work. That's not the way their mechanics are.
So in other words, you either give in or you sign yourself up for a legal battle that you don't even know if you can afford. But of course, you probably guess it's not just that. Nintendo's real legal objective here is almost
This guy's
certainly
a
to get
dumbass,
an
whoever's
injunction.
playing.
This would prevent Palworld from being sold
Jesus
whilst
Christ.
it's in breach of those patents. And
Yeah.
either way, it's all aimed at sowing chaos. And here's the reason why. Palworld could change the mechanic, right, to no longer be in breach of the patent.
Right.
That would
This guy's a
need to get an
dumbass, whoever.
in, or you sign yourself up for a legal battle that you don't even know if you can afford. But of course, you probably guess it's not just that. Nintendo's real legal objective here is almost
This guy's a
certainly to get an
dumbass, whoever's
injunction.
playing.
This would prevent Palworld from being sold
Jesus
whilst
Christ.
it's in breach of those patents. And
Yeah.
either way, it's all aimed at sowing chaos. And here's the reason why. Palworld could change the mechanic, right, to no longer be in breach of the patent. That
Right.
would obviously take game development time, and it would risk player sentiment because they
Well,
know
it would also, the thing is, too, is that any behavior that they take as a response to this will be viewed as
An admission of
them
guilt.
capitulating in one way or another, or an admission of guilt. So, like, they're kind of like, they're kind of stuck. Throwing balls is illegal now? Well, I mean, here's really the truth. Everybody knows
Alright,
that
clearly I
Palworld
can't
copied
focus
Pokemon.
enough to do things the way I want to do them.
Like, everybody, we all know this. Everybody knows this. But the difference is that how Pokemon actually copied Dragon Quest. Like, if you look at Dragon Quest that predated Pokemon, Pokemon copied the fuck out of them. So, I don't want to have and like, also, all types of innovation, like, anything is built, like, patents exist to make sure that people can make money off of their products, but at a certain point, when you're using patents to actively suppress innovation in an industry and hurt the consumers, you're effectively having a system that is in place that causes the citizens to lose money and to experience worse products. Why does that system exist? I think that's a very good question.
the game as it is, they like it as
Creative
it is,
entropy?
and
Yeah.
if they just have to come up with a new mechanic to replace catching your pals, well, players may not like that. And the real risk here is time, because they would be incentivized to fix this problem and replace the mechanic as soon as is possible. Now, of course, if you want the mechanic to be good, to be well play tested, you will take your time and get it right. But if you're in breach, if there's an injunction, you can't really afford to do that because it's blocking your game from sale. Or, of course, you could give in, and you could agree to license the patent from Nintendo. But the message, as Kirk puts it, is clear. Quote, for them, this is a massive target they need to declare. Don't do this to us ever again. One could speculate they'd probably do the same thing to any company that came too close to the main line, especially when they perceived it to possibly infringe their IP.
I think that another big component with Palworld 2 is the fact that it damaged Pokemon. I think that it did. I think a lot of people, after they saw Palworld, whatever the next Pokemon open world game is probably going to look like garbage next to Palworld. And that's going to damage the new Pokemon game. Yeah, critical hit. Yeah, exactly, right? So they have to get rid of Palworld to make sure that nobody else can do that.
Kirk said. And this is absolutely Nintendo sending a warning shot across the bow of the entire industry. It is them hitting Pocket Pair right when they are trying to seize their opportunity. And that includes things like, yes, the PlayStation relationship, but also plans that could see their IP be expanded, just like Pokemon was. And I think that is the real thing that Nintendo are worried about here. Palworld is scrappy, right? And I think we all know that it is taking commonly appreciated elements from all over the place and putting them
They stole everything from Pokemon. They did. It's obvious. They did. I mean, why are we even talking around it? They did. Like Anubis is Lucario, fucking Lugia is Jet Dragon. I mean, like, really, it's obviously stolen from Pokemon. The Pal spheres are obviously Pal Sphere, Pokeball. Like, come on, what are we even talking about? But it's what the fuck? Like, what is this? So it's not a matter of whether they stole it or not. It's a matter of whether they stole it and Nintendo has a right to allow that to happen. And I don't think that they do. I think that they have to let it happen because Nintendo has stolen things from other people, and at the end of the day, you can't. The idea of throwing an object at an animal to capture the animal is something that human beings have been doing for thousands of years. No, I don't think you can own that idea. It's ridiculous. Such a ridiculous fucking concept. It's insane.
Into something. And Nintendo are probably realizing, this could be a little bit of a problem because we've basically sat on top of Pokemon. We've done a pretty bad job, all things considered, Pokemon Company as well, for years and years and years and years. What if somebody else is actually able to fight us by making a better Pokemon-like experience? I think that is why Nintendo are trying to do what they do.
And you're going to see this happen too. There's another game that's coming out that's called Azure Familia. It's a gacha game, so it probably won't have the same reach as Palworld because of the way it's designed. But you're seeing a lot of games that are trying to copy this now. Because I actually think that a game like Pokemon that plays extremely well is something that people want to see. Like, Palworld was kind of like a low-budget version of that. But, like, you know, if you look at that as, like, Dark Souls, the Elden Ring of that game would be, I think, a generational level game.
I did say there's more than that, and I mentioned Grand Theft Auto. I didn't think Grand Theft Auto would be involved, but it kind of is. So this is Nintendo locking things down on their home turf, but it probably won't have that much impact on the broader industry, the global industry, if Nintendo cannot
look how shitty this is. Like, if I guarantee you, I've said this every time I've talked about Palworld, I guarantee you that the guys that are working at Nintendo on Pokemon, I bet they're probably playing Palworld and seeing this, and they probably have worse things to say about it than I do. They were probably the ones saying, like, yeah, we need to fire all these fucking retards. Why is it that somebody who had a middle schooler that worked at a gas station, you know, like, why are they doing the art and they're doing better than us? Like, what are we doing? Like, why is this happening? I guarantee you the guys that are working at Nintendo were thinking that. The Switch is underpowered? No, it's the design is ridiculous. Like, look at the way the character moves.
Probably won't have that much impact on the broader industry, the global industry, if Nintendo cannot get the American patent system to agree with them, and at the very least we know that's been a way slower process.
Yeah.
But, of course, the principle here is an important thing. And there's actually a long shot that was proposed by a patent attorney in Nikkei Business. This is absolutely amazing, and I love it. They pointed out that while Nintendo's patents for catching monsters in an open field, might have been filed as far back as December 2021, and it's like, you know, first incarnation, well, they may not actually have the first instance of that mechanic, and that's because of this. This, everybody, is Pokemon Go in Grand Theft Auto 5, done 8 years ago in 2016. Now, remember how precedent in the actual market with the product. Well, that means that Arceus would trump Palworld in terms of filing those patents. Well, as is put here in Nikkei Business, this would mean that because of this mod for GTA, there is an established usage that basically would mean Nintendo shouldn't have been able to file their patent because they didn't create the mechanics, because it was inspired by Pokemon Go, but it was different, and it was there in a GTA mod. It was there in the...
There's no way that goes. There's no way.
This is retard logic. You're wasting our time.
Anything that's created by fans that's derivative of the original intellectual property is proactively owned by the people who created the original intellectual property. Yeah. No, there's no way. This would be funny, but no. Dota?
Market.
Dota, here's the difference between Dota. Dota is something... Dota was a completely new type of design. And it wasn't like, this would basically be, if you wanted to use Dota as an example, this would be like Rockstar suing Nintendo. But Rockstar isn't the one suing Nintendo.
And that means that Pokemon and guns may save the game with Pokemon and guns.
I don't
which is
believe that.
absolutely
There's no
necessary.
way.
But okay,
There's no way.
a wild story. And to be honest with you, I really hope Nintendo
Yeah,
lose here. Patenting game mechanics
No
is
way.
risky business. And one of the worst examples we saw of that was the Lord of the Rings, Shadow of Mordor, and Shadow of War series. They're pretty good
The
games.
Nemesis
the second one
system.
quite a bit less because they tried to ruin that with monetization. But the amazing thing was the Nemesis system. The problem is, the Nemesis system was patented such that if you do something with a Nemesis system-like thing, and look, if it's an indie, sure, they'll probably not notice. But maybe if it gets noticed enough, Warner Brothers games will just be able to take you to court.
Yep.
And I don't think any of us can really, afford to battle with Warner Brothers as bloody lawyers. Yeah, this stuff sucks. Good luck to them. That's it for this video. And for more news, check this one out next.
Man, I do really hope that this happens. I hope that Power World wins, because I think that the biggest issue right now is companies that are trying, like this is going to be a big issue that's happening probably the next 10 years. It's going to be companies that are trying to effectively, I'm trying to think of a way to explain it.
Monopolize the
Like, imagine you
idea
have, like,
space.
a free place, and they're trying to create like private property on an island, and they're trying to claim as much land for themselves, so new developers can't make games with certain mechanics. So
And
they're
then we,
trying to
the
effectively
customer, end up with
take
bad
big
products.
ideas and then make them exclusive to this kind of a game, so they can make it to where other people in the space aren't able to compete with them. And they're doing it through basically an exploit of game mechanics. Craftopia, also from Pocket Pair, came out before Arceus. I don't even think that, in my opinion, I think that Pokemon can easily argue that they've had this system from the 90s, right? I mean, and I feel like, because it's, again, like the patent was referring to a 3D environment. There are no, like, there's 3D environments, I guess, right? But, like, the old Pokemon games had a simulated 3D environment as well. I feel like if it was based off of the inception of the idea, it probably would go from before Arceus. That's what I'm assuming. But I could be wrong. We'll
This
see
one's
what
rough.
happens. Pokemon Coliseum was 3D? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Pokemon Coliseum was 3D, and that was in, like, the 90s. Yeah, you're right about that. And that'd be, like, 20 years. Yeah.
Alright. So here's what I know already. I see these three tiles here. I see that. I'm pretty sure these ones are just going to drop straight down, get to there, and then it'll be a swap between the tiles that are in those positions. Which means that I'll eventually have a pink up here. Pink will probably move over with that. But the beige, so the teal is going to switch with the beige. I get that. But I don't necessarily want teal to go so far. Difficult. Teal's got to go on a bit of a journey, a little bit. If teal swaps with beige, then I got teal here. And if those two swap, then you've got this over here. Pink and teal swap, so then teal's over here with the two teals over here. Then teal can swap over there. So I think first is this. Second is this. That. Oh, there and this.
Yeah, I don't know. But I do think that the people that work at Nintendo pretty much know what they're doing, but I do really, really, really hope they lose.
Me too.
Because I think it sets a terrible precedent for gaming. And the precedent and what that does is it creates a world where people who are trying to make new video games are
afraid.
limited by so many different existing claimed land that they can't build their own place. They can't build their own thing. And I think it's fundamentally like for an average player or a consumer, it's bad for them. They're handicapped? Yeah, exactly. Do you think this is pure gatekeeping or eventually lead us to a point where they buy the land mechanics and aim to rent them out at a charge to generate profit? Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to effectively, basically, instead of having to make video games, they can license mechanics because that's obviously much easier to do, right? And so all companies are going to try to go towards as, you know, make things as easy as possible for themselves. That's just how it is. Trying to give a fuck about copyright? Yeah, exactly, right? You shouldn't be able to copyright a mechanic. I think that it's very nuanced, but generally I agree with that. And I think that the big problem is that a lot of video games, these are things that simulate real-life interactions. Like a Nemesis system, like the word Nemesis was not invented with Lord of the Rings Shadow of Mordor. Nemesis is a word that's been around for a really, really long time. And the idea of it has been around for a really long time. So the idea that this is somehow like something that should be owned and this concept should be owned by Warner Brothers is ridiculous because it's a core human experience that is just being explained in this way. And I think the explanation is too broad. Game patent should last 5 years tops? Well, I don't know. So throwing a fishing net is illegal by Pokemon standards? Well, Pokemon standards? Yeah, I don't know. Patent trolls are a major economic problem in the U.S., slowing growth and innovation and costing companies time and money. Oh, I agree with you. I think it's very bad, too. Absolutely. Patented the jump button? Yeah, exactly. This should come back to the court of public opinion. If people see a company stealing an idea, they won't buy the worst one. They'll buy the better one. I think that they will. I think there's a lot more that's on the table versus just worse and better. Like you have price, brand, brand accessibility, things like that that also matter. I'll link you guys the video. Give it a like. This is a.
Wasn't good enough.
And people like skill-based matchmaking. Also, we've all months left. We got another Ubisoft. Guys, it's a day that ends in Y, which means that Ubisoft is closing another game or studio because of bad performance. XDefiant is officially shutting down. Servers are going offline in June. 6 months left. Oh my God. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at it.
So the game's
I'm unfortunately here having to announce that XDefiant will be shutting down. Starting today, December 3rd, new downloads and player registrations will no longer be available. We will still release our Season 3 content in the near future, and the servers will remain active until June 3rd. For those who purchase the Ultimate Founders Pack. Ooh!
So no one can download the game, but they're going to give you your whatever promise they made you, they're going to give you. And I have seen the first 2 minutes of this video. So the people that bought the Ultimate Founders Pack, they're getting a full refund. That's real nice and all. I don't particularly care. So they promised something. I'm going to guess it's one of those live service games. Probably. It seems to be what Ubisoft is really interested in doing lately. When they're not making other big mistakes. I think this is the first move, but there's just so much on the screen that I need to think for a moment. Holy crap. Let's just do it. Alright. So I need to get the left-hand side to drop 1, so that way these can all get over. I think this will work. For my purposes. No, but this will also work, because I can do green. both work, but what's the right one? So you got 7 pink tiles. Did I make any mistakes? I think I can get rid of those pink tiles. Okay, I feel pretty good of what happened on the left-hand side. So I need to get the right-hand side so that this maroon or whatever purple tile has to get to where this pink tile is down here. Those blue tiles up at the top, they probably just have to drop straight down. This teal tile has to move over to the side. If I do this green, then those beiges will drop, and then the beige can drop and can move to the side, clearing out these two on the right-hand side. That's probably the first move that has to happen. Probably. I'm gonna go with that. 1, 2. So you got the pink over there that gets the purple tile into place. Yeah. And then these guys drop in place. Nice.
Those are people that spend a lot of money on the game. Ooh, what are they getting? A full refund. Oh, wow. If you signed up to eat a whole dick, you're getting the entire dick back. All 3 of them. Yeah, all 3 of the people that bought this. Players who made any purchases within the last 30 days will be refunded. Those refunds should happen automatically within 8 weeks of today. And you should get more details here. A few years ago, Ubisoft and the San Francisco dev team embarked on a bold venture to develop a new arcade shooter called X-Defiant. It was from the start an incredible challenge. Not only were we trying to shake up the genre by removing skill-based matchmaking, but by bringing a more old-school arcade shooter experience. By the way, do you know who the people that don't like skill-based matchmaking are? There's 2 groups of people. Number 1 are the streamers who want to farm nubs for stream content, and number 2 are people who overestimate their skill. Skill-based matchmaking, the reason why it exists is because it increases player participation, and people like skill-based matchmaking. Also, we've always had skill-based matchmaking. Like, am I the only person, like, whenever I would play Halo, I'm playing ranked?
Skill-based matchmaking. I'm not gonna have any opinion on this really because that's a PvP mechanic and I don't do PvP at all. So yeah, I got nothing for that really on an opinion. There are 4 blues here and 5 blues over here. So you got 9 blues in total. Honestly, I'm just gonna have to guess until I get the solution, I think.
Playing ranked is skill-based matchmaking. Like, I'm sorry, like, when I queue in and I'm level 45, I'm queuing against other people that are 45. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. I think at this point that ranked should have skill-based matchmaking, unranked shouldn't. Maybe, but I feel like if unranked didn't, people would just be having bad times. But I do think that that definitely is like, if there is a middle ground, that is the middle ground. And for that, I want to applaud the dev team and also Ubisoft leadership for taking that channel. Free-to-play in particular is a long journey. Many free-to-play games take a long time to become profitable. It's a long journey that, unfortunately, the journey became too much to sensibly continue. I'm, of course, heartbroken to have written this post. This game's been a personal passion for me for years, and not all challenges lead to victory. And, okay, so all this happens, and what is achieved is truly remarkable. The earlier response from players launched when XDefiant launched was amazing. Well, the reason why you had a lot of people play the game, number one, no, actually not number one, but one of the big reasons is you paid all the streamers to play it, right? Like, is it on Steam? Wait, it's not even on Steam? Why didn't these retards release the game on Steam?
Money.
Were they stupid? I don't want to use their shitty launcher. Why the fuck would I want to? I don't want to download their launcher. Fuck that. That's stupid. Yeah, like, what do we do? What? Why? That's so dumb. The game's free to play and still no Steam. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna, like, what the fuck? So I have to download a new program, make a new account just to play this other game? Like, why would I do that? And we had 5 million users. At the end, we had 15 million players in our game. That's something to be extremely proud of, especially considering how tough of a genre it is. If there's one thing I hope we can all take away from the experience, it's the importance of open, honest communication between developers and players first. The player-first mentality, along with respectful, non-toxic conversations, has been a standout difference that made XDefiant so special. To our players, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to express my deepest gratitude. Okay, so let's read some of the comments. We won't be shutting down until after Season 4, guys. LOL. It must have been a tough post to write. RIP. Wait, what? Thanks for a great few months. COD Killer. I have to laugh. You guys did this to yourselves. What an absolute failure of a game. Why did this game fail? XDefiant was a great game. No, it wasn't. If it was a great game, it wouldn't be shutting down. You fucking stupid. What? That's not how it works. And mods? Yeah, I don't know anything about this at all. I have no idea mechanics and desync. Man. It's sad, bro. Devastated. Hate to see a game with so much promise not have the time to reach its potential. It's more complicated than that eventually. When skill-based matchmaking is literally called skill-based matchmaking, it has some bad features where it purposefully unbalances teams to artificially create balance with scores, which means that you can't rank up without miracles. I don't know. I feel like if you take a good player, they're going to rank up every time. I feel like a lot of that is just coping. Ubisoft. Let's see if I can find this. Ubisoft is laying off. Oh my, yeah, okay, so here we go. There's also a massive layoff going on with this. Ubisoft San Francisco and Ubisoft Osaka are both closed. Sydney team is ramping down. Up to 177 people to be laid off. Half of the XDefiant team is moving to other projects. Ubisoft had helped the game would compete with Call of Duty, but recently was denying shutdown rumors amidst declining player numbers. Let me see, were they actually declining it? XDefiant, shut down, deny. Ubisoft responds to XDefiant shutdown rumors. This was a little bit over a month and a half ago. Acknowledges the current state of the game and addresses the shutdown rumors by saying that there are plans to... by denying that there are plans to pull the plug after Season 4 and offering players some good news. So they said this in October, and now it's just barely what month is it? Is it fucking it's Christmas month, Decemberary, and yeah. Well, I guess they lied. I will not pardon. I guess not. Is anybody surprised? Corporations do this all the time. It's not that it isn't surprising, it's that it's funny. Yeah, it's a very, very different thing here. Rich guys at the top don't give a fuck. Well, speaking of the people that aren't at the top, 177 people, it looks like, are getting they're getting their job deleted. 6 weeks ago, XDefiant is not shutting down. It is not, guys, it is not shutting down. And this is also from the same guy, Mark Rubin. And it seems like, yeah, man, Ubisoft went from having a net worth of 12 billion to 1.8 billion. Wow. Well, actually, is that accurate? Oh, in 2021, okay, it's not enough for inflation to really take place. Man. That is amazing. Ubisoft employees right now?
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. There's more. Yeah, there we go, boys. Just dudes at work, I guess so. Oh my god. Ubisoft is really going through it. They are, man. And I want to say again, guys, do you remember whenever I said that Ubisoft's stock price and the way that they're doing didn't matter? And everybody called me a delusional hater and I was stupid and I was just fear-mongering. And then Assassin's Creed got delayed. They had to put Star Wars Outlaws on Steam. They said the numbers were bad. Now they're shutting down an entire studio, and they're shutting down one of their live service games. That's crazy, huh? Wow. Maybe it's almost like the stock of a company implies the direction that the company's going in. What? Who would have guessed that? XDefiant versus TFD? I mean, the first I don't know. I think the first Descendant kind of fell off. Didn't it? Oops. I bet it probably has like 10K players. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It massively fell off. You want to know why it fell off? It's because there's no new good content that's world content that gives you interesting gameplay. They need to add like another difficulty, or not difficulty, excuse me, another world tier level that drops like mythic quality items instead of legendary quality items, and make them like very rare, and then have like other ways to upgrade them. Then you can get the real content, because like what they're doing now is garbage. They should have just asked me, and I would have fixed it. The stock is dropping again now. Well, let's take a look at it. Ubisoft. Okay. By the way, the reason why it went up right here is there was a rumor that Tencent was going to buy Ubisoft and slap them in the fucking gear. Down 52%. Well, like, if you bought Ubisoft stock 6 months ago and you spent $100,000, you now have less than $50,000. Do the max. Max is probably going to be up. Wait, it's actually lower than it was in 2008. Oh my god. Look at EU listing. Well, no, I understand. So this is only a representative sample of 1/5 of the economy size of Ubisoft, of their market cap, because the actual company is on the French stock exchange and the European stock exchange instead. However, this graph mirrors the European stock exchange graph. So yeah, that's why it says 1/5 here. Everyone at Ubisoft should look for another job because they're temporarily employed. Well, if Tencent buys them and takes over and, you know, slaps them in the gear, then maybe things are going to be okay. They shot themselves in the foot with DEI. I think that why... let's go ahead and let's do a little list here. Notepad. Why is Ubisoft circling the drain? Okay, number one. And we'll go ahead, we'll just put this on here so you guys can see it. Okay, this is for, where is it? I have a lot of these, don't I? Yeah, I do. Okay, number one. Reason number one. Bad games. That's number one. So, number two. Not on Steam. Not on Steam for launch. The reason why I use Steam is because Steam is a better service. My experience as a user is made worse when you make me download your proprietary launcher.
He's very right about
Just
that. I'm gonna be honest. Whenever I think about like, oh, do I feel like playing Assassin's Creed or something, or do I feel like playing an Ubisoft game? The first thing that goes through my mind is, I don't know if I want to have to go through and be like, oh shit, Ubisoft account login, or just the moment I'm like, you know what? I just want to have fun in 10 seconds or less. I just want to boot up a game and start having fun right now. I don't necessarily want to have to deal with figuring out the bullshit of being like, okay, am I going to easily be able to log into the game and have fun? No. I'm just immediately like, I don't really know what I'm getting myself into, so why don't I just figure out something else that I feel like playing right now? And it's small and petty, but it's like, do I really feel like having to figure out login passwords, or do I really want to have to make a Ubisoft account, or oh, do I want to find out by some chance that all my saves are gone or something? I don't know. I just feel like Ubisoft says a lot of things, and so they fill your mind of all these negative thoughts. And so in my mind you have this concept of like, okay, well, I'm just here to have a good time, and you've been telling me that the next time I try to have a good time, that I'm not going to have a good time. So I don't really think I'm not really going to fuck around with that. Like, if I turned around and found out that in the next couple of years that there's a Ubisoft game, and it's perfect, it's got everything that I want, I'm still going to be a little hesitant about playing that game, because even though it's got the things that I want, I don't know, I feel like they're still going to screw me over somehow.
To play one individual game that I have to make an account for. I'm not stupid, and most people aren't stupid. We all know that the only reason that you're doing that is so you can give me pop-ups and advertisements so for me to buy more of your games and more of your products. And also so you can sell my data to your partners. I don't want to participate in that. It's annoying to me, and I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. It automatically creates a negative and hostile consumer relationship. That's it. No 30% cut for Steam. I don't care what their cut is. It's irrelevant to me what their cut is. I don't care about their business model. I care about my experience as a user. I don't give a fuck about their business model.
Very true.
It's totally meaningless to me. Failure to meet expectations. So, probably the two biggest examples of this that I could use... I can't spell for shit, by the way. And anyway, drama after drama. No, that's it. So basically, Star Wars Outlaws, you can't play as an outlaw. And Assassin's Creed Japan, you're not playing as a Japanese male samurai. I'm going to tell you guys a little secret here. Is that in the Sengoku period, where the fucking Yasuke and Naoe are part of, with Oba Nobunaga, I think that's how I say it. Yeah,
Oda?
Yeah, Oda Nobunaga. 99.9% of all people that were involved with that were men who were Japanese. That's it. Also, with, I guess, Star Wars Outlaws, we can talk about that. Yeah, and that's it. And so if you have some character there that's like no black, I mean, it might be one or two. I mean, I think that there's a good chance that there could have been a couple of black people there for sure, right? I mean, because people had boats back then, maybe it happened. But to center the story around that, it's a bit weird. And especially this is the other issue, and it ties into this, social messaging tied into games. This is a huge problem. Why is it that the only people you were able to steal from in Star Wars Outlaws were the police? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because you have a bunch of weird liberals making the game, and this is their value system that they're putting into a game about being an outlaw. It's weird. It's out of touch. Yeah, it's ACAB shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. Don't forget the second login once you buy the game. Yes, anti-police liberals. Yeah, it's so fucking annoying. Defund the police mentality. I would love... I wish that the people who defund... I wish the people who want to say defund the police... Could we have a way that they could just, like, opt out of paying a certain amount of taxes, and then the police just don't respond to their phone calls anymore? If you actually want to defund the police, do it. Do it on a personal level. You don't have to pay these taxes anymore, and you don't have to deal with the police anymore either. We'll see what happens. Yeah. They would, by the way, they would never do that. Not for a second. The microchip? Yeah, it'd be amazing. It sure would. I have a feeling that we actually already have a word for what would happen with that situation. It's called natural selection. And anyway, so social messaging tied into games. This is overdone, exhausting, and annoying. Nobody wants to hear about any social issue or any sort of like weird gender politics when they're playing Assassin's Creed. People don't play Assassin's Creed to hear about this shit. It's weird. Stop doing it. Here's another one. Overpriced games. One of the only good games that Ubisoft has made recently is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I understand that, again, social messaging, people didn't like the way that the character looked because they thought it was like just the Killmonger haircut and it looked like an African person rather than a Persian. Very fair. It's totally okay if you think that. But I think the real reason why the game didn't do well, and I think that it was a good game, is because it was massively overpriced. With the early access for the game, you had to pay over I think it was $60 or over $60 for a Metroidvania game. That is just simply beyond the market expectation. It's outrageous. Like, if you compare that to Hollow Knight or Blasphemous 2, it's just a totally different universe. People gladly pay that much money for good games. Yeah, but the problem is that Metroidvania is a very small... It's a very small market.
3, 6, 8. One more tile for you. 3, 6, 9. 2 more tiles for you.
Market. Like, there are a lot of games that have a low ceiling. Yeah, for a platformer, yeah, it's a game that has a low ceiling. So you're not going to sell that many copies. And then also, stupid comments. AAA games. This did not help Ubisoft either. Hating their customers? Yes, patronizing customers. I think this happened a lot with Assassin's Creed. So, in-game
We'll just
boosts
go
and
with
time
guesses.
savers. Oh, yeah, really good point. Microtransactions in one-player games. So, just to make sure, like in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you can spend money to get extra things in that game. Is that correct? That is indeed correct. Okay, good. So all of these reasons
Wait,
right
I wanted
here,
to hear that.
not only Valhalla, just to make sure, like in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you can spend money to get extra things in that game. Is that correct? That is indeed correct. Okay, good. So all of these reasons right here, not only Valhalla, yeah, and Origins, yeah, Assassin's Creed Origins. I
Okay, so 7 wide by 7 tall, so 7 by 7, I think that's 49. 49 tiles in total. 12, 20, 27. Wait, yeah, 27. Since there's no reason for me to have a white tile all by itself, that means there are 22 black tiles in total. There is only a single tile here in the middle. 7 is the only one that needs a single tile. So that single tile in the middle is white. And it makes its way back to the 7. So if I got this plus the single, I've got 3 already. So I got 4 remaining. I can only get it with 2 tiles. Has to be these 2 that are white for him. The rest around it are black. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 means 14. So I have 8 black tiles remaining, and that's 4 bricks of black. I'm going to go for having them be as consolidated as possible, give them as much space as they can take. So I'm going to go with that approach, this approach. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, that one was a lot easier than I made it out to be.
I actually didn't know about that, but I remember hearing about it now that you mention it. But anyway, these are the
I swear he's
reasons
asked that
why
question
Assassin's
before.
Creed is, or sorry, why Ubisoft is circling the drain. You can in Devil May Cry 4, yeah, but here's the difference: is that Capcom doesn't have all of these other problems. Blizzard releases games on Battle.net and not Steam for launch, but they're still successful. What game doesn't meet expectations, but it was still successful? I think Baldur's Gate 3 in a big way. The market expectation was that turn-based combat was totally out of style. Totally out of style. Baldur's Gate 3? Nope, surprise, wrong. It still is. And so there's definitely that. And social messaging tied into games. Metaphor has social messaging, but it's good social messaging. Mouthwashing had great social messaging. Let me think. Metal Gear Solid, insane social messaging. Really good. I'm trying to think like a lot of another Crab's Treasure had amazing messaging. Yeah, I'm thinking of games that I played recently. Final Fantasy 16 had great social messaging. Space Marine 2, not really that much social messaging in Space Marine 2. But either way, so overpriced games. Diablo 4. I think Diablo 4 in a lot of ways is successful, and it's overpriced. It is. Yeah, and so you've got that too. There's plenty of games. And so the problem really is stupid comments. There's plenty of developers that make stupid comments.
Yep.
So here's what I'm saying.
Like I was saying earlier about the stupid comments, they talk too much about stupid shit, and that gets you all these ideas in your mind about, oh man, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. They should just keep their fucking trap shut. They're causing me to not want to play their games because of the way they're talking about their future of their games. Keep your fucking trap shut. If you're gonna do those things, just do them and be quiet about it. Don't get me worried and deciding not to play your games. You don't need to create bad press. Like, saying something controversial that gets you into the limelight it is a good idea and a bad idea. But for different people, it's a good idea. It's a good idea for people like Asmongold. He's a streamer, where him saying something controversial is great because he can have a clip out there where it's like, oh man, he says something controversial and everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's so ridiculous, I can't believe he said that. And then you could watch the full clip and it could be like, oh, here's the context of why he said that. As a company, you don't have that kind of liberty. You can't be like, okay, we're going to say something outrageous and then we're going to walk it back. No, you're going to be taken advantage of, and you're going to be fucking annihilated for saying something so stupid because you have too much invested into this game to lose over something so silly. Actually, the reason why they say those outrageous things that they do, that they're planning on doing, is because they are trying to talk to their shareholders. They're trying to talk to the stock bros, rather than talking to their customers. So, they go into those conversations thinking that they're not talking to everybody. Wonder if that changes the context. If it does change the context, I feel like the right answer is that it changes the context only ever so slightly. So they're going into these conversations thinking that they're talking to their investors. Really, they're talking to their customers as well. They don't realize it. I think that the concept these companies need to realize is that if you put something out there, it's public domain, so everybody can hear it. And I think that the companies don't fully grasp that concept because they're just game developers with political opinions because they shove that shit into all their products. Hmm. Seven, 8, one more. Context. What was I even talking about? So the developers are talking to themselves and talking to the customers, talking to the stockbrokers. Stop, guys. I think that if they're so concerned with trying to be politically correct, they should also learn to be politically correct enough to say stuff in such a way that it won't offend neither the gamers nor the stocks. If you're going to try to be so politically correct, then why can't you figure out a way to talk that makes it so everybody's happy, eh? Why do you got to piss off one group of people just to make someone else, like, if you guys think you're able to be so politically correct that you have to alienate one group to make someone else happy, are you just picking and choosing when to be a good person? I'm being stupid right now, probably. Talking about things I don't fully understand.
Isn't circling the drain because of one of these things. It's circling the drain because of all of these things. At the same time. You've got another reason, the size of the company? Oh, you're right. Company size, what's the word for it? Not implies. Necessitates. Necessitates, anti-player decisions. Yeah, there we go. Jesus, the spelling? My mom would take me to Chuck E. Cheese anytime that I got an A on a spelling test. We never went to Chuck E. Cheese. So anyway, yeah. That's about it. And that's the reason. And to be fair, we did. It just wasn't because of that. But, yeah. Have you gone when you're an adult? I have not been to Chuck E. Cheese since I was like 13 years old. I feel like one of the best, like, one of the reasons to have kids is so you have an excuse to go to Chuck E. Cheese again. I'll be honest. Yeah. Like, that would be probably at least maybe top 3, if not top 5. Yeah, let's be real. So anyway, have great pizza? Yeah, my mom used to love the pizza there. Anyway, so these are the reasons why Ubisoft is circling the drain and why it's bad. And I think this is just going to keep getting worse. The reason why it's going to keep getting worse is that a lot of this is what I think happens. I think that companies start bringing in a bunch of employees that do not actually contribute to the quality of the product that the end user consumes. And these employees instead feed the machine of the company. And in the process of doing that, what ends up happening is that you end up with a bunch of people that are not product people. They're not building the quality of the product. They're not making the user experience better. They're just running the company, and they're running other people that are running the company, right? It's kind of a snowball effect where this happens. And like you saw, Elon Musk had this problem, and then he fired 80% of fucking Twitter, and I think Twitter works just about as fine as it used to. I'm sorry, but there's bots on every social media website. Don't tell me, oh, it has bots on it. There's bots on Facebook too, and Facebook didn't do what Elon Musk did. No,
Look at the timing on that
Twitter
one.
works just as fine as it did then. Steve Jobs' approach? Exactly. They call it optimization for a reason. Yes. That's not true. There's less moderation.
Oh, that was perfectly timed. Best viewers on VIP viewers. That's a bot. The timing on that, holy fuck. 2:07 p.m., 2:06 p.m. Oh my gosh. I wish shit like that was happening all the time. The timing on that, holy shit.
Well, who's to say moderation had any value in the first place? What if moderation was a bad thing? Has it ever occurred to you that maybe certain systems that you've put inside of your company or inside of your system, maybe they don't need to exist to begin with? There you go. And so, yeah, maybe that's the problem. Definitely Twitter is better because freedom of speech. Oh, I agree. I love Twitter. But anyway, by moderation, he meant censorship. That's absolutely correct. And so anyway, that's the big problem that I think a lot of companies have. Remember this?
Gen Z busted a mini. Gen Z busted
Yeah.
a mini. Itty bitty cheese and a bomb.
Why are we watching this?
5'3" and an attitude. 5'3" and
The
an
reason
attitude.
why I think a lot of people are mad about this is because that type of behavior is extremely indicative of a bunch of people that are invited and added into a company environment that probably in a lot of cases add no value and contribute nothing beneficial to the end product, and they just exist to continue to feed the machine of the corporation. That's, I think, one of the reasons why there was a lot of resentment about those people. HR women? Yeah, basically, right? I mean, not necessarily women, but all that stuff in general. Make it stop? Yeah, there we go. Personality hires and nobody likes the personalities? Yeah, there you go, right? Live service games are going out of fashion. They quickly become too expensive to keep online. This necessitates anti-consumer pay models. Fortnite hit its most recent player peak with 11 million online players at the same time. I don't agree with that. I think it's the fact that the game is bad. I bet if I interviewed right now, I don't really want to do that. This isn't an invitation. But I bet if I interviewed a person that had 500 hours on XDefiant, they could tell you exactly why the game is bad. So yeah, that's basically the reason why Ubisoft is dying. And I think that this, again, is the reason why you have these microtransactions. I think that a lot of the designers and the developers at Ubisoft don't want the microtransactions in the game. I think that if you look at the director, like if you ask the game director at Ubisoft off the record, do you think that the microtransactions made the game better or worse? He's going to say it made it worse. Absolutely. And I bet they might even say it publicly. But the fact is that they have to do it because they need to make the money because of the company size. There it is. South Korea's president be like, the risk I took was calculated, but man, I am bad at math.
The South Korean president declaring martial law in a late-night TV address. CNN's Mike Valerio joining us now from Seoul. Mike, I know the detail pretty sketchy at this point. What do we know?
Well, we have disturbing details that are just crossing the Reuters wire, Becky, as our colleagues and team of journalists are sorting through what this means. Reuters reporting at this hour that all media in South Korea are coming under the control.
I've already got a little bit of backstory On this, I feel like... What was it? He was trying to do a coup or something like that? Okay, if that tile can go there... It's 2 by 2. So, I think that that means that each tile has a spot that it goes. He's the only one that can fit there. That's the only one that can fit there. You can only fit there. So this guy can only fit at the bottom. Cool. That was easy.
Of martial law command in
That's crazy.
Yeah, martial law.
Yeah, where's
Not a coup.
Johnny Somali?
South Korea. What that means for us here at CNN, unclear. Our bureau
Somebody says President Yoon became Kim Jong-un. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, this guy's probably done.
is broadcasting from the heart of Seoul, South Korea.
Oh, God.
But protesters, according to information that is just coming into our bureau here, are being told by law enforcement that they can be arrested without any warrant in this new chapter of martial law that has begun
That's exciting.
just about an hour.
They just put you in jail for no reason.
So to bring our viewers up to speed, what exactly we're dealing with here, the president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, comes on TV in an unannounced address to the nation and says, Becky, because of what he described as elements of government that are, from his view, sympathetic to North Korea, to communist forces, because of those things and others, he is declaring martial law for the first time since this country has been ruled by military dictatorship in the 1980s. Now,
man, bro, he's bringing it back. So he just randomly comes up. He's like, guys, I got something for you. Hold up real quick.
We are trying to
my
sort
God.
through what this means for democracy in this bastion of democratic rule in East Asia.
Yeah.
I live about just a couple minutes away from where we're broadcasting from. There are police, Becky, who are on their phones, calling their captains, calling their colleagues, asking, what are they to do? What does this mean? What is going on in the building that I live in? And when you're just walking through the streets, there are people who are running to their families' homes to be with them, to figure out what to do to be close to loved ones in this moment that is unprecedented.
There's no way this isn't, look, this guy, anybody who ends up being like the prime minister or president or whatever of a country, they're not stupid. You might disagree with them and they might communicate like an idiot, but they're not stupid people. What's the end game here? Because I feel like this has to be a smokescreen for something. It does. It has to. There's got to be something else that's going on here. I don't know. There's got to be.
I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't
So
say it
many
out loud
of
a
our
while back.
memories. So Yoon Suk-yeol, the president.
Because, like, there was a YouTube comment saying, like, here's a list of all of the South Korea leadership people. And it was like, here's what this guy did. Oh, he killed himself. Oh, this guy overthrown. Or, oh, there's just so much that those guys went through. And it's like, okay, well, it sounds to me like it's another point on the list. Where, like, I swear that it said, like, the last one that had a big issue where something bad happened to the guy was in 2016. So they were implying by that comment that his martial law that he's trying to pull off was a last-ditch effort on his part to cover up or maybe prevent himself from having power destroy his own life. So you could say this was a act of self-preservation. Now, honestly, I think there's probably more to the story that I'm going to learn soon, because honestly, I don't know anything. So probably I should just keep on watching, see where this goes.
President of South Korea did not lay out what specifically he wants to do with these martial law provisions. We're waiting for some sort
Whatever
of
he
text
wants.
that outlines
Just do whatever he wants to do.
Powers he says he will have.
Yeah.
But from the information that is trickling out, the leader of the Democratic opposition party, Lee Jae-myung, is saying, there's no way this can fly. In paraphrasing what he's saying, as we're taking in all this information back.
Yeah, I would assume
this is
that.
an illegal move, Lee Jae-myung, the opposition leader, says, and this has to be canceled. So lawmakers are streaming to Parliament, but we are also seeing reports of activity at Parliament being declared illegal as well.
That's good.
Because
You can put
of
the people that don't, the other politicians disagree with you, put them in jail. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's probably, like, I mean, that's smart, right? I mean, because that way you don't have to deal with it.
martial law regulations that apparently
Don't
have
agree with me
come
equals
into
jail.
effect.
Yeah, exactly.
So to say that this is unsettling would absolutely be the understatement of the evening here at 11:42 p.m. local time on a Tuesday night. There are whole multitudes of people across the city who are stunned and are trying to figure out how an unpopular president made this move and what is going to happen next.
That's insane.
And what this means for democracy here in South Korea, Becky.
Okay, there's got to be a logical way. Am I making a mistake already? Alright, so Tile goes over there flat. So 2 over this way, he can roll his way up there, and I can probably navigate him around to get a solution. Probably. So really the goal is just get him up there. So 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. I can't do that. Not right now. Oh, if that blocked. Alright, so 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So ideally, that was something I wanted. So 2, 1, 2, 1. So over here like this. Simple enough.
Stand by. I'm going to let you go just for the moment because I'm sure.
Well, it's not going to mean
spend
shit.
your time
Like, I mean, everybody thinks this guy's just a fucking idiot. Everybody voted against him. This shit's going to get overruled in, like, probably a few hours, and then everything's probably going to go back to normal. Like, that's probably what's going to happen, right? I mean, let's be honest. It already did. Yeah. So, I mean, fuck.
Wisely bringing in more information to CNN. Thank you for the time being. I want to bring in Kenneth Choi, the international editor for the Korean newspaper, the Chosun Ilbo. It's good to have you. How do you assess what is going on and why?
What the fuck?
Well, actually, a lot of people are dismayed. I've been in close communication with a lot of people, journalists and friends in political circle. Actually, everybody's flabbergasted. Don't know what's going on right now. You understand why the president made his call the way he did it, but it's absolutely stunning. You know, it seems like he hasn't informed a lot of people, even inside his circle. So there's a lot of confusion going on. I mean, the opposition party has filed, like, yeah, go ahead.
That's nuts.
Yeah, sorry, let me just be quite clear. You said you understand why the president did this, made this decision.
Why do you do it?
Can you explain what that is? Why specifically do you believe that he has declared martial law, and who are these sort of communist elements that
Can women vote in Korea?
You're not going to go with that, are you?
Yeah, okay.
is talking about wanting to purge.
Well, he is frustrated because the opposition party, which controls
Who
about
said
like
I hope
almost
not?
2/3 in the parliament, has impeached like 18 of his cabinet ministers level, impeached the
Okay.
prosecutor general, so they are impeaching everybody, and then the opposition party cut down like almost $4 billion in the budget.
Yeah.
Government budget. So he believed that the opposition party is trying to shut his government down, and he believed that
Alright, I need to think for a moment. So the very last tile that I'm going to occupy is over here. Guaranteed. Because it has to roll over every tile. So working backwards from there, we're over here, either left or right, 50-50 shot. Here's what I think it's going to start with. It's going to be like that. Yeah.
or the leftist element from the North Korean agents, or whatever, has penetrated into this movement.
What a
and
surprise.
They are, sort of inciting all these instability. I'm not sure whether this is deemed necessary to have a martial law. That's a secondary question, but when I said I understand
Isn't
why
this
he
the
did it,
incel president?
because he's
I
frustrated.
don't know.
I'm not sure whether that's justified. Because
I'll just
even
have to
his,
guess and try and
the
work
president
around
of the
until
ruling
I get
party
the answer.
that he will try to stop this. So right now there's a lot of confusion going on.
That's insane.
The martial law committee chair, I guess, whoever it is, has declared that no political activities allowed from now on.
Just no more. That's a good idea. Yeah, just no more. There'd be a lot of people in my stream that would be happy about that. Yeah, we're done with politics. Like, yeah, we already listen. Everything's fine. Let's just move on. We got other things to think about. Yeah.
I think, as you said, the very essence of our democracy is probably come to a halt. I don't know whether it's a price we should pay. So a lot of people right now, it's in the middle of the midnight, so people are confused, still watching what's being sort of played out.
Yeah.
And actually, there's a lot of legal aspects into this that needs to be taken care of. First, the president declared martial law, but the parliament can override this.
Yeah, of course.
And if the parliament requests, with a simple majority, request to,
and so they did. So there was a simple majority. The simple majority was every single person in the entire parliament, and there was not a single person outside of this voted against it. It was 190 to 0. Yeah, like this guy's having he's having a really bad day. Oh, they have 300 members? Oh, okay.
The martial law back into the cabinet, then he has to follow through.
Well,
but
still
the
a simple
question is,
majority.
will he, or does he bind to follow through, or does he just continue to declare martial law? It still remains to be seen. So a lot of people are very, very confused at this time of hour.
Wow.
You say a lot of people are confused.
Yeah, like
it is
what the?
obviously
Yeah,
very late
I
at
feel like
night.
this came out of nowhere. I never heard anything about this. Like, it's not like I keep up with Korea's politics, but I mean, I had no idea anything like this was even like theoretically going to happen.
This announcement was made on live television at 10:30 at night. Can you explain why you believe that the president might have made this decision to go live with this so late in the evening?
Everybody's asleep.
Why not wait until tomorrow?
He can take over overnight.
Is there any understanding as to whether he thought, leaving this until the morning would have been a risk?
Well, I'm using comments as reference. I'm not saying these are my own ideas, but these are what people were saying. People were saying that the last time that a martial law was done was, I think they were saying in the 80s. Don't quote me on that as being correct, because it's probably not. It's been a couple hours, maybe like 4 hours. or 3 hours since I last read that comment. And they were saying that the reason why that coup went down the way that it did compared to this time, or not coup, martial law, was because there was no internet back then. And so they were saying that this martial law that happened now went down the way it did because there is internet, there is an open conversation amongst people in society, and so forth. And so my opinion, and what I'm seeing from their conversation about it being nighttime and so forth, is that it sounds to me like the martial law thing is something where if you want to manipulate the result into your own benefit, you try to take as many voices out of the conversation as you can. That's what it sounds like they're trying to say that is went down. Now, I don't even know what a martial law does, even though they probably described it at the very beginning of the video. So I feel like I'm not really quick on the uptake. I'd probably have to watch this video 3 times to fully grasp everything that they're saying, because you're gonna pick tiny little details out as you go along, and you're gonna be like, okay, I think I grasped this, but I didn't grasp everything. And so you might watch it again, you'll be like, okay, I already grasped this information, so I don't need to fully tune into that. But there are other details that you could pick up from if you were to watch it a second time. Like, I could do if I wanted to, I could do a Google search right now and be like, okay, Google, what is a martial law? And I thought they were saying something. Don't you fucking dare Google. No. My phone was about to... Oh man, wow. I could ask the question on the internet, and I could get the answer, but I'm going to be honest. My opinion on this is that they're vague on purpose. The idea is to make it hard to understand so that the common man does not fully grasp the situation or the gravity of the situation. This one looks like a difficult puzzle. It's kind of, it reminds me of like what CoffeeZilla says with regards to Ponzi schemes, where he says that if you're having to listen to what the Ponzi logic is, that a Ponzi scheme is trying to explain to you, and how they're trying to trick you into their service. If it sounds really complex, it's probably because it really is a Ponzi scheme. They're trying to convince you it's not a Ponzi scheme, but it is. The same way that, so that's basically how they justify their position with their job, is they try to make it extremely complicated. The purpose of why you have all these politicians and so forth, you try to make it sound like their job is really complex. Platinum, good job.
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I don't know why he chose this time of the day to declare martial law. To me, and a lot of people that I talk to, think that I'm not sure whether he has thought through this whole procedure at this moment.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a miscalculation. I mean, I just can't believe that.
I'm not bad at math.
I can't believe that. This is something that even a high schooler would know. This is probably not a good idea, right? So whenever I see somebody doing something that doesn't make sense, and I don't think that the person is stupid, I always think that there's something else that's going on that I'm not aware of. You know what I mean?
You know, the police are in confusion. The military is not mobilized at all.
Protecting his wife? Yeah, something like that, right?
Out the window.
I easily see that.
The traffic is still going on without any, problems. So, and then, the martial law committee just declared that no political, association is allowed. but that's just the world. You know, there's no.
No, they went hard on COVID. I remember because there was this one this Korean girl that I would talk to all the time, and I asked her like what it was like in COVID, and they said that they would go and what do you call it? Like they would be able to like watch your phone, and they would send you notifications on your phone that you had to respond to like geolocate you. Now, this girl was a loser. She was a super loser. And she didn't do anything. Like, she sits in her house all day. So, like, this literally did not affect her at all. But, like, she was telling me about it. Yeah, they did some crazy stuff.
Geolocating people?
By the military or police. So, you know, it's really a puzzling thing. I don't know why he chose this time of the night. I mean,
that's not going to be
declaring
cool.
martial law and putting everybody, you know, on their toes. So it's a good question.
That's nuts. Holy shit. What is this? Oh my god.
Okay.
How can the Associated Press not get that? How can y'all not get this right? There's one speaker
Probably
and there's
could
another
get
speaker.
Platinum. I imagine it's 7 seconds to get platinum. There, nope. So I guess you have to get 650 to get platinum. Alright, how about this? Alright, that was bad. This is a good attempt though, also. Alright. That turn was bad. Come on, buddy. You can do this. Nope. Tried. Okay. How about this instead? Or we go like this, wider. Bad, 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 bad. Okay, that's not working. Routing is huge. There you go. Alright. More politics.
How can you not figure this out?
Let's go back a little bit.
What is this? Oh my god. How can the Associated Press not get that? How can y'all not get this right? There's one speaker and there's another speaker. How can you not figure this out? How can you not do this? It's so easy. Okay, give me a minute. I'll just change. It's fine. It's real hard, right? Damn, bro, they should pay me. Yeah. So everybody's protesting and shit too? You think all this happened because Johnny Somali? Well, we don't know that that's not the reason. So there's a good possibility it could have something to do with it.
The president announced this martial law very late. It's in the middle of the night over there in South Korea right now. The intent to quash dissent, but the images we're seeing coming out of South Korea is not that. You are seeing an escalatory, tense situation there outside of the government building. I want to go to Mike Valeria to bring us there on the scene with what is unfolding, Mike.
Well, how we now have this ban or this declaration of martial law.
Do you think maybe troops in North Korea and Russia or something what triggered him to declare martial law? He's afraid to lose power. I don't think anybody really knows. Like, you can, in my opinion, I bet this is probably a smoke screen for something that he's trying to do. that he probably shouldn't be doing. That's what I assume, because that's the only thing that would make sense to me as like a logical person.
That has been overturned by Parliament. Will Ripley,
This
our
one's
colleague
difficult.
in Taipei.
I need to think. I feel like he has to come in there with those two there, but that doesn't really get him into position the way that he needs to be. I might be wrong about that. Two there, four there. So ideally you have that. So regardless of which way you have it, because you have two there, then you can have two there, and then it becomes a four there or a four there. So then you need to have two there. You can't get two there from there. And you can't get two there from there. So I feel like the way, but this guy also has to be able to get into there. Huh. Tough one. He can't block the way, could he? So if you go over tile, you can't go back over it. I really don't feel like this is the way. Some concept I'm not grasping. Not enough space for me to really understand what I'm doing wrong. What other way is there to solve this? Am I supposed to just... I felt like I was going in a circle over there. I didn't feel like it was actually changing things. And I swear I looked at this earlier. Difficult. the only tile that matters is this guy. And I swear the only way, because this smaller tile has to go 2, 1, 2, and then get himself up there and figure out how he's going to get to where he's got to go. Very difficult. What if it's possible for a solution where you don't have to have all of those spots occupied by it? No. I don't know what I'm doing. This one's tough. Oh. Oh. I think I got it. I just need to get things to line up the way I want them to. This guy, he can get in there with just a single tile. So 2, 2, 2. Now it's just a question of how do I get him into that shape. Maybe this guy's in my way a little bit. Okay. Wow. You know, I'm not really feeling this North Korea stuff. Vision Pro, doesn't matter. Oh, this will be fun.
Presidential promise to put the law before family.
I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Letting the world know that he will not wipe away the decision of 12 of his son's peers.
Was asked directly, and he has said he wouldn't pardon his son if he gets convicted.
Let's wait to see what happens if he loses.
Yeah, but I mean...
Here's what I think. I think that he said that under the context of him wanting to get elected again. Probably. That's probably when he said it. And so you're going to say the thing that people want to hear so that way you get reelected. And I guess that he's in a situation where he's got nothing to lose. So, of course, he's going to do the thing now that he's got nothing to lose. If he had gotten elected, he'd probably still do it anyways. But the thing is just that it's just a timing thing. It would be like, he has to say the thing that you want to hear up until the time that you don't have the power over him anymore. You lost the power. The election was over. Yeah, so basically that's what my opinion is, just that the looming election at the time, but I don't fully grasp everything about this. Like, I don't understand one thing in particular, and that is the question of, okay, so when Kamala took over for running for president, when she took over, was he not able to pardon him at that stage of the game? I don't fully understand that. So this will be interesting. They got a 14-minute video. Maybe they'll explain why he couldn't pardon him a week ago. Maybe.
Absolutely fucking based. He was so right, because he knew, he's like, what are you talking about this bullshit for? What do you mean? That was a lie. Yeah, that was good.
Happens if he loses.
Yeah, but I mean, but he said it.
He's going to get pardoned by...
He said it. What a stupid ass. But you said. Oh my God. How you be that dumb?
His dad, there's no question about that.
The president has ruled out pardoning his son.
Major commitment from the president, accepting the outcome of the trial and also pledging not to pardon his son.
So the challenge for him is really to continue to live up to his values when it was really personal, and he did that today.
It seems like a pretty...
Well,
So was the trial finished today? Is that what's going on? Was the trial just finished? I'm not gonna go searching up other stuff.
That today didn't do it today, right now, but that's okay.
Normal, straightforward answer, but it takes new weight when we see what Trump is saying about the outcome of his trial. We're hearing from other Republicans who say they don't accept the jury's verdict here in New York.
The contrast is profound. To sit there and say, well, I'm not going to intervene in the legal process, and I wouldn't pardon my son. One side, Democrats and Joe Biden protecting the justice system. And on the other...
They gotta stop with this moral high ground shit. It's really so sad. Just stop with this moral high ground shit. Just say, listen, bro, of course I don't know why Biden can't just come out and be like, bro, it's my son. Of course I'm gonna, yeah. I mean, yeah. No, is it rigged? Yeah, no, it's totally rigged. No, for sure. But, you know, like, I mean, if it's rigged in my favor, we're gonna use it. Of course. Yeah, ABC, right? Always be cheating. And so, of course that's what's gonna happen. Yeah, should they get rid of presidential pardons? I don't know. Maybe
I think
not.
they should.
Republicans and Trump protecting Trump.
A current
Get rid of
president
it.
of the United States has so much respect for the law that he has said he would not pardon his son.
That's crazy, wow.
I mean, what, you know, again, it's all about the contrast.
President Biden saying, I will respect whatever this jury decides,
That's
versus
right.
Donald Trump after he was convicted on 34 counts, saying the entire system is rigged against him.
Their latest attack has been that Joe Biden has politicized and weaponized the DOJ, right? That was the whole argument around Donald Trump's conviction. And this week, of course, Hunter Biden was found guilty, and Joe Biden has very clearly said he would not pardon his son, he would not commute his sentence. How stark is this difference? I mean, how can Republicans keep making this argument now that Joe Biden has really put it out there? Where's Hunter? And he stood there in a courtroom, flanked by his family, and he's accepted his sentence.
He's not pardoning his son, which he could do. These are federal charges. He is not doing that. He is not doing it because he is living what it means to have a rule of law in this country. And it is I mean, if you want to know if he believes it, you could actually...
And here's the thing, right? Like, I don't fault Biden for this at all. I don't even fault Hunter Biden. Yeah, he's playing Grand Theft Auto in real life. I mean, I could see how, like, I mean, the dude had, like, his brother died of fucking brain cancer. His dad's had, like, a bunch of problems. And then, like, grew up probably, like, always a loser compared to his brother. His mom died. Like, I can get how the guy's fucked up, right? You can easily get how that is. So I don't even blame him. But this guy's got no fucking excuse to be saying this. He got no excuse for this. It justifies every crime? Well, it's not justified, but I can see why you do it, right? Of course he shouldn't do that. Of course it's bad. Of course he should go to jail.
See what is happening with his own son.
The president, Anderson, has been really clear that he is going to accept the outcome of the trial no matter what happens.
Yeah. So Joe Biden's gotten asked about, talking about law and order. He's gotten asked if he would pardon his son. He has said no. On the other side, you've got Donald Trump, who has said that he will pardon the January 6th insurrectionists. They're not even his sons. They're just sons of bitches.
Washington said, I am not running again, because he understood the self-restraint was absolutely essential to this country, so you don't have a king. He did not pardon his son. He did not order the Department of Justice to say, don't prosecute my son.
It wouldn't have been politically advantageous at the time. If he had done that, it would have ruined his chances of winning again. Because people would have thought it was a scam. But now that he lost, it's like the jig's up. Yeah, it is a scam. Oops! See ya! Yeah, that's the reason why.
Impressive.
Could have ordered the Justice Department to halt the prosecution of Hunter Biden, according to this court. Everyone understands he's a decent man.
I think Joe Biden has a chance here to stand up for the rule of law, to say the law is the law, no matter who it is, no matter
if I guess he sat down. So I could, like, I want y'all to know this is a 9-minute video. I can't watch 9 minutes of this bullshit because we already seen it enough. And honestly, guys, I feel like, listen, this is kind of a good thing for Hunter Biden. This means Hunter Biden can still run for president. Oh, here we go. We'll watch a video on this. This will be funny. Okay.
President Biden is expected to pardon his son, Hunter Biden. The president's son was convicted on all 3 felony charges in June related to the purchase of a revolver in 2018 when prosecutors argued Hunter lied on a mandatory gun purchase form by saying he was not illegally using or addicted to drugs.
I love how that's the problem. It's like this dude records himself playing Grand Theft Auto in real life for years, and they try to get him about, like, lying, saying that he bought a gun. It's like, of all the things, you're going to go with that? I don't know.
According to NBC News, the president made the decision this weekend. Molly, Fast and Furious, what do you make of this new news?
I just heard it. I have to process it. I don't have a take. I'm sorry.
Anyone, Michelle,
What do you mean you don't want to have a take? She doesn't want to say the wrong thing before hearing what people want her to say.
Presidential power.
Why did you get invited? Like, why did you take the call if you don't? I'm just here for no reason. Do you have any opinions? No. Do you have any comments? No. Hi.
Action on President Biden pardoning his son.
I mean, look, I don't think that Democrats can uphold all of these norms single-handedly. Hunter Biden was prosecuted for a crime that kind of a normal person who had committed the same crime would almost certainly not be prosecuted for, and Joe
If Hunter Biden was a low-income minority and he did what he did, Hunter Biden would be in jail. And everybody knows it. What are we talking about? You really think the guy that's made a documentary about smoking crack, fucking hookers, and driving all at the same time? You really think that... You think he wouldn't... Why is he not in jail? Oh, man. I wonder. Oh.
Biden bent over backwards not to intervene in order to show sort of how much of a respecter of norms he was, unlike Donald Trump.
No, that the only reason he did that was he was posturing for election. He was posturing for the election period. And now that the election is over, he's going to do it. Because he never actually gave a fuck about the rule of law in the first place. He never gave a fuck. He didn't care about that. Of course not. And so, yeah, not paying taxes. Yeah, why would he care? And so, of course he's going to do this for his son. Now, if Biden had won, you know what would have happened? He would have just delayed his son's case somehow, or had somebody delay it for 4 years, then pardoned him 4 years later. Nothing about this would have changed. Like, the functional outcome would have never changed.
But, we see kind of what that got him. And I certainly understand why, why he would not want to forfeit the future and life of his son to uphold a set of norms that are about to go up in smoke.
What do you think of this?
About to go up in smoke. So now it's like, okay. You trying to add in some bullshit to turn it around. Maybe that's why he wanted to lose the election. Well, he did a pretty good job at that. He did. And speaking of up in smoke, but anyway, I don't think it had anything to do with like I genuinely believe this. I don't think Trump would have prosecuted or pushed to prosecute Hunter Biden at all. I don't think he would have done it. He didn't do it with Hillary. He didn't do it with Bill Clinton. He didn't do it with anybody else.
Am I able to solve
he wouldn't need to. No.
With a 6x6 area? Let's take a look at this. So you got a 2x2 over here. So no matter which way you look at it, the same thing applies. Now that we're in a 6x6, you got 2 over here. So it either goes 2 to here or 2 to here. So you get a 4x4 or a 4x4, don't matter. Getting a 2x2 there, 2x2 there, you still get back into the same situation. So 4x4 here, 2x2 over here. Now I've got 2 different ways this can go, either 2x2 here or a 4x4 over here. The 4x4 goes, so I want to get a 2x2 lining up on the edge, or a 4x4 that's covering half of the area that I want. So a 4x4 covering half the area, or a 2x2 that is perpendicular to the center area. That's what I want to get for now. And I don't even know if that's possible with the shape that I'm working with. That's what I wanted, so I've got what I wanted. Okay.
No, he probably would have stopped it from happening even. I could easily see Trump doing that.
What's this?
Mary,
he probably would have. He didn't do it with Bill Clinton. He didn't do it with anybody else. Like, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't need to. No, he probably would have stopped it from happening even. I could easily see Trump doing that.
Mary,
remember the George Carlin quote? It's a big club and you're not in it. Trump's part of the club, and so is Biden. This guy's never going to jail in the first place. It's never going to happen.
The president had said that he would not seek a pardon for his son, and here we are using presidential power. Is this now kind of a blank check to the incoming administration to use whatever powers at its disposal for whatever things it wishes to achieve?
Well, it already did that. They already did that before. Like, Trump pardoned a bunch of rappers for bullshit, too. And people always do presidential pardons for bullshit. Yeah, Biden didn't invent this.
Well, as you know, the pardon power is absolute. It is one of those powers that is exclusively given to the president. And I do think, people will be asking Joe Biden what changed, because he did say pretty clearly.
He changed his mind. Oops, I changed I decided, you know, I was gonna do that, but I decided not to do it. Yeah, easy. Duh. He forgot, yeah.
He was not planning to pardon his son. I
would respect Biden so much if he just said, "Why did you do it?" He's like, "It's my son."
There's
yeah,
two
but he broke the
puzzles
law.
in
Like,
this
yeah,
area.
but he's my son. Like, I would totally respect that. Be like, yeah, for sure. I get it. Absolutely.
Are ending a Thanksgiving Day weekend, and I'm sure the family was all together, and I'm sure that caused him to think long and hard. But I will be interested to hear what he has to say about what changed. Michelle is right
That's what
that
his
the
statement
crimes
said, though?
that Hunter Biden was prosecuted for are things that would not ordinarily result in the types of prosecution we saw. And I don't think that issuing a pardon opens the floodgates to abuses of other types of power, because a pardon is part of that exclusive authority of the president. We know that the incoming president has already talked about various types of pardons. I'm hoping he will not engage in all of those that he has suggested, particularly with respect to the January 6th attackers, those who attacked the U.S. Capitol. But that all, of course, remains to be seen.
Yeah, he gonna do it. I could easily see him. I could easily see him let everybody go from January 6th. The 4 attackers. Look, here's my. I said this before with the January 6th shit. If you were one of the people that was breaking property and damaging property, and if you walked out of the Capitol building with anything that you didn't walk in with, you should go. You should be in jail. Straight up, no exceptions. There is no excuse for that. There's no reason for that. That's it. If you destroyed property. If you walked in, you saw everybody else walking in, you didn't fuck anything up, you just walked around, there's no evidence, you didn't steal anything, I don't really care that much, right? You should probably get in trouble a little bit for it, but I could see that being kind of
100%.
okay. But with the people that destroyed property, no. Absolutely not. Yep, absolutely fucking not. That's what I would say. Now, there is a big thing that happens today. Some actual
leaking drama. Okay, I've already seen this, but I think it'll be fun to watch all the same. So it's about Fextra Life.
Some real shit that happened with PoE.
I don't
know why this happened.
I was also
have
watching
no
some
idea.
Quinn videos prior, because I'm getting excited for Path of Exile too. And so Quinn also covered this story, and I think that Quinn comes up quite a bit, because I guess Quinn's really pushing a lot of Path of Exile 2 content out right now. And I guess Asmongold also likes Quinn a lot too. So, you got Quinn in this conversation, you got Asmongold. It's a fun game that's coming out, and unfortunately, Fextra Life, they do some things that they shouldn't be doing. But they do it, and everyone doesn't believe that they can do it unintentionally, and honestly, I don't believe that they did it unintentionally. I think they did it on purpose. I hope that when I play the game, that I don't go looking up guides and so forth, that I just, sit back, relax, and play the game. And I don't go metagaming and so forth. I just want to do whatever comes natural. That's what I want. So, Fextra makes a wiki for everything. Now, obviously, if there's a demand for information, then somebody's going to gather it up, and other people are going to go flocking towards the information. That's just the way things are. The issue is that prior to the game coming out, it's obvious that a company's going to be like, hey, we don't want you guys making any guides or anything. And so, when Fextra Life, the ones that do this all the time, they do it always, every single game, it's always Fextra Life. And you're just like, do you really think I'm gonna buy the idea that you guys are not doing this on purpose? That even though they probably told you not to do it, you did it anyways? Because it's in your own best interest to do it?
But basically, F Extra Life. F Extra Life is very well known for basically like doing like being at the top of a. Well, let's just try it right now. How to fight depression. Okay, let's see. How to. Well, I'm trying to think.
Oh no.
How to find Moonlight. Great Sword, Dark Souls. So, the first one that comes up, is this F Extra Life? It's not. It seems like their SEO has actually gone down a bit. Yeah, it actually does. It seems like it's gone down. Fandom base. Yeah, it's actually not. Because, like, for the longest time, anytime that you would search for anything on the internet that had to do with it.
Well, the real issue over there is he's doing Dark Souls 1. Extra Life didn't really cut into the scene of Dark Souls until DS2. So, the best wiki for Dark Souls 1 was, he said the fandom, it probably was the fandom, I can't remember, I thought it was like Wikidot or something. Dark Souls 1's Wikidot, I think was what it was called, was the best quality for a Dark Souls wiki back when you were playing Dark Souls 1, and I think that also applies for DS, for Demon Souls. Demon Souls, it wasn't until Dark Souls 2 that Extra Life cut into the scene of making Wikipedias for the Souls series. So him asking a question about Dark Souls 1, I'm sorry, but Asmongold wasn't there back then. So him ask, now I'm not saying that he's making a horrible mistake, but I just mean like, he wasn't around back then. So he doesn't immediately know what the outcome is going to be. Now obviously the outcome was different than he was expecting. He was expecting Extra Life to be at the top, but the thing is, Extra Life wasn't at the top of their game back then. In fact, they weren't even in the game at all back then. So they lost in Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls because they weren't playing the game as hard back then. So they haven't established a foothold from the very start. Whereas, like our example right now, Path of Exile 2. The game is about to come out. They're already playing the game. They're already making the wiki. They're here from day one. They're here to stay. They're going to stay at the top or something close to that because they're here day one.
The video game, F Extra Life would pop up. It seems like that's not the case as much anymore. So anyway, what happened was that F Extra Life released a video of PoE 2 ahead of the embargo. So for some of you guys that don't understand this, because it's complicated, right? An embargo is effectively where you're not supposed to show the game to anybody else, but you can play it ahead of time. Now, oftentimes reviewers and traditional media websites, including content creators, get review copies ahead of time, so by the time the game comes out, they can give the game a review and best inform their users, right? That's the reason why review copies exist. It's so, review copies exist to be in benefit of the customer ultimately, right? And so there is an embargo date where you're not allowed to post anything from the video, from the game, I mean, until this date happens. And then even when that date happens, you're also encouraged not to post spoilers or anything that's like a really big reveal in the game. And I think this happened with Elden Ring. I remember like VaatiVidya, like whenever his embargo lifted, it's not like he went and explained the entire story the day before the game came out, right? So this is a very common thing. I just want to make sure everybody understands that before we go any further. That's how it is, but you can compare. Yeah, exactly. So, they released a video, F Extra Life released a video ahead of time, and that video was a mistake. They should not have done that. So, PoE actually made an official statement about this. We've seen some speculation that some people might already have access to the early access version of PoE 2. That's true. They probably do, but it's not the same early access version. To clarify, it's probably a completely separate server. some traditional games media have been given access to a review version of the game. Part of that stipulation that media were given is that this is for review purposes only. This is a very important component. Keep this in mind. They may share their opinions of the game, but are not allowed to produce guide-style content from this version that would spoil the discovery of the game or post unedited playthroughs. They are not playing on the same servers as the early access version. Yeah, they're playing on a private server. None of their progress is kept in. All the content they produce is embargoed until the early access release of the 6th, so no content is supposed to be posted until then. Right. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication with FXtraLife that resulted in a video being posted early. This was a mistake on our end, and this is no way on FXtraLife. On release day, we want players to be able to make a more informed choice about if they would buy a key, and we believe that allowing traditional games media access should be allowed to accomplish this without spoiling the game. In my opinion, the only problem with this that I have is that it provides authority to traditional games media, which I don't think they deserve or need. I don't think that there's anything that is more authentic or trustworthy with a video game website like Kotaku, IGN, or FXtraLife that like something like Force Gaming or Mortismal Gaming or SkillUp don't provide, and in my opinion, better. So this weird thing where it's like there's like this kind of like residual authority that these companies have, I think is ridiculous. They should not have any residual authority because they do not produce anything that's unique, right? FXtraLife kept making guides on their website after this very post. Right, and so we're going to get to that. So a lot of people have taken this as an opportunity to completely shit on FXtraLife.
They deserve it.
Quinn69. FXtraLife is not traditional games media. It's a wiki that serves to line the pockets of one of the most disingenuous and unethical individuals in the space. There's some context to this that people might need to know. FXtraLife, I'm going to pull up their YouTube channel. So they used to run...
All right, 1 second, buddy. What do I want? Okay, so I've got 8 by 5, so 40 tiles in total. Got one over here. I feel like these guys are going to be grouped up together. It's possible for this 5 to be isolated from that, though. Possible. This 5, if he was to go there, you'd still have one black there. So, at worst, you have 8 different ones that are connected. 1, 2, 3, 4 blacks. So I got that. So I got 20 blacks going on already. That's great. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would make sense. Yeah, so these guys do need to be connected together. Those two need to be connected together. That seems to make sense to me. Is there an alternative way? What if I did this? Something insane like that. If I put this here, then you get 1 there. You'd have to have this guy all separated by himself, and this guy separated by himself, and you have those, and you get 25 in total. Unacceptable. Not happening. These two cannot be connected together because it would overload. So you have a white to go here. A white cannot go here. So you have, because if you have a white here, then you have 2 blacks, which would... Well, why not? Actually, that's not a problem. If a white went there, there'd be no issue. If a white went here. Okay, so you'd have, okay, yeah, because this guy has to go black, 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 white, black, black, black.
a channel here, and they would stream 46K viewers, no followers, nothing, and within like from 0 minutes to 9 minutes in, they went from 0 to 45,000. That's more than Kai gets when he's announcing that he's going to have Kevin Hart on stream. Do you really think that this happened for Alan Wake too? Abso-fucking-lutely not. They were view-botting. And they weren't view-botting, they were effectively view-botting by embedding their stream into their website and then allowing themselves to place higher on the directory. Now, here's what makes it even worse. Not only did they do that, but they also, I'm not sure if I can really show this right now, it might not be here, but they also took advantage of companies that were promoting them. So companies would pay these people for advertising, and then obviously the company wouldn't make its money back because there's no real viewers there. So everybody was, like, the companies were getting scammed, other streamers were getting scammed, because, like, so directory placement, and this is something else on Twitch, and this is, like, I'm sorry that I'm, like, kind of taking such a long time to explain everything, but I like to do things as comprehensively as I can. So if I look at the PoE directory, where's PoE? There it is. So this guy right here, let's look at this guy, Hen IP. He is at a disadvantage right now because when you open up the web page of this place, you do not see his stream up at the top. So discovery on this platform on Twitch is completely based off of existing discovery. So basically, if you're popular, you will get more popular. If you're less popular, you will continue to become less popular, right? That's really what it is. Top heavy, yes, exactly. It's a top heavy website, not just on the ASMR section either. It's the entire thing. And so by FXtraLife maintaining a top position on the website, they were effectively pushing somebody legitimate off of the platform. And not only were they doing that, but they were taking advertisements, probably using their viewership that was completely artificial, and then scamming companies at the same time. This has been a big problem for a long time, and Twitch actually started doing something about it, and Dan Clancy and Twitch recently made a rule to where you can't do this anymore. And because of that rule, FXtraLife pretty much stopped streaming. This was their I guess this is one of their most recent streams. I don't know if this one was embedded as well. Yeah, it was probably also embedded. As you can see, 2 from 12 minutes. It goes from 4,400 to 4,000. So FXtraLife has regularly done this, but whenever the change came in, they got nerfed, and so they had to quit because they had no real viewership. Nobody actually watched them. The entire channel was a scam channel to farm ads and to disenfranchise and, in my opinion, defraud.
So the issue with this whole thing, if there's anybody actually listening to me right now, and he might go over it eventually, I'm pretty sure he does because I've seen the video before, is that the advertisers throw money into Twitch, and that money gets trickled a little bit into the creator space. So by them botting, by them faking viewers, by them scamming the advertisers, that money that could be going to actual creators is being siphoned away into this stream where no one is actually watching advertisements. So the issue is just that the advertiser paid for a service, and so they deserve to have their content shown to an audience because they paid for the advertising to be put onto Twitch. But when these guys put their fake streams up, what ends up happening is you get it so that nobody actually sees the advertisement that was paid for, but it's still paid for. And so the advertisers will probably pull off of Twitch because they're like, well, we're not getting our money's worth out of you guys. And so a creator like Asmongold, or just any Joe Schmo that's on Twitch, would be making less money from Twitch because of this botting That's why it matters, is that the people that use the website, that actually use the website to earn a living, they're the ones that suffer, as well as the advertisers. Everyone suffers, except for I would say even the viewers suffer, although they wouldn't be aware of the concept. The viewer suffers because the content creator is going to probably suffer, and the viewer will suffer from the content creator. The content creator might move to a different platform. The content creator might quit and give up because they're not making any money. If the content creator quits because they don't make any money, and the viewer is like, well, fuck, I really wanted to support you guys, but you're gone, well, the viewer suffered. So everyone loses because of Extra Life. So it's not just the content creators are the ones that see the whole thing. It's like they're the chain that links everything together, and so they're the one that gets to speak to everyone, so they're the most vocal about it. The viewer, he's not directly connected to it, but if they were a little bit more educated, they'd fully understand the concept that they're getting screwed over too.
You know, advertisers, people that were like sponsoring them. So anyway, and so a lot of streamers have a lot of residual resentment for them because, again, these people are inserting themselves into the streamer space, effectively using a game exploit to be at the top of directory and then negatively affecting everybody else because of what I was saying, right? So I apologize if it took a while for me to explain that, but I just want you to understand that is the reason why people do not like F Extra Life. A lot of streamers do not like them. I called this out a lot. Twitch fixed it. W Twitch. F Extra Life is a blight on the gaming community. That's awesome. Appreciate the transparency. Quick response. Never conclude early. Thank you for being transparent. More companies need to do this. Thank you for the clarification, but he's already putting up skeletons of guides on his website. So this is what's also extremely interesting about this. F Extra Life was making guides, but they are not allowed to produce guide-style content from this version that would spoil the discovery of the game or post unedited playthroughs. Well, guess what happened? Did you guys guess it? They did that. So let's take a look. And where are we here? I want to go ahead and pull it up. They did it. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? Let me see, because I looked at this with some of my moderators earlier. I think I might have to go ahead and I might have to find the page myself. Give me a sec. Where the fuck did it go? Okay, are any of my mods in chat? Can you guys link me the photo? If not, I can get it off of Discord. It'll just take me a minute. It's right in front of you. No. We have more. We have more than this. I've already seen it. Their site got raided and fucked now? No. We already have, like, because I looked at this with my mods this morning. Okay. So as you can see here, this is the part that's I don't think this is public. This is from a cached version of their website. So their website got hacked recently, and so you can't go to their website and get the accurate indication. However, if you look at the version of the website that's available, and you can do this pretty easily, right? My mods were able to do this. You can see that it is a Path of Exile 2 Act 1 walkthrough. After selecting your class, your character will jump to the water. Select the movement type you want to use. Note that you can try both things because you can. You'll have a starting weapon at your side. Equip it to grab it. There's a skill for you to be found. Equip it and try to advance further. I think this sounds a lot like a guide, guys. What do you think? Does this sound like a guide? It sure does. And so it says walkthrough on it, right? It's just a compass, exactly. And so this is why I wanted to show it. It's because even if F Extra Life was not at fault for the upload early outside of the embargo, they are still at fault for actively going against what Path of Exile asked them to do. because this again is a statement by PoE themselves. They may share their opinions of the game, but are not allowed to produce guide-style content from this version. They literally said guide on the cached website. They did. But was that posted? Yeah, I would assume it is, because nobody else has posted anything about it. PoE is defending them, which is weird. No, they're not defending them. So there are two things that happened. So the first thing that happened is the fact that the game, the video of the game was uploaded ahead of time. Path of Exile takes accountability, and they said, we made this mistake. Oops, we fucked up. Right? It was a miscommunication, and it was on our end. Sorry about that. It's not their fault.
Mistake.
This is a separate problem that PoE probably didn't know about. You see what I'm saying? And so because of the first problem, now everybody's talking about it. And I understand it's complicated, but that's basically what's going on. Give me 1 second. PoE, oops, let's see here. Is anybody else looking for this? FX Drive posted a walkthrough of the game. Typical awful quality, but it contains a number of boss names, including major surprises. Yep, exactly. And this is what happens. Yeah, so there already, the PoE2 wiki exists. Yeah, for sure it does. New player trying out PoE as well. GGG official statement on it.
2 more days.
So basically, surely FX Drive isn't going to use this review version of the game to create guide-style content. At this point, how does GGG not understand the guy that runs the website is a disingenuous parasite that will do anything to appear at the top of Google search? And so this is the walkthrough of PoE as well. Let's see if I can find the rest of these two. I want to elaborate, and this is Neversink. Now, Neversink is one of the he's pretty much the guy that has been the filter guy for PoE for as long as I can remember. I want to elaborate why I dislike the FX Drive situation and criticize it so sharply. It's not about the wiki. Let's compare PoE wiki versus Elden Ring wiki. Okay, so basically it's about a bunch of cross-promotion, I guess. FX Drive's Head Start allows them to prep data mine content, prepare SEO, and prepare content to launch a vastly worse version of the wiki in the hopes that the community will edit their wiki so that they will make ads, VIP, and YouTube and Twitch money. That's exactly right. I'm a content creator myself. Filterblade has some ads and a Patreon to keep the servers running and pay all costs. Well, here's the thing. Like, if you go to PoE Filter, right? Let's look at it right here. Does this seem obnoxious or annoying? I don't think so. I think this is incredible. Please consider supporting us by disabling your ad block. This is an extremely reasonable position. Seems fine to me. Absolutely it is. Totally fair. And I think everybody views it that way too. The FX Drive wikis are not really community managed. The community has limited access. As a PoE player, I want to be able to Google a unique and end up in a good wiki with up-to-date content. I don't trust FXtra to provide this level of quality. Well, let's compare it. Okay. I'm going to search for Arc. Vol Arc. What? Quick wikis at the top of their website? Okay, wikis. Oh my god, look at them all. Okay, Path of Exile 2 wiki. Okay, so I'm not going to click on that because I know people don't want to see spoilers. But I guess we can look at Monster Hunter Wilds. Actually, this is probably not even a good example either. But anyway, no spoilers. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. Don't worry about it. And I already showed that one image, and I think that's more than enough. I can't show it. I didn't know they didn't have a PoE 1 wiki. Anyway, if you look at the PoE, let's look at summon skeletons. Vol summon skeletons. Okay, so if we look at the PoE wiki right here, this is an incredibly useful tool because it shows you every level, how many skeletons you can get, the different items that it affects, and everything. Like, this website is incredibly well designed. This is a W website. Insanely fucking good website. So anyway, PoE website is really good. Yes, it is. And it has to be because of how complex the game is, right? And so, in depth, yes, it is. And so, people criticize F-Extra-Life because their website, in a lot of cases, sucks, right? And it's spammed with, like, self-advertisement and other stuff like that. The fandom wiki is not? Yeah. And are not really community managed. This is especially true in PoE, a game that receives updates every couple of months. Since their Elden Ring wiki is outdated, a single-player game with rare updates, I just don't trust them to deliver good content in a live service game. And so what you have here is you have F-Extra-Life trying to insert themselves into a growing new game and trying to monetize it as much as they possibly can. That's basically what's going on. They're trying to put themselves inside of this. F-Extra-Life asks, they give them a way of breaking NDA and cover their asses. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pissed. I think that a lot of people don't like this website, and
I spent a long
I think that
time
what's
on this
so their
island
job.
before. This will be annoying. This place was annoying because you have the hidden rings. If I'm going for 100% completion, I need to find all of them, and some of them are kind of well hidden. Find all 10 hidden rings, okay. One more archway and 5 more rings.
Well, it is F-Extra-Life's job to do that. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm understanding this. Are you, like, defending F-Extra-Life, or I just... Yeah, because I want to... But what's wrong with that, other than breaking NDA with PoE 2? Okay, let me explain. Okay, give me a minute. Sorry, I just have to get everything sorted out. No, he's not going to get banned. Why would he get banned? Anyway, do you see the problem when PoE literally says that they don't want people to produce guide-style content, and then they release guide-style content? Do you see how that's kind of an issue? Yeah, like, I mean, you see this? F-Extra-Life actually got hacked? Yeah, I know that, but we're not looking at that. What's wrong with breaking NDA? No, he didn't say that. He said other than breaking NDA. No, he's fine. I use their Elden Ring guide. Should I stop? If you find them useful, you should keep using them. It's that simple. Yeah, of course that's bad. Okay, so then you can... Yeah, right, okay. So anyway, that's why it's bad. From this version, yeah, it's important special version for journalists. Yeah, exactly. Made the account the day he followed you. Is he a band evader? Well, if he was, he's being pretty reasonable. So anyway, this is what's happening. And so a lot of people are really mad about this. In my opinion, I actually kind of wanted to defend F Extra Life. And I had a conversation this morning with like my moderation team. And I was like, I don't think that they're in the wrong. But then I read the post again, and then I saw them, like, people were linking me, like, the actual guides they had already published. No, I think F Extra Life was absolutely acting in bad faith here. They're absolutely acting in bad faith because they should have never put out guides if it was stated for them not to put out guides. And I think also what's even worse about this is that F Extra Life is actually using the statement made from PoE. Is this it? Yeah. Path of Exile 2 review update. The developer made a mistake when giving us an embargo and accidentally gave us the go-ahead for publishing a review earlier than others. They got in touch, apologized, and asked us to private the video a while longer so everyone else can publish at the same time. It's no big deal. We understand mistakes happen, so we did. We have broken no NDAs or embargoes. It was a mistake on their end. Read from their words. Nobody is censoring anyone. No NDAs or agreements have been broken. This is not important to the overall upcoming launch for such a fun and anticipated title. So, then why did you post the walkthrough? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There it is. And so, wholly intellectual dishonesty? Yeah. And literally takes no accountability. Well, they didn't take accountability because, to be fair, with the embargo, they did nothing wrong. That's the truth. They did nothing wrong, and so there's no reason for them to take accountability for that because PoE said that they made the mistake. But there are two things that happened. So what they're doing is they're saying that PoE said that both things were okay, or implying that both things that they did were okay, but PoE never said that the second thing was okay. So what they're doing is they're manipulating the narrative for people that don't understand it very well to paint it in a way that makes it look like it was PoE's mistake, and they're still publishing these guides. Read the last sentence. Please be nice to the devs. It wasn't malicious in any way, and we have nothing but good things to say about them. Yeah, well then just don't publish the guides. Just take the guides down, don't publish those because they said not to do that. It's really simple. Was the walkthrough actually live? It was accessible publicly. I am not sure that it was live because it was sent to me, but I know that it was accessible from a source that was outside of my own. And also the fact that other people were able to look at it on the PoE wiki or the PoE Reddit, it's already taken down. Yes. You can still access it live. Okay, there you go. Yep. There you go. It was more of a walkthrough. It was every passive node. Yep. This is a really, really, really good point. And I think Chen, I love people like this because they understand the English language. It doesn't matter if it was live. GGG said not to produce it. So that completely destroys the argument that, oh, well, they just weren't going to publish it yet. They said don't even make them. There you go. It's not too late anyway. If Extra Life gets to have the first mover advantage with regards to guide content now, it's going to bury actual good guide websites like Maxroll on day one. I highly doubt that's going to happen. Yeah, I do. I highly doubt it's going to happen. The first smart chatter this year. Maxroll, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think it's a much better website. Yeah. So, Jen's first smart chatter this year. Well, there's a lot of good chatters, right? There are. And it was definitely not a mistake. They wanted to get ahead of everyone by making only guides. Well, here's the problem, is that what is a good indicator of future performance? Past performance. F Extra Life has systematically and regularly over the years done things that were effectively putting out low quality content and doing things that were effectively like kind of scamming, like with the embedding with their stream. They've been doing that for years. And it's kind of sad because I actually think that F Extra Life in some ways has turned a new leaf. And with their YouTube channel, I think that they've made a number of actually pretty high quality videos recently. And they've done reviews of games, and I think that they're pretty good. So it's really sad for me to see this happen because I've watched a couple of their videos, and I think that they've been a pretty big improvement. So I don't know. I think that they should really... Trusting a viewbotter? Well, I don't necessarily trust them. I'm just saying that it's sad because I thought that they were moving past that and making good videos again. They still do all of their viewbot shit? They can't. You can just look it up on Twitch Tracker and you'd know that's not true. What if the person doesn't know which is the best website? That's the problem. The first one is going to be shown? Yeah, sure. F Extra Life wants to be the first search result by getting out there early. That's exactly right. That's what they're doing. They're trying to put themselves out there so they can claim the entire platform. So yeah. I think it's funny. I think it's really fucking funny. Early bird gets the worm? Yeah, I guess so. They just stream on their own site so they still get sponsors. I think that's totally fine if they want to stream on their own site. The problem was never that they were streaming. It was the fact that they were doing it on Twitch and they were doing it in a way that was disadvantageous to like legitimate content creators. If they want to do it on their website and get sponsors there, more power to them. So yeah, everybody in the PoE community hates F Extra Life. I really wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt here, but the fact that they published and they put out walkthroughs publicly of the game when PoE said explicitly not to even produce, not to mention publish, guide content for the game that would spoil the game, and they go through and systematically spoil every single element of the game, they were acting in bad faith, and I think that they're wrong. That's it. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. You like who's like.
Oh right, this drama. Probably not gonna get the 80% bonus because I went and paused for a moment. That's kind of bullshit. So I'm looking for a double tree. How about some islands in the background? I think I found the tree. This island is done. Now I can leave this island to find out what my next main story quest is. Over there. I honestly don't care about this one, so I might skip it. How about this one?
A couple of posts over the last half decade.
Avowed subreddit. Avowed subreddit labeled us as racist subreddit boys. Am I we a racist subreddit? Actually, you know what? If we're a racist subreddit, wouldn't they like us? Because the people that work on the game are racist too. Apparently, they made a made a wheel of racism.
All of these game devs are losing their minds lately, and it's pretty hilarious. Dead by Daylight developer allegedly forcing employees to undergo Wheel of Privilege DI training. Wheel of Privilege? I mean, seriously? That's gotta be one of the lamest things I've ever heard. God of War director David Jaffe blames YouTube grifters for killing Dragon Age the Veilguard and compares transgenderism to being black. Imagine being lectured about all that stuff from this dude.
I guess that could... I guess that could make sense. I don't know. I feel like that's not... No, it doesn't make sense because, like, No, it's not. Yeah, no, there's no way, because like even if you're transgender, you can act that gender and then fit in 100% with society, but you couldn't do that if you're black, because like you have to change your skin color. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
These are all by Fandom Pulse, by the way. They also wrote this. Avowed art director wants supporters of Donald Trump to, quote-unquote, feel the sting of shame for the rest of their putrid lives.
Bro,
right.
This guy was born too early to be a, fuck, what was his name? The guy's name in Space Marine 2. Not the Inquisitor, the Chaplain. Bro, this guy was born too early to become a chaplain in the Warhammer 40k universe. Yeah, I mean, Leandros, exactly, yes. He's the guy.
There's so much that confuses me with these people. Why are they always so mad?
Damn,
why do they always
I need
have
to
like
get this
no
going.
accountability? And also, why do they always sound so lame? Like, who talks like that? Oh, they're putrid lives. Oh,
Well, they're talking like they're anime villains.
The wheel of privilege. And then the kicker is that these dudes are like in their 40s or
fucked up.
50s or
Shouldn't have
something like
shot
that. And you would think that they would be more mature, but somehow they're not. Let's start with this wheel of privilege one. Look at this.
Teaching that fat people and black people are oppressed. Oh my god, look at all of this. Sexuality, ability, formal education, skin color, citizenship. This is sad, man. Is really my physics professor taught us this? Your what, professor? Physics?
Wait, what?
Isn't he supposed to teach you about real wheels, not fake ones?
This
doesn't
seriously
sound like
real,
physics.
dude. Unbelievable. Let's scroll up a bit. At Behavior, a large video game company in Montreal, Canada. Oh, yeah, headquarters of Sweet Baby Inc. and many other consultancy firms like them. Okay.
As I said, boys, we really got it wrong. Trump got it wrong. We got to build the wall in Canada. The Mexicans, they can come over. They're fine. It's the fucking Canadians are really messing shit up.
A lot of weird stuff going on in Montreal, man. If you live there, you got my best wishes. And that's coming from someone who lives in California, so like I feel your pain. But yeah, continuing. Made employees undergo DI training, which includes a wheel of privilege, teaching that black people and fat people are oppressed. Okay, so in the center we got
fat people and black people. Are they ability, able-bodied? Where's fat? I don't see fat. Oh, down there.
Power. In the outside we've got marginalized. Let's see some examples of this. So if you were a cisgender man, privileged, cisgender woman.
I love how being a gay man is like somehow like, yeah, you're a gay man, but you're not really marginalized. Like also, what's the logic with being bisexual? Because if you were bisexual as a guy, wouldn't that make it to where like you could live a life that would be completely congruent with society? So wouldn't bisexual be inside of here and not gay man? Because, like, if you want to apply this logic to it, Destiny, well, I gotta talk about the Destiny thing, okay? I say real quick, I don't like covering revenge porn, getting into that. I think that's weird. If Destiny wants to suck a dude's dick, that sounds great to me. It doesn't bother me, I don't care. I literally do not care. Sorry. But anyway, let him, yeah. It's weird. He gonna do it, people can be weird. Anyway, so... pansexual, asexual. See, this is weird. And you can see how, like, guess who made this? Probably a girl that had problems with her father. Who the fuck puts bisexual as more marginalized than a gay man? I know. Someone who has problems with men. That's who does it. Because there's no logic to this at all. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
It's privileged. Trans, intersex, non-binary, marginalized.
Oh my word.
No way. If you're slim,
average, what is this, McDonald's? No, it's the people that go there.
Have power. If you're average sized, you're like in the middle. And if you're large, you're marginalized.
Well, what about if you're, what about if you're like that guy? Like, I feel like this guy probably, I mean, bro. Oh. Yeah. The oxygen guy? Yeah. He's skinny fat? Y'all. Guys, he's not skinny fat. He just fat. That's not skinny fat. He'll be skinny fat in 20 years. That guy's the whole wheel, yeah.
Yeah, large people notoriously don't have any power in the world, right? There's no like large people who are powerful.
There's no fat people that can have any power.
People as well, yeah, right. These people are nuts, dude. Whoever made this is a complete
nut. And these are the same people that are talking about how Donald Trump is awful and fat.
They say adapted from James R. Vanderword, Web of Oppression, and Sylvia Duckworth, Wheel of Power/Privilege.
And then you got that.
You know what? You got to be extremely privileged to have the time to make some slop like this. We could easily spend the entire video just laughing at that thing, but
I just think it's funny because like this is the god for people like this. This is the way that their entire worldview is built around. All they do, all they think about. You're right, it was a woman. Oh yeah, no, that's actually a good. Yeah, I was. I forgot. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. No, yeah, you're right, I was.
To make some slop like this. We could easily spend the entire video just laughing at that thing, but there's a lot of stuff I want to cover in this one. Keep in mind, though, that that's apparently being used by the developers of Dead by Daylight, that being Behavior Interactive, once again in their apparent diversity, equity, and inclusion, that being DEI training, which you can see here in the top left of the image. And so Fandom Pulse continues talking about that Duckworth person who was credited, saying, in a post to Instagram in August 2020, Duckworth explained the wheel. Oh, great, here we go. Wheels like this help us visualize what the term marginalization means. The further you are from power, the more marginalized and powerless you are. Why would anyone want to listen to this person? Why would you want some, like...
What a surprise that it's another upper middle class liberal white woman who's creating a power ranking tier list for all of the other groups of people in the world.
It's another Frogan.
I can say it. I'm white. Guys, I want to say, all you guys of Hispanic, Latino, Black, Asian, I'm sorry. I don't know why we keep doing this. I don't know why. I don't know where these people are coming from. I don't like them just as much as I don't know where the fuck. Yeah, it's a formal apology from the white community, yeah.
And powerless you are. Why would anyone want to listen to this person? Why would you want some, like, random weirdo to tell you, oh, you're so powerless, you're so marginalized, you need our help? And so apparently Sylvia, according to what seems to be her website, is an award-winning teacher from Toronto, Canada, with more than 30 years teaching experience in the classroom. On her Instagram, it looks like she's made a number of what seems to be children's books. She's got smash hits like...
Trans people exist in the future? So you're saying they're not real now? I feel like, I mean, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of...
Trans people exist in the future. What does LGBTQIA+ stand for? And talking about racism... Then she's also...
Why is it that lesbian and gay are two separate categories? So, like, can women be gay? Or can they only be lesbians? I feel like the only reason I could see it logically making sense is for searching for porn. That's the only time I could think, like, okay, this is why it would make sense that there's two different ones. Because, like, you don't want to accidentally look for the wrong thing. Because other than that... I mean, I really couldn't say, I feel like it's the same thing.
LGBTQIA+ stand for, and talking about racism. Then she's also got posts like
Number
this.
of mass shootings in the U.S. between 1982 and February 2020 by a shooter's race or ethnicity, excuse me. Who should we be more afraid of? We should be afraid of white people? Okay.
Who should we be most afraid of? Looks like she wants people.
Really? So, percentage of people that perform shootings is indicative of who you should be scared of. what reference do I have for direction? Like, I see that I got this, so I think it's, you gotta be looking this way, so you got black here and black there. I think that's what's going on, so that's for one of them, and then over here you got 2 and 1, and then you got the 2 on there. I think it's this, 1, and up there you got 2. What's next? Last direction. 1, 2, 3. That should be it. Okay.
People to be terrified of white people
That's
or something.
right.
Well, you know what?
And she's white.
She's actually doing a pretty good job of making me terrified of
I mean,
her.
I would be terrified. Like, yeah, absolutely. Ignorant about population percentages? I feel like, you know, the people that say that, you know what? I actually used that in a video before. I could explain it. It's aside the point. It's like 2 fucking steps removed.
Like, she seems like a terrible person to be around. Imagine you're like hanging out there and she's just like, oh, that's privileged. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, that's a microaggression. I could be non-stop with this person. But hey, I guess the Dead by Daylight devs would disagree. They must think this person's brilliant or something if they're using her teachings in their own TI training course. Now let's check out this.
The reason why they do this, so this is, you have to understand that there's an ecosystem of people like this that create their own existence. So the way it works is that you have people that are in human resources and people that are involved in PR and the other types of like systems that are inside of a company that don't really make the company any money, but they just prevent the company from getting sued. And these people have to create a need for themselves. So what they do is they find people like this woman that will identify problems that then HR is uniquely qualified to solve. So they're necessitating their own existence by pushing this stuff. It's not really because they believe in it. It's not because they care about it. It's that the existence of these problems necessitates their own existence, which guarantees their job security. You see how this works? Yeah, the mafia. Well, they're basically they're creating their own they're creating their own relevance. Like, here's a good example, right? Is that like, how many times, like, back in the day, we don't have this as much now, but like you would have a website overhaul like every 6 months. Every 6 months, the website gets changed and it's worse than the way it was. Like, YouTube and Twitter used to be like this all the time, right? Oh my God, yes, we all know about this. Why is that? It's because there's a development and a graphic design team at that company that if you actually made the best version of that website, then you'd be out of a fucking job. So you never do that. You never make the best version. You always keep it fucked up. And so you'd be fired, exactly, right? And so people have this all the time. Dead by Daylight started doing this in 2021 with pride flags as charms, things that you can equip, but no other flags like real country flags. I actually don't think that's that bad. I would only find that to be bad if you could fly actual countries' flags. Yeah, I did. Now, I think that, like, having that in a game is, like, I think it's kind of silly, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. That explains Blizzard. No, a pride flag would probably be the least gay thing in a Blizzard game nowadays.
Avowed art director wants supporters of Donald Trump to feel the sting of shame for the rest of their putrid lives. Says this guy, apparently. And Avowed is that game set to release in February 2025, action role-playing game by Obsidian Entertainment.
Yeah, we've seen
in a
this
post
before.
to Blue Sky ahead of the elections in the U.S., Matt Hansen reacted to a post from Thane Greenwood, who wrote,
Jesus Christ.
I also firmly believe that we need to...
This guy needs to be a chaplain for the Space Marines. He has to be. Like, the sad thing is that he was born too early to be a chaplain for the Space Marines, and he was born too late to burn witches. So now he's just sitting here on Twitter getting mad. This guy could have had a very, very successful life in like the 1500s. Yeah, I mean, things would have been so good for him. And now he's just sitting here on Twitter gooning and hating. Yeah, exactly.
Crush these people's spirits into what? Into blood and earth. Not be nice to the immoral supporters of an aspirational gore-soaked director.
Yeah.
Wait, this person's the one who's talking about like crushing people into blood, and then they complain about.
I firmly believe that we need to crush these people's spirits into blood and earth and not be nice to amoral supporters of a generational gore-soaked dictator. They need to feel this sting of shame for the rest of their putrid lives, and that is me being nice. Yeah, bro, this guy is straight out of Warhammer. And you want to know what's even worse about this? Is that I bet the antagonists in Avowed will not have dialogue that's that interesting. That's what's going to be really fucking funny. Is that the game that he's going to have, and it's going to come out, I bet, like, he is probably a more interesting antagonist than the antagonists in his games.
Or, did I read that correctly? What a hypocrite. Hansen replied to this writing, they need to feel the sting of shame for the rest of their putrid lives, TBH.
Yep.
And that is me being nice. It was also uncovered that he advocated for discrimination against white people in at least a couple of posts over the last half-decade. Back in 2020, he wrote, "Reminder to black artists out there who are looking for portfolio reviews or job advice. My DMs are open, and you will always have my priority. We got too many trusty white dudes in this field. Please let me help you replace me one day. I want to go back to living in the woods." We got like a max level white savior right here. More recently, in March 2024, he responded to Elon Musk, who said, "It should not be acceptable for any
company." Who the fuck
company.
wants advice from this goober? It's just embarrassing, man. These people are so embarrassing. I'm not condoning these comments, but as a game studio, doesn't Obsidian have a good track record? I hope Avowed is good. I'm gonna play it when it comes out. And, like, I don't care what this guy says. Like, I mean, he could be a psycho. I mean, he could be a Nazi or, you know, some, like, super communist guy. Like, if he makes a good game, I'm probably still going to play the game. Like, I'm not going to worry about, like, the personal politics of, like, some person who's making it. Like, people enjoy Lovecraft, and he was basically a fucking racist, right? I mean, Ford, I mean, Hugo Boss. I mean, there's so many examples. Like, I can ignore all that as long as it's not in the content. Super communist called a tanky? Maybe, I'm just saying, right?
In the gaming industry to be racist and sexist against white guys. Hansen retorted, "Oh, Elon, you sweet summer child. This will only embolden me, you sad sack of SHIT." Why do you guys think there's so many of these out-of-touch people in the gaming industry? It's like non-stop lately. And that takes us back to...
It's because they, let me think, why is that? That's actually a really good question. Why does that happen? Why does it happen? It's the school. I think that a lot of guys do it as a form of, like, kind of, I think that they do it to attract women because they think that women like it. Because I know a lot of guys that act to be more progressive, and then whenever they're around guy friends, they're using the N-word and saying slurs constantly. So I think it could be an outward behavior in order to, like, kind of fit in with women and have women like them. That's totally different. It's not, though. I don't know. I'd really have to think about that more.
To another one, that being David Jaff. Once again, the headline, God of War director David Jaff blames YouTube
Why is it always bald guys?
For killing Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Yeah.
He compares transgenderism to being black. In a video uploaded to his YouTube channel, which appears to be a clip from a live stream, Jaff answered a viewer question about the gaming community ruining the game.
When you say that the gaming community ruined this game's success, I mean, you know, I don't think that's entirely fair, but I think there is a lot of truth to it. If you're EA, you've got to kind of prepare for the market wins that you're seeing.
The thing is, like, it's not crazy for him to have said that, right? It's really not. Obviously, feedback from the audience and the audience not liking something is going to affect it.
There's
nothing wrong with saying that.
And so they should have been prepared to counter, and they weren't. Really, at this point, all that gaming community that you're talking about has done is they've made it so they've actually made games worse, which is what they say they're trying to not do, because they have the charismatic grifter, those that for whatever reason people respond to, people who haven't actually played a game played this game will hate it just because they're sort of told to hate it.
That take is such cope. Oh my gosh. And I've also seen a lot of the Veilguard shills on Reddit, for example, basically using the same sort of rhetoric. It's like they're incapable of accepting the fact that a lot of people don't like this game for a variety of reasons, and it's not because some random person on YouTube said like, oh, you have to dislike this game, and they're like, okay. For example, the game was already getting a ton of criticism before it was even released because the trailers that they were releasing. So
why did he do that? Why did he run up there like that and shoot him with a shotgun? I don't know what the hell. This game looks like just dead.
Okay, so apparently this is going to be really difficult. The letter C has to make its way all the way over there, and D has to go all the way around it. So I say that D is going to go around here like this. You got A, he's probably the only one that has a straightaway pathway to go. So I'm going to say that C has to go around B. So it's going to be something like this for C. They say extremely difficult, but it's not. That's because we're on the main story. All the black letters are done, so now it's just carefully navigating across. Oh, fun. Connect all dark cells. I like these ones where it tells you only what is guaranteed to be true. All dark cells.
This is Stalker 2. This game's amazing. I love this game. I played it off stream. I didn't have a good time playing it on stream. Played it off stream is fucking great.
People, including a lot of Dragon Age fans, arguably even the majority of DA fans, saying they hated what happened to the Qunari Many also disliking the art style overall, the graphics. Then you fast forward, and it turns out that tons of people don't like the story. They don't like the way many of the characters were depicted. They don't like the lack of options and how you're forced to be this, like, virtuous, good hero.
The other thing is that, see, nobody ever criticizes the actual gameplay. The mechanics of Dragon Age combat are bad. The parry windows are inconsistent. They're directionally based, which isn't indicated anywhere. And a lot of the types of movement, and there's an inconsistent pattern for when your character gets knocked down and when the character doesn't get knocked down. So, Angry Joe did it. I don't know if he did or not. That's part of the gameplay. Well, it's like people get so focused on, like, oh, wow, this character's gay. Who cares, right? Like, that's one thing. But, like, if the game sucks to play, that's what's really going to matter in 10 years. Jumping is kind of ass too. Well, like the jumping, for example, I don't even really think it's ass. The jumping works kind of like, it works kind of like Monster Hunter, where it's kind of a tangent, but like how in Monster Hunter, when you jump, it will make your character move up more so you can fully complete the animation. And in Dragon Age, when you attack while jumping, it gives you more control over your character's movement. And so, like, there's a lot of mechanics in the game that are inconsistent and I think not very good.
And while some people liked the combat, a lot of people also didn't like that either. And these, of course, are just a few examples. David Jaffe could even go on Steam and take a look at the reviews here, where they're aggregated, taking a look at the negative reviews if he really thinks people just don't like it because of YouTube grifters. I mean, look at this, man. These people got pretty good amount of hours played. 94 hours, 25 hours, 62 hours. And there's like very nuanced takes here with tons of information on why these people disliked it. So yeah, let me know what you think about this David Jaffe person, director of God of War and Twisted Metal, the Avowed situation with that art director Matt Hansen, and of course also at the beginning that situation with the Dead by Daylight devs using that whole Wheel of Privilege thing. I'll leave it there. Hope you enjoyed my coverage, and if you did, consider liking and or subscribing. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you in the next one. All of these games.
This is, to me, that is the funniest fucking thing for me to see that. The Wheel of what?
All of these game devs.
It's basically, so this is something that a lot of people like subscribe to really hard. It's called like basically intersectionality. And it's a tier system. It's basically like a racial, gender, it's like every type of like aspect of life is created into a tier list. And then people are given advantages or disadvantages based off of that tier list. So, for example, like if like, you know, you're playing on hard mode, okay, well, being black, oh wow, that's really hard. Well, being a different, what is this? Your different, I don't even know what this says. Let me see if I can get a better indicator of that. Different shades. Okay, so they don't want to say basically tan or whatever. We're back in 1938. Yeah, basically, right? I mean, sure. This is based off studies, though. It's not some random list. Well, I think it also depends on each person. And I think also it's very fair for you to say that there are people that have advantages in life. But whenever you create a tier list and then you make it a defined science rather than something that's individual, here's the problem with things like intersectionality. The reason why they're a problem is because they fundamentally dehumanize people. They take an individual that is comprised of tons of different individual characteristics, their own hopes, their own dreams, their perspectives, their intelligence, their view on the world, and everything like that. I'll link you guys the video, by the way. This is a very good video. And I was glad to see it. It's the opposite of creativity. Well, there's more than that, right? So, and this is what I find to be very interesting, is that when you take a person and then you distill their identity down to their gender or down to their skin color or down to their income or anything like this, what you're doing fundamentally is you're dehumanizing them, because you're taking a person that is a complete system with tons of identities and tons of different attributes, and you're distilling all of that down to a singular attribute, and then you're making decisions based off of that. And so that's why it's bad to make decisions based off of statistics, right? And it's almost like it's a cult. Yeah, exactly. You're basically making them an outlier. Is it pseudoscience like with astrology? No, astrology is totally fake. This isn't totally fake. It's kind of in the middle. It's prejudice. Yeah, exactly. It's not progressive at all. Well, it's extremely regressive, and this is why I've been against. It's actually one of the reasons why whenever I was talking about like the Israel-Palestine stuff, and I got in trouble for it with Twitch, it's actually one of the reasons why I apologize for it. It's because I fell into the category of categorizing everybody that's part of a certain group as people that believe something. And I think it was a bad idea to do that. And so whenever you do that to a group of people, you do dehumanize them and you take away their own individual agency. And I think that's what happens all the time now. And it becomes totally normalized. And the dehumanization happens all the time. And I think it's like there's like acceptable targets and not. So yeah, they say never apologize. I'm not apologizing to people that were mad. I was apologizing to my community because I thought that I was creating bad content, right? And I could have done a better job communicating and delivering better content. If somebody on Twitter gets their feelings hurt over something that I say, I don't care. They can cry a fucking river, build a bridge, and get over it. Who cares? But if I'm feeling like I'm not doing right by my community, then that matters a lot more to me. So yeah. And I don't think anyone uses the wheel to examine any specific individual. I think it's meant to be used as a generalized view into privilege and racial disparities.
I wonder if... So it says 26 tiles remaining. I wonder if it's possible that they're trying to tell you only mark what's definitely true. But I bet you there's a small possibility that they're trying to trick me into thinking that I don't have to fill in every tile. So I got 3 here, 3 there, that's 6. 7 plus 6, 13 plus 6, 19 plus 2, that's 21 plus 5, 26. I'm pretty sure I'm filling in every single tile. Wow. They're being sneaky with that. I'm so smart. SMRT.
You think that this wheel isn't used on an individual basis? It's absolutely used on an individual basis. It's used like this constantly. Yeah, all the time it is. You did apologize during your ban there? You caved into the mob mind? No, that's fine. People want to think that. That's okay. I explained why I did. If you don't like that reasoning, then you're going to think whatever you want to think, right? I mean, I don't want to argue with you about it. But anyway, I feel like I've explained it like 7 times. They create game characters based on it via the point system. Oh, that's what Overwatch did. Yeah, you're right about that. And you can see also, this is actually a really good point. Thanks for bringing that up. Overwatch, Blizzard, diversity wheel. Diversity chart.
Oh, nostalgia.
Look at this. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. How about that? It's the same thing. And they are applying it on an individual basis to create characters. There you go. So the creator of the wheel is an Overwatch gamer? Yeah, that must be it. Can you bring up the South Park game difficulty? Well, that, yeah, that is funny. Okay, let me see if I can look at some more of these too. And, let's see, where's the problem? Overwatch characters are great. Oh, I think so too. Anyway, Avowed's chance of success was just destroyed by its own unwell, look at that, unwell
I've not
art
seen
director.
this video, so I don't know what I'm getting myself
That's
into.
one way to say it, isn't it?
But it's Avowed, and I think the last video was about Avowed, so probably around the same thing, but basically you got this Asian dude. He's gonna probably drop some bombs and so forth, and it's gonna be great.
Warning. Never assemble all the Infinity Stones or... Oh, the video started. Sorry, I was just reading the instructions for that, but I'll get back to it later.
He assembled them. They're all
so
in there.
Today, we will be discussing a game called Avowed. This keeps popping up in my YouTube feed, and I'm not sure why. I really just want cool, positive, interesting stuff in my YouTube feed, but I guess we'll be looking at this today. So the reason why we are taking a look at Avowed is because of some problems with their art director, who has been basically sabotaging the game on the internet, which is very unfortunate. I think the game looks fine. I actually was interested in looking at the game.
I'll play it when it comes out. I'll definitely play it. I mean, shit, I played Dragon Age.
Till I saw what this lead art director was saying about people and to people, and it's very concerning.
Should have kept your mouth shut.
Look at what this person says. I also firmly believe that we need to crush these people's spirits into blood and earth, not be nice to amoral supporters of a generational, aspirational, gore-soaked dictator. They need to feel the sting of shame for the rest of their putrid lives, to be honest, and that is me being nice. This sounds like dialogue from Space Marine 2, with them talking about Chaos Space Marines. But they're probably talking about Thanksgiving. What the fuck?
When you see people like that, because it means that their attitudes,
I mean, you see this, like, I mean, this is some crazy ass shit. Who gets you this mad to write like this? To talk like this?
Are in the game. They directly drive the philosophy and attitude of the game. So Matt Hansen is the art director of Avowed. Avowed is developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by Xbox Game Studios.
Oh.
The game looks fine to me. I don't wish any ill will toward the game or Matt Hansen.
The game looks like it's going to be another 6 or 7. That's my opinion. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. It just looks like it's 6 or 7. Like, nobody going to be thinking about this game by the time, you know, next year rolls around. It's going to be over. It's a 6 or 7. That's my guess. I try to be honest. I'm always honest. I never lie. Except when I do.
So I want to make sure that we approach this from just a neutral position here and just describe what's going on and why it's pretty clear that the game is not going to sell well, and it's basically because of one person, because of Matt Hansen. So Matt Hansen has been throwing tantrums on the internet via social media, and I was going to write an industry speech. I was going to put on the suit until I investigated the situation further. So here's the suit. Sorry, but this topic is not deserving of the suit.
It's just embarrassing, bro. He's having a mental health moment. That's what it is. He's having a big, like, I wonder what he was thinking about yesterday. He eating Thanksgiving dinner, getting mad.
And tie. And the reason being is I do not punch down on children or people who lack the mental capacity to defend themselves were I to address them directly.
Oh,
I
man.
do not.
Yeah.
This feels like punching down.
Yeah.
Direct professional critique towards people with mental health issues, and Matt Hansen fills all of that criteria. So I would feel really bad for directing. I do not know what pronouns Matt has selected for himself or whatever, but people who are unwell like him usually go...
How about unwell/unemployed? That's what they're going to be soon.
By ma'am. So for the remainder of the video, I will be addressing Matt as man, as I want to be respectful to Matt, and I don't want to get pronouns wrong in this situation. So, for years, just a little bit of background, I've worked for years in disability services, in training and assessment.
Right.
I work directly with people with disabilities, whether that be physical or mental disabilities. So I'm uncomfortable critiquing this ma'am directly, as it would be akin to critiquing one of my previous clients with mental health disabilities.
I mean, that would be embarrassing. That's
and
bad.
mental disabilities. So the first point that we're going to make is this game has just lost a significant audience due to Matt Hansen.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because it
Yeah,
looks...
it's like at the end of the day, does this make people like the game more or less? Probably less. And you did that. He did that himself. Wow.
Good job.
Decent. There are talented, hardworking people
Pat yourself on the
that have
back.
worked on this game that will not receive
That's right.
the praise that they
That's right.
deserve.
They're getting hate. They work their ass off on this game, try to do the best that they can. But because we got Baldy over there talking shit on Blue Sky, looking for them good bullet points, well, then they're going to get harassed. So, like, all those minorities that he loves so much, he likes putting them in the crosshairs because of his feelings. One bozo. One individual bozo.
The game will not sell anywhere near as well.
Yeah.
And there will be a negative stigma attached.
Yeah, people are going to shit on the game. That's the reason. Is people are going to shit on the game. They're going to say it's
20
bad.
more.
And, you know, like, that's about it.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah, they're going to shit on it for that reason. Working on a game for 5 years and an idiot speaks up about his racist agenda and ruins it for everybody? Yeah, that's about right. What about my Fifis? Well, he getting his Fifi. He's in his Fifis right now. He deleted his Twitter. I never seen somebody delete their Twitter besides PewDiePie that was not of that was of a sound mind. Like, PewDiePie is the only person who's deleted their Twitter, and I wouldn't say that it was because they went nuts. Everybody else that's deleted their Twitter, it's like you know, fucking, you're just trying to stay alive, bro. You're trying, yeah, well, Ellen, Mudahar, I guess, yeah, Mudahar did it. It's okay. Yeah, Pyromancer? I don't know. Pyromancer, he had some moments. I hope he's okay, though. I do like Pyro deep down, even though he and I have had disagreements in the past.
To this game, instead of just overall celebration.
Yeah.
Because of Matt Hansen, this ma'am's childish tantrums will only intensify as we get closer to launch and as the game launches. We have seen this time and time again.
Because he's eventually going to break.
Openly states that this ma'am set out to create a game to upset people who don't want games focused on gender superiority and identity politics. That is so difficult to say because of ma'am's
so stupid.
Oh my
gosh. Do this? How would you type this out and think that you're doing it the right way? Well, I actually wanted so badly to make him mad with my game. I wanted so badly to make him mad with my game. I bet everybody in the studio really appreciates Matt. You know, it's like Thanksgiving. What are you thankful for? I'm thankful for Matt for ruining our game and creating a lot of negative publicity for our game for no reason. Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much.
Say because of ma'am's pronouns. So Matt openly states that Matt set out to create a game to upset people who don't want games focused on gender superiority and identity politics. Ma'am has said nothing about setting out to create a beautiful, inspiring, or interesting, or exciting game. And Ma'am seems to only talk about setting out to upset people and get Elon Musk's attention.
Yeah.
If you look
That's
at
cute.
games that are just widely celebrated and just beloved, you generally see developers and artists and writers talk about how they want to create something great for someone. They talk about their passion. They talk about
they want to do something that's positive, and they want to create something positive, not make a random billionaire that you don't like mad. So stupid.
their inspirations.
Yeah.
Really celebrated games that people genuinely love and enjoy. Those games, you do not see the developers going on these childish tantrums and political tirades about wanting to upset people.
On Blue Sky.
So I ask you as the gamer, do you want to play a game that was designed by someone who hates you and who wants to make you angry? I don't know about you, but...
I did for 20 years.
I do not want people like that making my video games. Secondly, this ma'am is openly racist against what he calls white people. This is a topic that
He is white. He's white. It's like Uncle Ruckus.
Feel very strongly about. One of the very few things in the world that genuinely upsets me is racism. I never describe people by skin color, even when my friends do it. It really ticks me off.
I actually describe people by skin color all the time. I don't think it's racist to describe somebody by skin color. Like, oh, it's a black guy, right? Or like a, Hispanic guy, it's fine. Like, I think that's fine. But like, I know what he's talking about. Is people that do it in a weird way. Yeah. Because people do it in a weird way.
Make an effort to be quite level-headed and cool, but this is basically one of the only things in the world that really frustrates me. Because when you describe someone by their skin color, you basically put blinders on and you say nothing about that person matters except their skin color. The only thing that matters is the color of their skin. None of their life decisions, none of their life struggles, none of their skills, their talents, none of that matters. The only thing that matters is their skin color. And that really infuriates me, and it is something that I will be fighting against more.
It's crazy how, like, we had it made. We really did. Like, back in the Halo 2, Halo 3 days, you go, even now, go to, like, a fighting game, like, get-together, like, for Smash. There's there's tons of diversity. There's no, like, racist people there. Like, what do you mean? Like, we had this. Like, everything was fucking fine. Everything was totally fucking fine until these weirdos came in and made it weird. That's the issue. There's that one racist guy, everybody clowns on him? Well, no, it's more like, so I cannot even say, I'll tell you guys this, I cannot even say the name of my Halo 2 clan. I was the only white person in the Halo 2 clan. It's just the way it is. Welcome to fucking Texas. Yeah.
More because our grandparents and our parents have fought too damn hard for decades so that we can have a good life, so that we can have easier lives.
Yeah, like, bro, I sat in Xbox lobbies with people across the world. I did that for a reason, bro. I put in that time.
Better than what they had in the past, and people like Matt Hansen are destroying all of that hard work. I'm going to show a tweet here on the screen. So you'll see by Matt Hansen's message, by expressing this message, what he is actually saying is that if you are white, you do not deserve attention. You do not deserve to be an artist, and you do not deserve to work in the games industry.
That's what normal people think.
And this is a mentality.
This is what normal people that don't have mental health problems think. Yeah.
A philosophy that we have to fight. I'm not one to rile people up or to try to get people to get up in arms. I want to inspire people to work towards something great. And what Matt Hansen is doing is he's trying to tear people down. He's trying to destroy people.
Isn't he himself white? Yeah, he is. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of white people that have like this white guilt thing going on. And so like they think that they're bad because of something that like, their great grandfather did. And so they have like this need to like prostrate themselves and, like publicly bemoan the fact that they're this skin color to try to get attention. And that's really what it's about. You got to understand that like it's not really about anything other than getting attention. That's it. And so, like, if people didn't like the fact that he said this stuff, he'd stop saying it. But because he's in an echo chamber of people that think that way, he thinks it's normal. So it's actually not really even an opinion that I think he shares. Because I guarantee you, if Obsidian fired him and replaced him with a black person just because the person's black, he'd be filing a lawsuit. So he doesn't really believe this. He doesn't really think this, right? And this is what a lot of people do, right? They're always generous with other people's money. And they never have to live with the consequences of their own virtue. And people like him love to talk this big game and be magnanimous and, oh, well, we care about these minorities. But the moment that they actually lose something because of it, well, now that's different. Original sin and penitence? Yep, you're right. The virtue signaling narcissist. There it is. That's what he is. He never, like, I guarantee you, he can be crying about this. He gets fired.
And I will not stand for that.
Oh, someone brought up a good point. Not even minorities, just black people? That's right. Yeah, because you have to understand that, like,
A cannot go down this way, and it cannot go that way, so he has to come down this way. Somehow. He's also got to come across here. So that means that A has to definitely go here. And also here. Pretty much guarantees that it's going over there. Almost guarantees. I'm pretty confident with it going there. D is blocked off from going this way, and he's blocked off from going that way. So D's got to go around. C's got to go over there. So if D went around a little further like that, I think that would work. Because that gives C space to come down and around and do that. Trying to go for 100% completion is kind of difficult.
There's like a racial, like for a person like this, a virtue signaler, there's a racial tier list. And so like there's some races that it's more okay to simp for than others. I know this might sound weird for the people that are against racism, that there's a tier list of races and how to treat people based off of that list. Because you would think that this is contradictory, right? Like, how could you make a tier list of races, but then not like race? I don't know. And I still can't make sense out of that. But they have. It's the oppression Olympics. After the election, Hispanic men dropped a tier on a list. Yeah, you guys remember that? Absolutely.
He, by saying, I'm sorry, I said he. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
Ooh.
I will do
he's gonna
5
get
bars
triggered
later
now.
on. I'm sorry, I called Matt he. So, by saying that Matt gives special priority to black people, Matt is saying that black people are not good enough artists to make it on their own merits and efforts, and
That's
that
right.
black people need assistance from a white savior in order to be successful. Matt is saying that he is the savior who will allow black people to be successful. That is what he is saying with this message. This is white savior syndrome. He wants to portray himself as a hero.
Yeah.
He wants attention.
Yeah.
To make it clear, what Matt is openly advocating for is hiring malpractices based on skin color over talent,
it's against the law,
skill, and workplace suitability.
Wow. That doesn't
These
sound
are the
good
hiring
at all.
malpractices that led to games like Star Wars Outlaws, Concord, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, and Assassin's Creed Shadows, and so
The
many
sad
other
thing is this is the best example.
more that we have seen absolutely failing
Yeah.
because companies hired based on political agendas. If you follow them on Twitter, if you will echo their tweets, if you have special pronouns, if you are not white, your gender identity. This is what is causing games, what is causing media to fail so disastrously. So Matt's the performative attention.
It's a big reason, and I think it's the performative narcissistic storytelling that isn't relatable to anybody except for other losers. So whenever I read stories that are written by these people, they suck. And the reason why they suck, it's because the people are boring and they're not interesting, and everything about them is a carefully constructed performance in order to appear as if they are part of the group. That's what it is. People without imaginations use allegory. I think that these people don't even know what an allegory is.
Seeking is behavior that's indicative of someone who is desperate for attention.
Yeah.
And he will elevate his or her or ma'am's language to gain that attention at all costs. And we will see this. This is just how it is. These people are very simple. They're very easy to understand.
Yeah.
Because they're all basically the same. They just copy each other.
Exactly.
There is basically no individual.
He's totally cooking here. He's completely right.
Duality in this echo chamber. This ma'am doesn't actually care about other people, especially black artists. If Matt Hansen, this ma'am, actually did care, then ma'am would have spent time researching artists, and then ma'am would have contacted them directly, offering opportunities instead of what Matt Hansen did, which is the equivalent of performance.
Actually, a very, very good point. But researching artists and trying to find an artist that's African American that matches your worldview for the game, that takes a lot of work. That's a lot of work. You've got to do something. You've got to think about it. You've got to make a decision. It's much easier to tweet out and be a good person. You might, just tweet it out. That's way easier.
Theater. What a genuine man would have done
Matt
in this
Hansen wants to join the cookout? He did. He's on the grill.
situation is find and recommend someone like Sean from React and Draw, who I'll show on screen now. Sean runs a YouTube channel called React and Draw, which is a YouTube channel I am absolutely sure is going to keep growing more and more. So Sean is a brilliant artist, and in his videos, you get to watch him create brilliant artwork. This is just, you get to see him create artwork while he discusses various news topics. I'm subscribed. If you enjoy talented, skilled, and passionate artists who are excellent at what they do, you can find the link to his channel in the description of this video. It's so cool watching him work. I hope that he'll upload more often, and I think he would upload more often if there were more people subscribed to his channel. So please check him out if you're interested in watching artists
work. It's not that much, yeah.
Lastly, Matt Hansen has said so many odd things, but this one thing stood out. I have a feeling Matt Hansen probably uses recreational substances or drinks and then does his tantrum tweeting.
I think that usually that's what happens. I think he's right about this. People, they use substances and then they get on the internet. Yeah. Gin tweets, yeah.
After taking those substances, because the tweets are often there's so many different errors, typographical or grammatical issues.
You ever seen this happen where somebody makes a tweet that's stupid like that and then like their grammar deteriorates the more posts they make. And like you just know they're sitting there drinking, like fucking typing this shit out.
And logical issues. So I think Matt may need some help. But there's something here. Matt says that Ma'am wants to live in the woods.
Yeah.
Which is so odd to me, because I grew up in the rural and mountain areas. I spend as much time as I can in the woods. I have family from those environments, and I have never met a single person who looks or acts like Matt. So pay close attention. I want you to look at Matt Hansen here, because this is not someone who is from the woods. This is not someone who lives in the woods.
So you say he's... It's cultural appropriation.
I want to be very clear here. People who actually go outside, people who are actually from the woods, do not look like Matt Hansen, and certainly do not act or think like Matt Hansen. It's bad enough he's giving California a bad name. He's trying to give a bad reputation to everyone else now, too. Anyway, thanks for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed. Let's all have a coffee and relax for the rest of the day.
Man.
Put the lid on that. Whoa! The instructions said not to assemble all the Infinity Stones. That was close. Think I almost messed up there.
The guy's weird in some way? Yeah, it's funny. It's really funny for me to see, what a weird guy, man. What a weird guy. Yeah. Oh man, which one? Obviously this guy. No, I like Circron Studios. Like I think his videos are fucking great. I'll link you guys the video. That was a video earned my subscription. Yeah, I loved it, man. And Timu Tech.
%. I'm getting better at this.
Tectone. That's one way to say it, right? I mean, I'm not, you know, that's one way to say it. Same? Yeah, I guess so. He looks just like he tweets. I mean, hey. Matt lives in the woods. His wife lives in the kitchen cooking free meals for him. I don't know about that. I don't even know. I don't know if he's married. If he is, that poor woman. But anyway, yeah. What a weird guy, man. What a weird-ass guy. And look at Brandon Herrera's ATF video. What did he do? Did he do a video about this? Where was that? Twitter? Let me see. What's he up to? He just put this out? Nah, this is about something else. You gotta link it to me on my Reddit, and I'll look at it and pull it up, man. But yeah. Since when do you use sensitive social issues tag? My contact at Twitch was like, bro, can you make sure to use this tag? Because let's be real, right? You do it all the time, and I'm like, okay, sure. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's a trigger warning. Yeah, no. I mean, even for games. Well, I told him. I told him I was like, listen, I'm gonna just put it on all the time. I'm gonna just have it on all the time because like I'm not getting paid for ads anyway. So if I can turn this on and less people see ads, I feel like that's a win-win, right? So like Twitch wins. They don't have to deal with like any complaints, and then viewers win because they don't have to deal with any ads. So like that's it. Obviously, like I gotta get my my payment shit set up so I can make money from the streams, but I don't really have any. Have you applied for partnership? No, I remember whenever I said I was gonna do that, I didn't do it. Yeah, remember that? Remember how I said I was gonna do it? Didn't happen. That's crazy, right? Wow. Cap win. It's gonna be really soon, guys. It's gonna be super soon. I'm gonna link y'all the video again. But oh, this is the wrong one. But this was really funny for me to watch. Like, it's just so fucking hilarious for me to see this guy and these people do it. Not gonna do it for PoE 2. I think I need to. Are they gonna have like drop shit where like if you gift subs, you get something? I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Trump border czar, don't test us.
Oh right, this guy.
Thanks, Governor. Look, you guys know me.
Oh no.
For the last 4 years, I wake up every morning pissed off about what this administration did to the most secure border in my lifetime. Let me be clear. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. We need to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where it's coming in, why it's coming, all those questions, right? No one did better than President Trump. President Trump's one badass president to secure this border at a level we've never seen before. Illegal immigration was down to a 45-year low. Illegal immigration was down between 83 and 90%. Unprecedented success. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. This isn't mismanagement. This isn't incompetence. This is by design. So the first morning I woke up with a smile on my face was the day after the election when President Trump won. Because he's going to come back. He's going to finish the job he started. First of all, he sends his well wishes here and happy Thanksgiving, President Trump. Also, we got a
This is a Thanksgiving speech about how he's going to deport everybody? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit.
Oh no, it's the music level.
Happy Thanksgiving. It's going to be the last one you're going to have in America.
Oh
Coming
no.
in. Secretary Christian
Please
Noll,
tell me it's not the
the
music
governor.
place.
Oh, man.
I've met with her numerous times. She's the
Please,
right
not the
person
music
at the right
place.
time for the right job. She gets it.
I
She has a
don't
lot of
think
great
it's the
ideas
music
of her own.
place.
So I'm looking forward to Chrissy
Thank
getting
goodness.
through the confirmation process, coming to work with us. I think she's doing a fabulous job. Today is the first day I've been at Shelby Park. I'm here. Governor Abbott has done an amazing job. Illegal immigration in Texas is down 86%. 86%. Think about that.
That's a lot.
This is a model we can take across the country. We're going to help Governor Abbott finish the job he started, but this is a model we can take across the
They did
the country.
advertise it as the biggest deportation operation in history. Yeah, that's because that's what a lot of people... The thing is that in 2016 when Trump won, it was like not popular to say that. Now, I feel like it is. And people are like, yeah, but they're going to deport everybody. And then a lot of the people that voted for Trump are saying like, yeah, that's the... Yeah.
Unprecedented success in Texas. It's a shame the taxpayers of Texas have to spend billions of dollars to do the job that this administration failed to do, didn't want to do. And because of that, what everybody in this room today, you got to understand, you're a national hero and you're saving this nation. Let me explain why. It's just not about illegal immigration anymore. When this administration calls a crisis the biggest they cause, it overwhelms the Border Patrol. And because the Border Patrol is so overwhelmed taking care of this humanitarian crisis, many of them are pulled off the line. And what happens then? 600% increase in sex trafficking.
Oh.
Fentanyl coming across the border to kill 250,000 Americans.
People love fentanyl. That's crazy how much of that people get into.
Number of people on terrorist watch list crossing the border. Over 2 million known gotaways. How many of them come from a country sponsored terror? How many of them were carrying fentanyl? How many of them are sex trafficking women and children? How many of them are gang members? So it's more than just illegal immigration. I don't care what your opinion is on illegal immigration. When you cause a crisis this big, all these terrible things happen. Cartels are making more money today than ever did. They're making a record amount of money smuggling aliens, record amount of money trafficking in women and children. And a record amount
It's crazy. They said they're going to use the military on the cartels. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever tried to do that before. Like, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. It's so bad. Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see what's going to happen with that. Mexico should? I mean, maybe.
Money.
El Salvador? Yeah, I watched a video on El Salvador. Apparently the guy there, he just, basically what he did, he just took everybody that was committing crime and he put them in a jail. And now there's not really hardly any crime because all the people that were committing crime are in the jail now. And so, like, everybody that wasn't in the jail wasn't committing crime. So it pretty much just got rid of it. I mean, there's still a little bit, right? I mean, but then you put them in jail too. Anyone with tattoos? Yeah, no, he really cast a wide net.
So, I'm happy that we finally got a president. President Trump's going to come in January. Like the governor says, we're not waiting until January. We're already talking. We're already planning. We're going to put a plan in place and secure this nation at the highest level it's ever seen. We're going to finish Trump's work. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. What people don't understand is that what you've done in Texas, for every ounce of fentanyl your trooper sees are less overdose deaths. For every person you arrest for trespassing and put them through a fingerprinting process, that's one less gotaway. At least we know who these people are. What you've done is not only protect the state of Texas and the citizens of Texas, you are protecting this nation. It's a shame we have other governors and other mayors who are right out of the gate are said they're going to push back on President Trump and what we're trying to do, especially for interior enforcement. Let me be clear. There is going to be a mass deportation.
All right.
Because we just finished a mass illegal immigration crisis on the border.
Oh, boy.
Where anybody can look at 9 out of 10 people claim asylum at the border will end up with an order removal. So you can't ask for the right to claim asylum, the right to see a judge, the right to due process, and we give you that due process, and at the end of that due process, a federal judge orders you removed, we have to remove them. Because if we don't, shut down immigration court. Those orders don't mean anything anymore. Take you guys off the border because there's no consequences. So you can't demand due process and the right to claim asylum and not obey the court order. That is why there needs to be a mass deportation. We have a mass number of people, millions of people who will get a final order and be ordered removed. If we don't do it, what is the option? Let them stay? Because if you let them stay, you'll never fix the border. You're going to send a message to the rest of the world. Enter the country illegally, which is a crime.
Man.
Ignore court orders, you never have to go home. We're telling the whole world it's okay to enter this country illegally, you never got to go home.
It's crazy how this shit's even a conversation, to be honest. Like, you take it.
So, basically, this was covered in another video, but the problem is that there's two perspectives to this conversation. There's one perspective where people are trying to say that... Oh, crap, I don't want to misinterpret how someone else interprets it. How do I want to say this? So, his perspective, the guy that's talking, he says, don't break the law. and since you broke the law, we have to deport you. And the opposition's perspective, the one that they've been giving, is they try to change it. So they try to change the name. Instead of calling them illegal immigrants, they say they're not breaking a law. It's illegal. It's in the name. They broke the law. Usually they talk about how they're asylees. That's the word they use. What else is there that I could say? So basically, you have one group of people that tries to change so like, there was this girl that he was arguing with, where she was trying to change the message that was being said to, rather than deporting illegals, they're saying, oh, you're breaking up families. And so what? It doesn't change the fact that they broke the law. So he's saying, what the people that are for deporting are saying is that you shouldn't have broke the law, and this is the consequences of your own actions. You shouldn't have broke the law. My perspective. I agree with the concept that you shouldn't have broken the law, and so if they choose to deport you, it's within their right to. That's what I believe. That by you forcing them into this situation, their decision to deport you is justified. I consider that to be a fair assessment.
Take a step back and you think about, like, people actually, like, this is it's like a political argument.
Oh, very much.
Isn't it crazy? Wow.
Laws, and we're going to enforce the laws. The men and women of ICE, they're going to have a tough job ahead of them. And I'm sending a message for people that said they're going to get in our way. They're going to stop us from doing what we're doing in an interior enforcement operation. I've said 100 times in the last week, don't cross that line. It is a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. Don't test us.
I'm going to laugh my fucking ass off when these people, because this is what I think is going to happen. I think that some people, like, at the beginning are probably going to try to, step up and try to stop them from doing it. And I think that they're just going to straight up put them in jail. That's probably what's going to happen. Like, these mayors, just put them in jail. That's going to be it. And I bet, like, after this happens twice, because, the first time it usually they're like, oh, it's not gonna be a big deal. After it happens twice, everybody else is gonna stop doing it. Good, they should. Well, no, you're right. I agree. Yeah, 100%. Arrest anyone who obstructs. Why do people oppose kicking out illegal immigrants? Probably number one reason why they oppose it is because they don't have to deal with it. These are people that live in countries, and not countries, states that are, like, way up north, and, like, they don't have to deal with any form of illegal immigration at all. Yeah, and it's a luxury belief. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
When was the last time a state mayor got arrested? I don't know. Probably pretty soon.
A good example of the luxury belief would be watching the Poland video that he's got, That'd be a great example of a luxury belief. There's this one guy where Poland has this border where various things happen at the border that are very dangerous and so forth, and you've got people that were killed because of the border. And so because a soldier that guards the border was killed, they allowed the soldiers that guard the border to use ammunition in the event that they are threatened, I suppose. Or if someone tries to illegally cross the border in Poland, they'll be shot and killed. And so the guy was going around, the YouTuber that made the original video, he did an interview, and he picked out this guy that was not really well informed of what was going on at the border. And so when asked about what's going on at the border and what they should do, his opinion was, oh, we should figure out what their intentions are and so forth. And it's like, the people at the border already know what their intentions are. That's the fact. So the guys that guard the border, they know what's going on. There's no question about, oh, what are their intentions? Are they good people or so forth or whatnot? They know what's going on over there. There's no question. What else? So basically, what it means by opinion of convenience is that the opinion that you have has no bearing on your day-to-day life because there's no weight to it. It's like a multiple choice question kind of thing, where you know what the right answer is that the people want to hear when they give you a multiple choice question, because they list out the things and everything else but the right answer sounds stupid. So if you're given a multiple choice question, the answer that they want to hear is going to be right there in front and center, and you're going to be like, oh, it's so easy, it's this, because everything else sounds stupid. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the most practical answer, and practicality and what's most right are not always the same. And so an opinion of convenience is a multiple choice answer, but it's not a practical answer.
The nation
What about Gavin Newsom? Are they going to arrest him if he obstructs them? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's the president. Why not? I mean, if he's not cooperating with the federal government, then yeah, of course arrest him. Duh. I mean, you have to, you got to follow the law. Big doubt? No, treason. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I think that they should.
It's a safe country. We've had enough crime in this country, illegal alien crime. It's time to end it and stop it. President Trump's committed to it. He's committed to securing this border. He's committed to having this mass deportation operation and concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. For any mayor or governor who's going to push back on removing public safety threats from your community, that is your number one responsibility. You ought to be teaming up with us. We have created the biggest national security vulnerability in this nation on the southern border. So like I said, 2 million known gotaways, and we don't know how many unknown gotaways, already record number of people on the terrorist watch list. If you don't think a single one of the 2 million came from a country sponsoring terror and didn't come to do us harm, then you're an idiot.
There it is. Do you think people knowingly employing illegal immigrants should be arrested? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, for sure. Because like the problem with like hiring illegal immigrants, and the reason why it's problematic is because it's actually for the best interest of the illegal immigrants. Because if somebody's an illegal immigrant, like you ever try to buy something on Facebook Marketplace, or you buy drugs or buy something like that, like anything that's illegal and like things don't go well, like your recourse is so narrow. You can't really do anything about it. Right? Like you can't do anything. And so the problem is that if you are an illegal, you can get taken advantage of and there's nothing that you can do about it. So arresting those people is actually in the best interest of the people that are illegal. You see what I'm saying? Because they get abused, they get taken advantage of, everything like that. They don't have the rights that they're supposed to have as workers. People with luxury beliefs don't know this. A lot of people don't. I worked construction. 90% are illegal immigrants getting paid under minimum wage. Well, that sounds like the person who did that should probably go to jail. That's what I think.
Prior to my more recent layoff from a company, I had this buddy, and I was talking about Asmongold videos with him quite often. And sure enough, the topic about illegal immigrants came up. And sure enough, we were talking about this guy as well. And he was saying how, he knew a lot of illegal immigrants when he was doing work in America, because he was doing work in the construction industry. And he was just saying that, in the construction, they got a lot of illegals. He brought that up. I don't know how relevant it is, but basically, it just sounds to me like there's a lot of illegals that get work in the construction industry in America. Now, obviously, we're Canadians, so I don't know for personal reference, but I just thought that was interesting that people will bring it up and be like, oh yeah, I knew a lot of illegals and so forth, they'll say. He didn't have any issue with illegals because he's worked with them. But that doesn't change the fact that they still did something that was illegal. They entered illegally. They didn't do it the right way. They still broke the law. So that doesn't change the fact that if they are deported, it was legal for the country to decide that that was what was going to happen. It's because a wrong was done, and so the right course needs to happen. Problem needs to be solved. If someone says, hey, we want to get rid of all these illegals, no, they're illegal. So it's within the country's right to make these decisions.
I feel like it's really simple. Yeah, if you're doing it, it's not a new question. Tell it to the agricultural industry? I would. I think everybody would. Trump will not arrest a mayor. Too much problems come from that? No. I think that, like the government is a really big place. And if you replace the person that's at the top, everything else is still going to move just fine. Like, they have elections all the time, and they replace mayors all the time. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. That's not... It doesn't matter.
Everybody ought to be on the same page. Republican, Democrat, Independent. This is a huge national security vulnerability, and everybody ought to be concerned with it. So thank you for your service. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I am impressed what I've seen today. Governor, hats off to you. The outgoing Mr. McGraw, the famous Mr. McGraw, who he's been a mentor of mine. This guy's done more for DPS than anybody that's ever worked with DPS, in my opinion. He took you guys to the 21st century. Texas DPS is probably the finest law enforcement agency in this nation. So thank you for the DPS. Thank you for Mr. McGraw. Thank you for the governor. Game on. Time to get this done. Game on.
Man. They actually brought in Judge Dredd. Oh my fucking god. I really wonder, like, to what extent are they gonna do this shit on?
There's two ways it goes. Either they do it, or maybe they don't do it at all, or they just do it to set an example. But he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would back off. I think he's truly serious about it. So, like, anything is possible. I assume just about because of how strongly he believes in it, that I really think he will go pretty hard. I wonder how hard people will fight against him. And as Trump was voted in of a majority, I would say that the people that go against him probably don't have all that much power.
Steam is trying to, basically, like, a lot of people need to understand this, is that when Steam has something, when, like, a company does something stupid and it's on Steam, people blame Steam for it. Like, whether they deserve it or not, they're the ones that are getting blamed. Because the person doesn't understand, like, oh, it's the publisher or whatever. They're going to immediately blame Steam because that's the website they're working with. And so Valve is, and Steam is trying to do whatever they can to
One more day and a little bit.
not be
until
held accountable for
Profits
these
out.
stupid and greedy decisions of certain publishers.
Okay.
Be a great video, right? Because publishers sometimes are a little bit naughty. Now, maybe they're naughty because they're kind of bad, or maybe they just make a mistake and they have a plan where the business bigwigs think, "Oh, cool, we'll sell this season pass," but the developers are internally screaming, thinking, "Guys, we can't actually do that." The problem, though, is that means that customers, we get burned, and guess who also gets burned? Big Mr. Game. Because if you're running Steam and via incompetence or malice, your devs and publishers are messing on your customers, well, guess what? Now that's your problem. So this is very much a Steam consumer protection story, and it's one that is very Valve, because they've not went and hired a small army, right, of enforcers who are going to be patrolling Steam.
Yeah.
No. Valve are a games design company, right? Now, the thing is, Steam, the actual platform, well, it's game design. They want to incentivize behaviors that are in their best interest. And that means, things that mean that customers feel comfortable purchasing, but it also means developers and publishers acting right. So let's get
that's the thing, is anytime somebody has a bad experience with a game on Steam, they have a bad experience with Steam. So, like, they have to manage their own reputation inside of these publishers doing different things that could be good or bad. That's why they have the refund window. That's why, for example, whenever The Day Before came out and, like, it didn't go well, Steam gave everybody refunds.
into this. Today's story is all about selling an idea, selling a promise of future content and how it goes wrong. What's cool, though, right, is the last few times we've covered Steam stories, especially policy ones, it's Valve being forced by some sort of outside
10,
influence. As an example, there were the terms of service changes, which
15.
basically were to try to comply with a Californian law. There was all of the stuff with the big class action lawsuits, and that was all Valve responding to external stuff. But
Yeah, of
here,
course.
this is Valve designing their own game, changing the rules, and it's all about the battle passes. Now, this was first spotted by Paweł Janik, who is the Steam DB guy, who does awesome work over there. So what they've done is they've changed their policies on how season passes work. And for the sake of simplicity, so that we all understand what Valve actually means, here is how Valve defines them. A pack of current and future content, brackets DLC, that customers can buy with a single purchase.
That's really broad. Because what does content even mean? That could mean, like, skins. Yeah, because, I mean, are skins content for a game? I would say they're content. Yeah, for sure they are. That's massive.
So what's of note here is that battle passes, where you've got to unlock rewards through gameplay and, like, individual DLCs, those don't actually count here. What counts is when you buy a season pass, right?
Okay.
A whole package of things that is purchased before all those things release. And what's really cool is that we have got the full policy document, all of Valve's demands and requirements that developers and publishers have got to meet. And on face value, this absolutely looks like a humongous win for consumer rights. But as always, it gets far more interesting when we dive into the details.
Yeah.
And that's possible because of today's sponsor, who keep me protected online. So here's the deal. Data brokers exist. They
The
harvest
volume
our
is
data
low, is
any
it?
way that they can, and then they sell it. And
Is
that
that
means
better?
we get robocalls, we get spam, and even worse, security vulnerabilities,
Yeah, I had
especially
it
the
turned
likes of
down.
social engineering. And when big corporate data leaks happen,
It's
as they
better?
often
Yeah,
do,
okay, good.
that data often ends up with the brokers. And that's where Incogni.com/belly their news is a superpower, and it is so simple.
Yeah.
We've actually got the legal right to have our data taken down. But that takes hours, and there's nothing stopping that data from
It's
being
crazy that like you need a service like this. This should just be the law.
recollected. So what Incogni does is it scans the
it's
brokers,
insane.
it automatically sends takedown requests, it adds you to suppression lists, and best of all, it constantly rescans to keep your data down. So here's my Incogni
too loud?
dashboard. You
Okay.
can see 114 sent, 8 in progress, 106 completed, and I'm on 21 suppression lists. And that means those brokers will not recollect
Yeah.
my info. Now you can add up to 3 emails and home addresses as well, and the upshot is simple. Your data not being spread around without your knowledge or your consent. And I've actually not had a single robocall since I started with them. Incogni means you can actually benefit from the laws that actually exist to protect you but are normally completely unusable. And you can get 60% off an annual plan at incogni.com/valuetheirnews. Let's kick things off with a customer perspective here. So Valve have codified how these products should appear on the Steam platform, sort of in the same way as Advanced Access, where Advanced Access was a thing, it was a gray area, and then Valve said, hang on a second, we should actually have a clear label and a clear system so that people know what's going on.
Yeah,
So-
that's why they have the early access indicator on Steam now. And like that's a really good thing because a lot of people don't really understand what the difference between beta, early access, early release, alpha is. Like all of these terms are kind of used interchangeably. And it's very hard to know like which one are being used in this circumstance.
From now on, before the purchase of a season pass, products must clearly detail these things. A complete list of all DLC included in the pass, so
Yeah.
a listing for each of the 4 DLCs that are included. There must be a basic description of the content included in each pass. Valve says, and by the way, I'm reading their policy document here. For example, the first content release might be the Glitterlands expansion, new area to explore, 2 new weapons, and new enemies. Valve's document goes on to say it's not required for DLC to have a final name at the launch of the season pass. They say that information
Okay,
about
that
the
makes
content in the
sense.
DLC
Sure.
doesn't need to be detailed, so you can just say as a developer, new weapons, or 2 new weapons, or new zone. That is acceptable. You don't have to list the specific, like, itemized things. Now, they also say, and this is where it gets big, expected release date for each DLC. Quarter and year, i.e. January to March 2025, or season/year is acceptable. Of course, a date that's more precise is also fine. As an example, just any specific date in the year. And then there's a bit that I think
Yeah,
is huge.
just thank fucking God. That way it's actually explained and people know what's going on. You know, imagine that.
Huge, right? A product must have at least one of its constituent DLCs actually released whenever it is offered. So that means that a season pass cannot be sold in such a way that if you buy the season pass, that's it. Right? There's no content right now. All that you've done is pre-ordered a bunch of future DLCs. That's actually not going to be allowed. Now that being said, pre-orders of a deluxe edition of a game do get their own specific carving out in the rules. So obviously Valve aren't going to publishers and saying, hey guys, no more deluxe editions, because that would lose all of them money,
Yeah,
right?
that
So
would be stupid.
we'll have to treat that as a separate thing, but there's an other rule that is massive for us as gamers, as customers. Steam are codifying that if any listed DLC is cancelled, Valve will mandate refunds for the comparative value of the cancelled DLC to customers. Now,
wow. God damn, that's a lot. Holy shit. It's amazing, yeah. Oh my God.
Now, this is really good because, look, generally there would be some form of refund if a plan changed substantially. But the thing that actually matters is, can you trust that refund? Is it backed up by Valve's own rules? Here, it is going to be backed up by those rules, and that matters. Now what we can do is take a look at some recent video games to see who passes these rules.
Yeah, the day
and
before.
Who fails.
That's the one that
the
happened.
devil is always in the details.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Star Wars Outlaws just came out.
Oh.
and it does actually pass. The reason why is they have clear descriptions of the expected dates, there are clear expectations for the content, and there's a full list of everything that you get. Then we've got Space Marine 2. It also passes the new test. Again, it's got all of the detail, even though they are just describing the cosmetic pack contents in generic terms. But then we've got Tekken 8. It actually fails the test. It violates Valve's rules. Now,
don't Tekken 8 players hate the game now? Like, I've heard that a lot of Tekken 8 players are, like, unhappy with, I guess, like, microtransactions and certain types of additions to the game that they've done. That's what I've heard a lot of, though.
Tekken 8 came under a hell of a lot of criticism from fans because of what is actually in its season pass. Now, actually, that's not why they failed the test here. Obviously, you're allowed to sell a season pass that's shit as long as it complies with the rules. But what they don't comply with is that while there is detail of the content available that fits Valve standards, there's no time frame, right? No time frame for delivery, and Valve are not letting developers sell undated promises in their store anymore.
Wow. So it's not just like something can be in early access purgatory forever. That's kind of a really big deal.
That's good. We need more of that.
Holy shit.
And we've got Stalker 2, which sadly fails on all counts here, actually.
Whoa.
The only thing that they describe whenever you purchase the Ultimate Edition is, quote, Season Pass, guaranteeing 2 additional expansions and any future DLC.
Sure.
Now, of course, detail-wise, Steam has left enough slack here so that as long as each DLC is labeled with new weapons, new enemies, new map, that would be acceptable. And that does mean that most developers are likely going to be fine on that front. And for the developers of Stalker 2, well, they basically just need to get their ducks in the row so that they are in compliance with this. Of course,
it's crazy how many abstract promises that developers have made and how long it's taken for this to actually happen. Because, like, this has been a problem for a long time now.
Say, on a personal level, I mean, I know that Stalker 2 has came out, it's had performance issues and all of that, but my god, like, very few games are developed
and also, like, another component for, like, what this is going to do is that if you make a service that is primarily putting customers first, like, so earlier today, some people might not have been watching then, but earlier today, I thought of the idea to try out something like this game, right? So this is a game that people said was, like, not letting people play it because of DLC. Well, I downloaded the entire 90 gig file, and then I find out that in order to play the game, I have to log into a Ubisoft account. I immediately uninstalled it. Like, I wish Steam would make it a rule that if you want your game on Steam, you cannot require a login to a secondary launcher or a login into a secondary account. It can be optional. It can be, you know, advised or suggested, but for it to be mandatory, suck my fucking dick. And at the end of the day, it's just annoying because you're buying something and, like, here's the truth. I'm going to refund this game. I'm going to refund the game because I don't want to have to make another account. It's just obnoxious. It's a mandatory skip button, yes. And so, like, and at the end of the day, where did I have a bad experience, guys? I had a bad experience on Steam. I did. Because I bought the game, and now it's annoying. What about account linking? Account linking is totally fine. The problem is when it becomes mandatory. That is the issue. It's not about it being a possibility or a suggestion or even like, you know, hey, you're gonna get a little bit extra stuff if you do this. But if you have to do it, fuck that. That sucks. I hate that.
The, you know, broader environment that Stalker 2 was developed
Tired of everything being a service. I am too. I'm so tired of having to make an account for everything. I don't need an account to download my drivers. Like, just let me log in, automatically detect what the drivers are, and just give me the software. Like, why do I need to make an account for a mount? Yeah, I have to have an account for Razer Synapse. Why? Why can't I just have this saved locally onto my PC? Where is the value that I, as a customer, am getting by having a mandatory account? And that's the thing, is I have no problem if they say, hey, you want to save your settings and have them on another computer? Well, we have this account that you can make. I think that's great. But I fucking hate it being forced. It makes me so mad. There is literally no value to me as a customer, and in fact, there is a negative value. Because now I have to keep up with another password, I have to give another person my information, and I have to keep up with another username. Now I have to remember this. It's completely anti-consumer. You are the product? Well, that's the thing. Is that the old meme was, if you're not paying for a product, you are the product. Now you pay to be the product. It's like there's a fucking cover charge to get inside the slaughterhouse. That's not how it's supposed to fucking work.
So I'm absolutely going to cut those guys some slack. I mean, I think it's only fair. So obviously in the topic of release dates, there's a reason why most announcements have got the legalese of, quote, dates subject to change, right, in the small print. So Valve are not going to be completely ruthless with developers here. They are giving developers flexibility to allow for delays and development problems because, well, Valve are also game developers. I'm pretty sure they
Only one solution. I don't really have much to work with. I feel like this white tile over here and this guy over here. So what I'm thinking about in my mind is that beside this black tile are 3 white tiles. And the only thing that determines which one is not one of those 3 is the black tile that causes the next white tiles to go over. This rule tells me I can't have a 4 in a row of white. Now, normally I'd think about it like putting the white tile there and then splitting that up with 2 blacks and then having that and that. But, another aspect, you know what? Let's just go completely crazy with this. If I had a white here, 2 blacks here, black goes there as well, and you have another white go here, white go there, black goes there. So I got 2 blacks here, white, white. I can put another white here because I can't put a black there. Black here, so 2 whites, 2 whites. Over here is a white, so you got 3 whites in a row. You got black, black, with black, black. Why don't I just do that? Alright, let's see what happens. I don't really feel like I learned anything from that, but okay. Oh dear.
Understand that keeping to a development timetable is hard. You know, they run on Valve time, so they take that into account, but they do have rules and punishment. So here it is. if developers cannot make the 3-month window that they set for their DLC, they are allowed to move that DLC to the next 3-month window. But if it's anything more than that, they can't do it in the Steam backend. They can't.
Wow. So if you have to delay more than 3 months, you have to give out refunds. You know what's really funny about this? Is that Valve shouldn't be doing this. Because the government should have already done it. This should already be a consumer protection policy. It's insane that, like, this even pre-orders will be cooked. That would be 6. Am I misunderstanding? You guys said 6. I want to go back and look at this myself again. I might have misread it. You can pick a new date up to 3 months later than you originally suggested. Yeah. One time only during the season pass. 3 and then another 3. Where does the other 3? What?
They are allowed to move that DLC to the next 3-month window. But if it's anything more than that, they can't do it in the Steam back.
Theoretical question. Do these rules all apply to all games companies? Like, say, FromSoft, for whatever reason, did something that breached these rules. Like, maybe they had some issues with their DLC, and they had to delay it by a significant amount of time. They're a trusted company. So, them delaying their shit would not be that much of an issue. But what were the rules with regards to delaying a DLC? Like, I'm pretty sure that FromSoft would not do anything that would be too horrible with delays and so forth. But I mean, like, if it was to happen that FromSoft were to breach the rules with regards to the Steam, I don't think that it would be as much of an issue because of the trust and the respect that the audience has for them as a group, as a company. However, if someone like Blizzard, which has no morals, was to do any of these things, the pitchforks would be pulled out and the torches would be ready and we'd be burning witches. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, although these are rules, I think that if a company has gone above and beyond in every other aspect, and they make one slight mistake, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world if everything else that they've done is right.
They can't click a button.
Basically 6 months max. I'm not understanding. Yeah, either way.
They need to negotiate it with Valve, right? So they basically need to get a meeting with the principal and explain themselves. And if that DLC is delayed past the 3-month point, even if no customer has complained to them, then Valve will actually consider action.
Yeah.
And of course, that is action that, will hurt the developer's bottom line. That means that there are clear consequences. Valve's framing to develop.
I understand what you guys are saying now. You're saying that theoretically inside of a 3-month window, because it's based off of seasons, that you could release at the later half of the season rather than the beginning of the season. So 6 months would be a theoretical outcome, but realistically it would be 3 months. Is that what people are trying to say? Yes? Okay. That's not 6 months. I don't agree with that thinking, but like it could be theoretically, right? So basically, it is less than 6 months no matter what, and in some cases only 3 months. Yeah, it's not 6 months. Yeah, it's more like up to 6 months. Yeah, and that's in a best case scenario. So for example, right? Like, holiday season ends in December. So if your planning was to release it in December and you said holiday season, you would actually only have 3 months that you could extend it to, because you'd already be in December to begin with. You see what I'm saying? So like that's just an example, right? Okay, so all right, now we're all on the same page, because I was getting really confused with what people were saying. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? But okay, yeah, I can see what the very, very stupid nuance, but that's fine. It's okay. The point is, yes, obviously it would be less than 6 months always, but sometimes only 3 months, depending on what the release schedule was. That's right. People like being pedantic in order to argue. It's nothing new. Anyway, yes, this is a good thing. Very good thing.
Hurt the developer's bottom line. That means that there are clear consequences. Valve's framing to developers and publishers is clear.
Well, the reason why there's consequences to the developer is because there's consequences to Steam. When people get refunds on Steam, Steam has to probably pay. Like, every refund that Steam does costs them money. There is some form of transaction that it costs Steam in order to give somebody a refund.
Season Pass is a commitment to future releases, and it's one that they want as a contract. Here's a quote. If you aren't ready to clearly communicate about the content included in each DLC and when each DLC will be ready for launch, you shouldn't offer a Season Pass on Steam.
Damn. Damn, bro. Don't make promises you can't keep. Or if you do, we're gonna refund everybody. Oh my fucking god. That's not too much to ask? It's really not. Basically saying you can't sell vague promises anymore. They're gonna make some enemies. Well, here's the thing, is that a platform that puts consumers first will create a pressure on developers to have developers use that platform. A lot of developers probably don't like Steam. They probably don't like how it's designed. They don't like the cut that they take. They don't like a lot of things. But it doesn't matter, because that's where the fish are. That's the truth.
So if a 6-month window for release isn't enough, Valve will actually consider that to be a breach of contract between developers, Valve, and customers. And as a punishment, they will actually take action.
Damn.
Here are Valve's punishments. The Season Pass may be removed from sale. They also say all unreleased content may be refunded, or customers may get the option of a refund for the whole pass. And
oh my god. Bro, they're laying it down. That's insane.
And the same will actually apply
Look at
if the
this.
Season Pass hasn't released for
Might need a
1
nap
year as
soon.
well. And the ultimate
Holy
point here is
shit.
that customers will not lose it.
What's this here? Somebody says, what about small indie developers who struggle more than AAA developers? Why would... No, so so let me get this straight. You think that because you ran into a production problem, now the consumer needs to pay for that? That's not how it works. You're selling a product. The only thing that matters is whether your product hits the market or not. You're thinking about empathy, but what about whenever you take somebody's money and you don't give them what you told them that you were going to give them? Where's the empathy there? It's completely one-sided. No, you're not going to trick me with that shit. Yeah, it's not Kickstarter. Exactly, man. Yeah, people don't want to get scammed. Like, if you can't release a game and you don't know when it's going to come out, then maybe don't put it on there. And also, AAA devs fuck up like this all the time. I feel like this is mainly for the AAA devs, not for the indie guys. the indie guys, generally, everything's fine. I mean, yeah, you have like there are bad games, right? We all know like the, very notorious bad indie games, but I feel like they're few and far between.
Out because a developer cannot.
If a white tile went here, a black tile would go above and go to the side. 1, 2. If a white tile goes above, then you have a black tile go below, and it could go either to the right or down below. I got nothing of that. If a white tile goes here, a black tile goes there and gets stuck, so a white tile cannot go here, a black tile goes there. If a white tile goes here, black tile goes there, but that doesn't work. So a white tile cannot go here. A black tile goes there. And it goes above. White tile goes there. White needs to escape. Black, white, white, white. Good work. If a white tile goes there, it doesn't work out. Black tile goes here. White needs to escape from over here. Black there, white, white, white. If black went above, you'd have a white tile there, and a white tile there, and a white tile would have to escape downwards. Black tile would go there. I'm trying to find a way that I can make a mistake. If I find a way I make a mistake, then I can find an answer that is absolutely wrong, which means that there is an answer that is also somewhat right. Is right. You can find the absolute rights by finding what's absolutely wrong. If a white tile goes here, then a black tile has to go there, and it would escape down here, but there's a black tile here. So a white tile does not go here. A black tile goes here. Black tile goes out in either way, putting a white tile over here, regardless of which way it goes. if a white tile goes here, a black tile has to go here, same thing as before. So a white tile does not go here, a black tile goes here. I feel like I'm playing Minesweeper. Without numbers. A black tile does not go here. A black tile cannot go here. Black tile has to go here. I think this section is cordoned off, so I should focus on trying to solve that. If a black tile went here, meaning if I put a white tile here, a black tile goes there. Black tile cannot go there, so a white tile cannot go here. It has to be black. Regardless of which direction, you have to have a white tile beside it, so a white tile goes here. Black tile there. This white needs to escape. Black goes there, white there, white there. If I put a white there, a black would go there, and that would be unacceptable. So white does not go here. Black goes here. This white needs to escape. Black cannot go here. White goes there. If I put a white there, black would have to go there, and that would be unacceptable. So white cannot go here. It's a black that goes there. Just gonna double check because I'm a little sleepy. If a white goes here, a black goes there, and that would be unacceptable. So black has to go here. If a white goes here, black goes there, that's acceptable. I think we're far enough in that I might be able to guess everything. Might be able to. The major thing at play here is that you cannot create a 2x2 out of white tiles. So, if this black goes above, then have this go down and this one go down. If this goes down and that one goes down, these two tiles here are isolated, so that doesn't work out. If this guy goes down and that one goes to the right, he goes to the right, all of this can be reached, and down below as well. This guy goes down, this one goes up. So I'm going to try this. Maybe all my effort up until now is going to be wasted. Maybe. Sweet.
Not meet their promises. Of course, promises the developer has sold to a customer. That to a lot of developers will sting.
That is
it
brutal.
will feel harsh. But you know what? This industry has been damaged so much by commitments to players just being fast and loose and not being respected.
Well,
and
at the end of the day, people are spending money on things that they're not getting. Like if you want to break this down on like a super rudimentary contract level, the company said they were going to give you something within a time frame, and it didn't happen. Now, if somebody charges you money for something, and then you don't get what you paid for, you should get your money back. This is not, it's not complicated. It's not like this is some kind of like, you know, wizard analysis. It's common sense.
Why games discussion and culture is such a flippin' mess these days. So let's talk about games that will fail this criteria. Redfall! Yeah, Redfall, remember that? That's a recent example where because Microsoft shut down the development studio, there was simply no plan to make the Season Pass DLC. Now, obviously, Microsoft did offer refunds there, but it was initially unclear if that would be the case, as Microsoft framed that a make-good offer was being worked on, which, you know, in that case, it's got to be money, or I'm saying no. Now,
well, it's also because they're worried about getting sued. And this is another really big component, is that, do you remember when Steam, this is like kind of like maybe like, I don't know, 3-4 months ago? Do you remember when Steam kind of late at night pushed an update that everybody had to agree to? Do you guys remember that? Like everybody had to agree to some update. It was about like AI or some kind of thing like that. I don't remember exactly. Only USA? It was in the USA. Yeah, that must be it, because I think it was a response to a California law or like a lawsuit that had happened. Yeah, for licenses. And so, anyway, arbitration. Steam doesn't want to get roped into a lawsuit when a company puts out a video game and then they don't deliver it, and now Steam gets named in the lawsuit, and now they're involved in a class action lawsuit for fraud. You see what I'm saying? This is how, like, and this has been their perspective on AI as well. Steam does not have a problem with AI, but they do have a problem with saying that you don't have AI. They're always looking at trying to minimize their own risk, and that's what they're doing here. Dude, just stop watching Belluer. His content has fallen off so much that he is now in Ireland. His content is just a commercial. I was a big fan of his, but then he started to be more commercial, and his content started to be dumb as fuck. He only cares about farming views. So here's what's really funny about that. So if I look at Belluer's videos, he's actually been getting substantially more successful. Like if you look at this one, this has like 900,000 views. This is 450,000 views. Like his approach that he's taking to content now has been incredibly successful, and he's doing an amazing job. This is probably the most successful his news channel has ever been. So I understand that maybe he banned you in the comment section, so you're coming in here and complaining to me, but you're just factually wrong. Yeah, you're just wrong. There's probably a WoW player that's mad that he's not playing WoW. That's probably what's going on here. Yep. Complaining, Andy. Yeah, as I told you, bro, like WoW players are something else.
Years ago, Assassin's Creed Unity, that saw Ubisoft have their release pass removed, right? Removed from sale because of the game's launch issues, which at the very least were pretty damn funny to watch. Now, in that case, Ubisoft still did commit to releasing their DLC regardless, with all of the Season Pass owners getting that as a part of their purchase. Plus, everybody in the community actually got the first DLC, and then Season Pass holders got a free Ubisoft game to make up the cost. So that was them trying to navigate the situation. But obviously here, with Valve, well, a developer doesn't just get to say, oh, yeah.
Well, that's a bad solution, because, like, if they say, like, let's say you go to Taco Bell and you want to buy something, and then they take your money, and then they tell you, oh, okay, well, you can have something else on the menu. Well, I don't want something else on the menu. I wanted that thing. Give me my money back. Like, it's just like, some people, like, I don't know why like this has happened, is that so many people and like just random internet users have turned into professional dick eaters for companies. Have you guys noticed this? Where they're constantly trying to defend bad
Sony
business
fanboys?
practices. I don't know why they do this. Why have people turned into dick eaters? Why is this happening? You received a refund if you don't want the game? Yes. I don't get why. It's so annoying to me.
Instead, no, it's got to be what you promised, or else Gabe's giving people their money back. And speaking of development,
and also if this goes to court, they're gonna lose. Like, that's not how it works. Oh, well, you were gonna buy something. Oh, okay. Well, we're not gonna give you that. We're gonna give you something else. No, they have to give you your money back. That's fraud.
Shows we gotta talk about City Skylines 2. City Skylines 2's expansion pass Waterfronts completely meets all the criteria for listing a season pass product on Steam, right? They've got clear descriptions of what the content is, actually far more detail than is even required, and they do have clearly marked dates for the initial sale of it. As an example, right, the Bridges and Ports DLC was marked as releasing in Q2 of 2024. However, the astute among you may notice that it's actually Q4 of 2024 right now, and that expansion has not released. In fact, in February, to ensure wider game stability, it was updated to have a release window of Q2 2025, which I will say is what that developer should have done. Because look, if your foundations are absolutely shot through, destroyed, what business have you got
Another example of
building
this
something
happening?
on it? No,
Another example of this happening was Warcraft 3 Reforged. Is they said it was going to be ready at the end of the year, and it wasn't. And like a lot of people are bringing that up. They said, well, we pre-ordered and you said it would be ready by then, and now it's not. Like, what the fuck? What about Wayfinder? I don't know what happened exactly with Wayfinder. I can't comment on that. You think they give you a brand new game of their choice? They probably gave you a shitty one, right? That nobody's playing anyway. I don't know. But never be precise unless you've already finished all the work, or you're experienced in what you're doing and you know how long the work is going to take. I mean, that's fine. Because you have to make projections. Everybody makes projections. Yep. But I see this being just a massive W for like an average gamer. Just as an average, and this is one thing I wish more people realized, is that people need to stop being simps for these companies and, oh, well, they couldn't get it right the first time. Well, then too bad. Too fucking bad. What about games with paid content retroactively redacted? I don't know. Like, I mean, I think that I feel like that's bad, but I don't know. It probably depends on the situation specifically. I'll forever be a simp to Steam. See, like, I think it's important to just like to focus on actions rather than individuals, because like this action that Steam is doing is really good. Now, Steam could make a mistake or do something in the future, and then I'd be like, this is bad, they shouldn't do this. But Steam does usually make good decisions. Money has a time value, too. These companies are holding large sums of money for an indefinite amount of time. Exactly, yeah, it's like inflation, etc. Yeah, of course,
things can go wrong. However, in the present, things are nice.
Fix the real problem first. But you can't
there
have
could come a time where Steam is not as nice.
You should hand people their money back
of
with
course.
a plan to
It's not
earn
even
it
a
back
question.
later.
There is
And
respect
this
for
actually
the
means that
Steam
what they've
that
done in
is
City Skylines 2
in the present.
would land squarely within Steam's policy of being more than 12 months since the intended release date if it doesn't hit by then.
Yep.
Now, the reasons why the DLC is delayed is obviously that stuff that we've covered in a lot of detail here, and I think broadly everyone watching this video understands they've got to fix the real problem first. I mean, don't sell people stuff when the thing they've already got is shit. But the
none of that is the problem of the consumer. And I've been seeing this a lot recently, where you have companies and individuals, like this is especially true with streamers, is that streamers like to explain to their viewers why certain types of content are going to be bad. And they're like kind of expecting some sort of like parasocial level of accommodation for that. I find it to be so fucking cringe, where people are constantly like, oh yeah, no, this is just the way it has to be or whatever. No, like a user, a consumer, a buyer, only the relationship is about what they're buying. And I think that people let themselves be taken advantage of way too much with this kind of stuff. Validation? Yeah, unconditional trust. Exactly. It's insane. Like, the relationship that you have with a content creator or with a company that makes video games is that they put out a product that you like, and then you consume the product. If you don't like it, then you stop consuming the product. the amount of like emotional like kind of implications that people try to put on that are done purely in order to make more money. They don't really give a shit about you. They just want you to feel like they do, so you'll give them more money.
The problem with the season pass is that many people have already paid for that DLC. And so if we take a look at Valve's rules, guess what? You gotta give some of that money back. That's going to sting, but guess what? It is goddamn right.
Yeah.
And because Valve are the biggest marketplace in PC gaming, well, they are setting the terms of the market. They are drawing a red line about what is acceptable. A lot of developers.
And this should be very concerning, by the way. Bellior is looking at this from a positive perspective, and I think that it is positive. But at the end of the day, when Steam can make unilateral decisions about how an entire market behaves, that is a level of control that one company should never have. If you just take a step back and you think about this objectively, you would see how this is a very dangerous precedent to exist in. These should be policies that are like laws. It shouldn't be Steam making these decisions. Do you think it's because Sony has a practical monopoly on consoles and Steam on PC games? I don't think so, no.
Are going to, I think, look at this and say, right, in spirit, as a developer of games, a player of games, this is really good. But they will then think about the currently broken funding model of video games, which is completely biased towards publishers, is completely biased against developers, and they will be fearful. And in their fear, they may lash out.
Publishers have a lot of publishers have a lot of control, and the reason why publishers are still so powerful, because like you would assume that publishers aren't as powerful now because of like how easy it is to get a game out to market. But the problem now is that you have so many games going out to market that you can make an insane game. Like Among Us is a great example of this. Among Us was released for over a year before it got really popular when Soda played it. But before that, nobody was talking about this game. Nobody was thinking about it. It was basically dead in the water. And so there have been a lot of examples of that too, like Fortnite is another example. Whenever they came out with the BR mode, the BR mode wasn't Fortnite. Fortnite was like a survival game, and then they added the BR mode later on. So what ends up happening is that I just as good COVID-19 game? Yeah, sure. But like publishers now can like provide a platform for marketing for a game. And that's why, for example, I like doing the show that I did, Pixel Pitch, and I also like, you know, like on my Reddit, if there's a game that comes out that's good that people want to see, I'll just play the game. That's it. I'll just play the game and try it out. And I think that's really what I wish more platforms would do, because basically right now we have a... So let me see if I can describe this or explain it in a way that makes sense visually. So right now we have so many of these games. These are just games, right? EES games. I'm not very good at spelling. And so all of these games need to go into like a filter, which is marketing. Right? This is marketing. And this includes ads, it includes streamers, it includes everything else. And then the actual things that the public sees and the public awareness. I can't. Anyway, so I cannot fucking write. Anyway, basically what happens is that there are so few marketing channels that are fair and that are not overpriced or massively beneficial for existing companies. Like, for example, you know, like television ads and stuff like that, or like existing, you know, relationships with like different brands. All of these things happen. And the marketing here, this is really where the publishers come in, and that's where they create the value for these games. So it would be really good if more people tried to promote smaller games. That way you didn't have publishers that were exercising so much control, and actual players had more power over what they were playing.
Right? They may be worried because it's their livelihood, but bad things have to stop, and a company that cannot keep to its promises should go under. At the top of this video, I highlighted
He's so fucking right about this. I hate this idea that because things are expensive, a company has to do things that are bad for a consumer. It's like, oh, well, we need to make money. Yeah, that's right. If you need to make money in a way that's damaging or detrimental to other people, then maybe you don't deserve to make money. Maybe your business isn't viable if you have to do stuff like that. That's just me.
Other changes Valve made have very much been responding to things. I mean, hell, even take a look at Steam's industry-leading refund policy.
Meritocracy again,
because
exactly.
of Australia. So I suppose for once in video games, thanks Australia, because if you're an Australian gamer, there was a long time where if you wanted an 18-rated game, the government weren't going to let you have it. But on reflection, what I said
I heard about
video
some weird
isn't
stuff over
actually
there.
right.
I don't know what the details are.
There is no outside force from a big authority. No government saying, no senator getting up in, I don't know, the Senate and saying, season passes are messing up gamers. That's not happening. While it's not coming...
It's because people don't understand it. Gaming still, like, the problem is that, like, the voting base is primarily so old that they don't understand these problems at all. I think that in 20 years, this is going to be completely defined. It'll be no problem. But right now, because like the people that are making decisions in government are so disconnected, and also in 20 years, it's just going to be a new group of people. This is going to be solved, but the new issue of the time in 20 years will not be solved. This issue will just repeat itself again.
From an authority, Valve absolutely are motivated by an external force. And that external force is bad behavior. And do you know what matters here? It's not a slap in the wrist. It's a clear financial punishment. I don't know if this turn of phrase
exists. That's the thing too, is because if the company can stand to lose money, that is fucking insane. Because that's why they're doing it in the first place. Is if you want people to change their behavior, pay them a different amount of money.
In your country, but you know, we would over here in Northern Ireland call someone a bit of a chancer, you know, if they were sort of wheeling and dealing, you know, being a wee bit cheeky. Publishers have often been like that. They've been planning to sell you something and taking the money early.
Yeah.
You don't always deliver, or it's not always the spec. That's damaged the hobby that we love, and it has normalized bad behavior, such that
and what I find to be especially frustrating to me is not the fact that the publishers do it. It's the fact that gamers allow it to happen and they don't hold the companies accountable.
That was a lot of brain power.
That's what's so annoying to me, because like I can easily see, oh yeah, you're a publisher, you're doing things that are bad because you just want to take advantage of people. Yeah, sure. Of course you're doing that. But why the fuck are players going along with this? Why are they defending it? How do we attack back? Stop supporting companies that do things that are consumer unfriendly. If you buy a game and the game is doing something that you think is consumer unfriendly, stop playing that game, leave a negative review, and refund it. Stop supporting garbage. It's that simple. But your viewers are like 1% of the entire player base worldwide? No, we're not. We're like 0.001%. We're nothing. But what I'm saying is that I think that more of a focus on customers and consumers understanding that they have power. I feel like we've had a lot of instances of this happen. Like with Throne and Liberty, for example, right? They totally redid the game because of how badly it was received. I think gamers need to have higher standards. And if something is existing in a way that they think is unfair or predatory, then the main problem is that video gaming is primarily, for a lot of people, a indulgence. And whenever you're dealing in the economy of indulgences, it's very hard to get people to control themselves. So what happens is that a company will do something that's awful, and then they'll release a game, or that, you know, I've said every gamer boycott is 1 3-minute cinematic away from being over. It happens every single time. It's exhausting.
Soon, people will just expect shit. They will expect to be treated badly. That has got to end.
Yeah.
And the only way to make it end is clear financial punishment.
Exactly.
This will lose devs money, it will lose publishers money, and I am happy about that, actually.
I am too. I'm very happy. If you have to shut down your studio and put everybody out of a job because you couldn't deliver a product that could come to market and, you know, deliver in a way that consumers wanted, then you don't deserve to have a job. If you can't exist in the free market, then you don't deserve to exist in the free market. It's that simple. Winners win and losers lose. That simple.
I think it is good, and that's going to piss people off. But the point is pretty damn clear. Incentives matter, delivery matters, execution matters. At the end of the day, if you plan to sell a video game with a season pass, and then you cock up the video game and you cock up the season pass, you know what? The market should punish you such that you may actually go under, because that's the entire goddamn point. Bad companies should die because all they are doing is trading surviving off bad behavior, what I suppose economists might call like rent-seeking behavior, or the sort of thing where, if you've ever heard of the concept of an unpriced negative externality, that is the shit that they thrive on. That's what my spirit, my soul says. But I'm also a pragmatist, right? There is another incentive here. You know the way sometimes you design a system to incentivize a certain behavior, but you can accidentally have the opposite effect? Well, publishers may end up having a choice here. Do they release a broken DLC for money? Money, of course, that they've, probably already taken because it's a season pass. Will they just put that out to hit Valve's deadline, to dodge Valve's, refunds and stuff, saying, okay, we either, if we don't release this DLC, a massive amount of refunds will happen, and we'll be in a lot of trouble? Or do we just shoot it out right now, accept that we're going to get shit reviews, but you know what? That's fine. Because they already bought the season pass, and if we put out some slop, it'll be slop, but at least it will comply with...
I think that if a company does that, they won't be a company for very long. Belluor brings up a really good point here in malicious compliance, and I think that this definitely could happen, but I don't think it's probably as common as you might imagine. Because if a company does that, a lot of people are going to refund it anyway because they're going to play it and see that it's bad. So if you're worried, and here's the logic, right? Is that, yeah, you won't get as many refunds, but you will get a lot of refunds if you're releasing something that's problematic. And at the same time, you're also going to damage your reputation a lot. And so if a company wants to tank their reputation to release a bad, unfinished product that people can refund anyway, then I say let them do it. That's fine. Because there's no way that you can stop anybody from releasing a bad... Like, sometimes people just release bad games, right? But the best thing that you can do is to make sure that the people that are buying those bad games have a recourse to get a refund if they think that it's that bad. I don't think you can refund DLCs, can you? I'm not sure.
The letter of the law, if not the spirit of the law. I absolutely can't wait to see the ramifications of this. And next, I have another video for you, right? FromSoft. Sony want to purchase the company that owns 70% of FromSoft shares. It is a gargantuan story. It's actually one where the leaks have been confirmed, and I think it matters to all of us because this is the Elden Ring developer, the Armored Core developer. If something bad happens to them, it would truly be a loss. So, check it out next. Thanks to today's sponsor, and I'll see you over there.
I think this is a really, really good video. Belluor's really been cooking with these videos recently. He's been popping the fuck off. It's been awesome to see. I'll link you guys the video. Make sure to give it a like. And Valve, this has been long overdue from Valve. And I think that, honestly, I find it to be... A lot of people celebrate this because they're like, oh, this is good because now, these companies are getting held accountable, etc. However, here's what the problem is. When a company like this gets held accountable, when a company like Valve has effectively regulatory control, this is a very scary reality on a principled level. No company should have regulatory control on an industry. I'll give you some examples. So the way that Apple and Google basically have a duopoly on all smartphone applications, this is bad for consumers. Now, there can be positives with duopolies or with monopolies. There absolutely can be. But eventually those positives turn into negatives, and the problem is that when these people control a free market, you can't expect other people to come in and compete with them. essentially a corporate government. Yes, exactly. Like, I had a lot of people push back on me. People were unhappy at me for saying that I supported Elon Musk and filing a lawsuit against this, because companies operating as a quasi-government in order to compel behavior should concern everyone. So a lot of companies now, and this has been a problem with social media companies for a while. I'll link the video again. It's been a huge problem with social media companies, but it's also a problem with credit processing companies. It's a problem with Steam. The only reason why people don't care about Steam is because Steam is doing the right things. Basically, Steam is doing something that they shouldn't be able to do, but because they're doing it for the right reasons, people are okay with it. It's like Batman or something, right? And so that's the reason why. Like, I would say, like, these smartphone apps that I gave an example for earlier, I feel like those are the ones that immediately come to mind. Yeah, a benevolent dictator. Yeah, right, exactly. Because I've talked to guys, here's the truth. I've talked to guys in Saudi Arabia, and I've been like, bro, you guys can't even elect anybody. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, right.
And you know what they said to me? They said, you know what? You're right. And because we can't elect somebody, it means that the person that's up there doesn't have to worry about doing what's good at the right time. They can think about the long-term perspective, and they can't be bought out because they already have all the money in the world, and they don't have to worry about ever losing their position. So they legitimately, like a lot of the guys over there, are totally in support of the Saudi royal family, because they see what we do, they see what we have, and you know, like, in my opinion, I think we should still have elections. Okay, I'm not advocating for this, but it's interesting to see the other perspective. And what I'm saying is that people can thrive, like, good things can happen in bad systems, but bad things will always eventually happen in bad systems. And I think bad things will always eventually happen in good systems, but it's how easily it is to solve that problem. So yeah, ask the slave workers over there. Well, they probably they don't have internet, so we don't know what they're, you know, who cares about them? We're not talking about them, right? That's it. That's cope. Well, here's what I'm saying, right, is that a lot of people are going to be happy. People are going to get upset. You're trying to expand a worldview and not be blissfully ignorant of the other side. The point is that I don't think that we should have a royal family here either. But what I'm saying is that when people live in a situation that's beneficial to them, they will think that the situation is good, even if the situation is fundamentally flawed, because of the current situation that they're in. You see what I'm saying? It makes sense, what you could have said. Yeah, exactly. And chat, clip whatever you want. Won't get banned for his basic takes. No, this is true. These are what guys in Saudi Arabia told me. Yeah, straight up. So, like, they like it better. I don't like it bad. I think that's a bad idea. You shouldn't do that. But it doesn't fucking matter. And it doesn't matter what they think either, because it's still going to keep happening. A little heated up. Saudi is a slave nation. Yeah, but they don't give a fuck about that. The people voting, that's not what we're talking about. We're going to say Saudi Arabia never did anything bad. Of course it's done bad things. It's not the conversation. You're thinking about something different. Anyway, I do hope that we have actual regulation for this stuff, and we stop relying on companies that have a good compass on consumer values and consumer rights in order to advocate for us. I think this is definitely like Batman. Batman is great, but you know what would be better? Is a non-corrupt Gotham police, which will never happen. But, you know, one day, maybe it will. So that's the way I see it. And make it a law. Yeah, it should be a fucking law. Gavin can't be Batman forever. Exactly, man. Too many idiots getting caught up into morality and emotions instead of the reality. Yeah, there's always people that are like that. It's okay. It's not a big deal to worry about it. But it's still funny for me to see it. Let me see what, where the fuck was it? I missed something here. And, yeah, here we go. Imperfect world, I get what you're saying. Presidents only working for 4 years can cause problems. Every system has problems. And really, you should expect every system to have problems, but the difference is that you need to make sure that the systems that have the problems, you have a way to accommodate for them. Most people in the West still watch the soccer cup in Saudi. We don't care either. It was in Qatar, right? Or are you talking about the Saudi League? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna be real, okay? I would love to go over there. Like, Dubai and Saudi Arabia now, they're like private servers in real life. Like, people have like flying vehicles over there. There's tigers walking around. Like, everybody has a Lamborghini. No, it's straight up like joining like a WoW private server where everybody's a Scarab Lord. Yeah, I'd fucking want to go over there. Absolutely. Yeah, it's nice if you're rich. Well, I'd just be visiting, right? I don't plan on living there, but I'm just saying. And appearance is everything over there, however. You need a new fit? I wouldn't mind that. That'd be fine with me. Yeah, that's okay. Slave nations, man, don't go there. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm sorry. I know. This is not like, I'm not the world police, okay? Yeah, I'm not the world fucking police. I can't stop. You should, though? Okay, well, listen. The next time slavery is on the ballot, I promise you... Oh, would I vote against it? Oh, I don't... I mean, man, guys. Are we really gonna say it's always bad? I guess usually, right? Let's say usually it's bad. It's free labor. Yeah, it's very convenient, though. Most slaves feel safe while controlled. We got ourselves a slave owner in chat. Oh, yeah. They're so happy. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the little owls in WoW Shadowlands. And, like, so why did all the owls serve you? Well, they like serving. They exist to serve us. Do they get paid? No. They just like being able to help people out. Oh, okay. So there's, like Palicos, yeah. Wow, the Palicos always love doing things for people. Oh, how nice. They live to serve. You know what that sounds a lot like to me? Sounds like just a little,
okay, this is 15.
Anyway.
That's 19, 20. What's this gonna be about?
Hi guys, it's me again. Today we're going to talk about something that everybody has experienced, at least secondhand, and some people unknowingly have also experienced this firsthand as well. And that is going to be the decline of critical thought. This is something that I've been observing over the past 15 or 20 years or so, and I think that it's definitely started gaining momentum recently. And I want to explain and kind of talk about and explore why is that really happening. And this is a very popular topic in conversation in pop culture. There are things like idiocracy. There's the age-old question that people seem to be asking more often recently, which distilled down is something like, why are people so fucking retarded nowadays? And today, we're going to answer that question. And I actually think that there's a number of reasons for this that make a lot of sense. And the first thing you have to understand is that you have to understand that people need an identity. And that identity used to be tied to a religion, which, by the way, required you to do the exact same thing that secular ideology requires you to do as well. But the religion was a little bit more creative about it. And let's be honest, a burning bush is a little bit more exciting than climate change, isn't it? But I can show you guys how there's definitely a correlation there. And so anyway, this begins as a kid. And I think that nowadays, kids, I mean, I feel bad for a kid nowadays. They're growing up, they're 2 and 3 years old, they're getting addicted to Coco Melon. Then they get older, they've got Mr. Beast selling them, you know, chocolate when there's like, oh, well, this is supposed to be healthy and it's not. They get a little bit older, they start, you know, they turn 8 years old, they can finally write their name, and then by the time they turn 10, they learn about galaxy gas, and then they forget their name again. And so, you think about it as a kid nowadays, and you're really getting spawn camped pretty hard. But anyway, here's another component to it that's very interesting. Critical thought, and I think thinking as a concept, and you can think about this with IQ tests. With IQ tests, this, you know, as with any conversation of nature versus nurture, it's often, a lot of times, some from column A, some from column B. It's a little bit of both. You can actually train yourself to become better at IQ tests to an extent. And I think that also what's happened is that people have trained themselves to not critically think. And I think that what's happened is that if you have, you know, your brain and you're thinking about things and you're trying to solve things out and reason them out, you train your brain. It's like a muscle, just like any other thing. You don't use it, you lose it. If you use your brain, you're able to use your brain more. And if you don't use your brain, you're not able to use your brain quite as much. And I think this has happened a lot, where people are effectively mentally AFK. And I think that they go AFK quite early on now in life. Because back whenever we were kids, and by we, I mean all the other boomers that remember 3,000 years ago in 1990, and we were kids, and we would be told, you won't have a calculator in your pocket. By the way, Miss Williams, you're fucking wrong. Dumb bitch.
Doesn't even know what a phone is.
She was dumb, and I was right. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is that we all learned how to do addition. We all learned how to do multiplication. We learned how to divide fractions. And learning math is learning logic. And learning logic is learning how to critically think. And now that there are so many tools, calculators, things that you can take a picture of it and it just automatically solves the equation on your math test, there are all these tools that people have for them nowadays that effectively...
Well, what I've got right now, all the givens are parallel. So, whatever I do on the left probably happens on the right. It's a concept I use when I'm doing Kakuro puzzles, where there is only one solution. So, if there was more than one solution, then it would be possible for me to create an answer where this puzzle is not parallel, because I would be able to choose from two different answers that are very similar. But because there is only one solution, the answer that I don't know what it is yet will be parallel. If I had a white tile here, a black tile would go there, and a black tile would require a black tile there, which is unacceptable, so a white tile does not go here. A black tile goes here. By that same logic, the same thing applies over here. Over here, I think that would also work. If I put a white tile here, a black tile has to go there. Vice versa as well. If I put a white tile here, then a black tile would have to go there, and that wouldn't work either. So neither one of these two, if I put a white tile here, black tile's got to go there. That don't work. So both of these are black, and both of those are black. Nice.
Take different instances of critical thought that a person would have to do, and now that critical thought no longer has to occur. You no longer have to think about this yourself because the app does it for you. You have computers now, and it's weird because, you're having like this weird, historical bell curve where actual boomers, don't know how to use a computer. And then people that are around, I'd say like 40 to like maybe 25 or so, definitely probably know how to use a computer. And what we're seeing now, this is really scary, is young people are now, again, learning how not to use computers. This is, by the way, another thing that Idiocracy predicted. And it's that there would be a bunch of, wow, these machines, how do they work? Nobody knows. Well, anyway, nowadays, kids, because these computers are so well designed, they don't really break as often as Windows 98 used to or Windows XP used to. And you don't have to go into CMD to release and renew your IP address every single time you get the new router. It just does that for its own. It does that on its own. It does that for itself. And because of that, people never really learn how to use computers. They don't really understand how the computer works. And I think that the problem with that, and I actually, and here's what's really crazy about that, is that I bet people that are 30 years older than me, 40 years older than me, would be saying this exact same thing about us with cars. Because now, every car, you don't have to open your hood to figure out the way that it works. All you have to do is plug it into a little USB thing or a connector at AutoZone. It gives you an error code, and then you take it to the mechanic, and the mechanic fixes it based off of the error code. Much better system. However, people know a lot less about cars. And I think the same thing is happening with computers now, because computers are becoming much more defined, tighter, more enclosed systems that don't require as much critical thought to reason out problems with them, because they're just better at solving the problems themselves, or in some cases, you just get a new computer. It's called planned obsolescence. Very cute. And so anyway, I think this is happening also with math. And every other form of critical thought is being outsourced to some sort of machine, to some sort of AI, to some sort of thing that is external from yourself. So now the individual, the kid, doesn't have to actually think about how to solve what is multiplication, what is a fraction, what is division, etc., right? What is algebra? They don't have to understand the logical implications of algebra because they have a computer that will do that for them. And I think the problem with that is that once you abstract so many avenues of critical thought, you, at a certain point, abstract critical thought itself. And the worst part about this is that it doesn't end in school. I think this has happened all across the entire culture. And every single group of people, and this is going to ruffle a few feathers here, and that's why I'm doing it. But there are a lot of things that, in my opinion, if you evaluate these things critically, you can easily see how they don't really make a lot of sense, and how there is a common conclusion that any normal, reasonable person would come to. I'll give you 2 examples, and we can maybe do 2 more examples. The first example is going to be the really easy one. This is the one that a lot of people can probably agree on. Have you ever seen the graphs or like the charts? This is for the America people here. That shows how many areas are red versus how many areas are blue, and they show, oh, well, look how many more red areas for Republicans versus Democrats. Why is it that, the races are so close? Well, it's because a mountain doesn't really have a lot of people living on it as much as the same way a city does, for example. And so it's basically people that are willfully misunderstanding data. But the problem here is that I think that we've had such a long time period of willful misunderstanding that people have stopped acting. And here's another one. Climate change. This is a really big one. Now, the big concept with climate change is not whether or not it's happening, it's whether people are causing it or not. Let's use a little bit of logic here. If you light a cigarette in a room, the room will smell like a cigarette. If you light a bunch of cigarettes in a house, the house will smell like cigarettes. If you have a lot of pollution in the city will have a lot of pollution in it, and it will be unsafe to breathe in. There are a lot of places, I think there's a few places like that used to be like that in China, for example. So, in a theoretical world, it would be very logical that if you caused enough pollution, that you could negatively affect the Earth in a bad way. This is somehow a bridge too far for many people, and many people are unwilling to even come to the conversation of thinking about whether this is happening or not. And I think the reason why is because that type of critical thought puts them at odds with the ideology that they subscribe to. And this is something that, again, religion, we used to outsource this over to religion, but because people don't believe in that as much anymore, now we've decided to invent our own new forms of bullshit that, as I said before, are much less exciting than Jonah living a fish, to be honest. And so, here's another one. Transgenders. Oh, this one's going to get people.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, a transgender, male to female is going to have a biological advantage against a biological female. All other things considered equal. Any reasonable person knows this, and you can easily see this too, that there are very few biological females to males that then go on to compete in sports at a professional or very high level. I'm sure it's happened once or twice, but I don't think exceptions prove rules. So the point is that all of these things are extrapolations of scientific reasoning and logical reasoning that, based off of which side of a different political spectrum you're on, you are not allowed to have these opinions. You are not allowed to think for yourself. And I think that's really what I'm getting at here, is that you are no longer allowed to think for yourself, because thinking for yourself eventually takes you off of the off of the reservation or off of the range that you are supposed to be living in. You never want to think for yourself because you could accidentally make a mistake. You could think too far. You could commit a wrong thing. And when somebody does this, they get completely excommunicated. I think a great example of this is J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling said obviously the female experience is something that only biological females can experience in this unique way. Now, it doesn't mean trans women can't be women. It doesn't mean they shouldn't be treated like women. But the experience that trans women have is different than the experience that a biological woman has. This is a completely logical thing. I think that probably 90% of people think this, but people have to live with their mind in a cage and pretend like they don't. And what I think happens is that as soon as a person sees what happened to, let's say, J.K. Rowling, where she gets completely excommunicated by her group of people, right? Because she used to be a very, liberal person, etc. She got totally excommunicated. Everybody hates her now. And she also, by the way, got way more radicalized to the other side. So it does have a negative effect, too. But most importantly, the point that I'm making here is the fact that when you think for yourself, when you let your own experiences dictate the way that you see the world, you oftentimes come into a direct contradiction with the ideologies that you are part of. And people don't like to think. People don't like nuance. And I think this has always been true, right? I mean, we had Salem witch trials. They burnt Joan of Arc. Galileo was suppressed. I mean, we've always done this. But what's interesting nowadays is that it's done for a secular reason. And it's the interesting, circumstantial application of critical thinking when it's something that you've already agreed with the conclusion on. And I think that's what's really happened. And so you have people that are growing up in school and they ask questions, because, a kid thinks like, why is this way? And, oh, wait a minute, you can't ask that, you can't ask these, you can't think about it like this because this is the wrong way to think about it. And so now you're stepping outside of that box that you're supposed to stay in. And I think this also dovetails very well into the way that cults work. Now, a lot of cults, there is a turning point, right? When you're going from, the under level to the upper level of the cult. And this is the point where you are now given the arcane esoteric teachings of whatever madman decided to invent this cult. But before you do that, you have to do some form of initiation that oftentimes requires you to forego your own logic, forego your own thinking, disregard reality, and accept their version of reality as your reality. And the reason for that is it's a degree of commitment. How committed are you to this cause in order for you to fully be part of our in-group? And I think that now people are performing that initiation ritual at a mass level. They are basically performing the initiation ritual themselves for society to see, oh, wait a minute, this person is actually part of our team. And it becomes more important that you are following the line of thinking, the group of people that you think are, or that you're part of. It's more important that you follow their line of thinking than you follow your own line of thinking. And I think that that's what's really led to the decline of critical thought. And so you have machines nowadays that think for you. So you're not exercising that critical thought. You don't need to troubleshoot anymore because the machine does that for you. And then you also have society that's actively trying to suppress every form of critical thought that you can possibly fucking have. Like, there are a lot of things that many people can always agree on, but because of political spin, it turns into being a controversial issue. I think things like lobbying or something like that, like gerrymandering, etc. But people contort themselves into doing gymnastics to justify them because these things are what is preferential or advantageous for their side. And I think that the more that you do that, the more that you practice not thinking for yourself. You practice not actually applying your own thought, not trying to evaluate things based off of your own experiences. And the worst of all is the fact that it's not that you're not thinking, it's that you're letting somebody else do the thinking for you. And I think that's what people want, by the way. I think that there is a primal human desire to take
The challenge is making sure that you don't just nod your head, because think about it like this.
They're going to tell you all the
If I
answers.
agree with him on everything, am I thinking for myself and saying he's right? Or am I finding myself a good role model? Or am I just in a cult kind of thing? So, there are times where if you agree with someone too much, you should try to step back and be like, am I really thinking about this? Or am I just throwing all reason away and being like, okay, he's in the right because he's always right kind of thing. I gotta give a little distance between the idea that he's right and that, you know, just a little bit of a second guess kind of thing. But that's just because he's often right about a lot of things, and that's a little bit dangerous. Just because you like someone doesn't mean that they can't exploit you. I'm not saying that Asmongold would do this, but if you like someone and you look past all their faults, then you're not really using critical thinking whatsoever. You're turning a blind eye to the possibility that the person could be misleading you. So even if you trust somebody, you should, like the phrase everyone likes to say, trust but verify kind of thing, is if you like someone, you can take their word for what they say, but apply some critical thinking and try to discern for yourself whether you truly believe what the person says versus just saying, yes sir, whatever you say sir, okay, got it. Now obviously if you're at work and your boss tells you to do something and you've decided, okay, you know what, it's safe. Okay, once you've decided it's safe, you've applied your critical thinking already. But if your boss tells you do something and you know it's not safe, but you do it anyways, then clearly you're using the mindset of even against my own better judgment, I'm going to do it kind of thing, which is wrong. I consider it wrong. If you're going to do something against your better judgment, maybe you shouldn't be the one doing it because your judgment is impaired.
You don't have to think about this shit anymore because that's really complicated and it's much easier just to watch football or play video games. So the fact is that that's why I think that we're losing a lot of critical thought. We don't have to use our brains anymore, and the times that we do are usually a mistake. And I think this is going to keep getting worse, by the way. It's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse until it reaches a fever pitch where it's just a unrecognizable reality and people have to turn around. But I think that, again, being able to, it's almost like it's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's like virtue signaling, but it's like retard signaling in a way, where you're now you're going out and you're saying these things, and it's like, okay, this is the person who's saying that, you know, I don't want to give like a big list because it's going to trigger a lot of people in chat, but, you know, you're going into the NPC programming of certain people, and you're saying
seen that a lot.
thing that you're supposed to say. And then once you do that, now you're part of a club. Now you can be accepted because you have decided to forego your own reality, forego your own critical thinking, and instead adopt the critical thinking and the reality of the group. And I think that that's why we don't have people that think for themselves. It's because they're afraid to. They're afraid to think for themselves because if they do, and they think too hard, or they think too much in one direction, they could end up ruining their entire life. And you see this happen. You see this happen with someone like J.K. Rowling. Not like she's ruined her whole life, but it's just a person who is asking a question, who is trying to express their worldview, and they're completely hated by everybody. And I think that there are many such cases, and I'm curious, guys in chat, has there ever been an opinion that you think is just absolute common fucking sense, and then if you mention this opinion or you say this opinion, everybody hates you for it? And I think that the more of those that we discuss and we talk about, the more that we can get back to actually thinking as a form of coming to a conclusion rather than as a form of reverse engineering a conclusion. So it's like, instead of making up your mind on what's true and then trying to logically justify it, you should look at logic and try to, you know, inductively decide what is actually the truth. And I would love to see things go back to that, but I think the first thing that you have to do is you have to acknowledge the things that are not that. And I think that we have so many of those nowadays in our society. And again, people are afraid to step outside of that box because you can ruin your life for doing so. And you see many such examples on social media and on the news. And I think that kids, again, are just getting farmed because they never have to critically think because machines do everything for them. And I think that's exactly what's happening. And things are just going to keep getting worse until, number one, people can acknowledge it's a problem, and number two, it legitimately becomes a problem. And I think you're probably going to see that in workplace productivity going down maybe in the next 20 years or so. But by then we'll have everybody replaced by robots, so maybe it won't even matter. Either way, guys, that's what I think. So I'd be curious to hear, what is your example of something that is so critically obvious but people try desperately to deny that it isn't true? And I've given some of my examples. Some people might disagree with them. That's totally okay. But, you know, I think that many people have very similar examples, and I think that that is the real reason. And again, the lack of meaning and the lack of trying to identify with a group, or the lack of having a group to identify with, is the reason why people are willing to give up their critical thought and just immediately be part of that group instead, because it's a lot more convenient and it's a lot safer to do that. And so anyway, guys, I like making these videos. Let me know if you want to see more videos like this. I feel like these topics are sometimes a little bit heavier, so I try to be funny with them as much as I can. But overall, I really appreciate you guys watching them. A lot of people were really positive about the last one. So if people like them, I'll keep making them. And if they don't like them, well, if I still feel like it, I'll make them anyway. So, thanks a lot for watching, guys. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Steam is trying to, basically, like, a lot of people need to
5 more. Most of them are probably just match blocks. difficult. That one. That's the green. So it's a perspective challenge. I think at the top of this building I might be able to see the both of them. One. 3 more. Yeah. Look that. It is what it is. I'm enjoying it. Too bad. So you got one that's on top of the island way off in the distance over there. And you got one on top of this island over here. So that's two that I have to solve. Difficult. Very difficult. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my gosh. I don't suppose the solution to this one is within spitting distance of that square. It's in a really visible location. Which kind of makes me annoyed because it could be basically almost anywhere. So that's red, so I'm looking for something green and probably tiny. Whoa. Green and unfinished. With also being able to see up here. So green. Well, it's been 7.5 hours. figure green tiles probably blend in a lot better than the red tiles. I could just search up the answer. Probably. Challenging. Oh, man. There you are. Alright, and there's only one left, and I have no idea what I'm looking for. So it's, are there an archway, a puzzle? I don't think it's a matchbox. Be one last ring at those islands at the far end. That better not be it. Well, if you got a jump pad over here, surely you got something over here. I suppose there is a major issue with people that are always stuck at the bottom, no matter what they do. And so these bots that offer viewers for money are just preying upon people that are permanently stuck at the bottom. Their depression at the fact that they will never be able to succeed at this makes them a target. What would also be bad is those people may one day see a viewer, maybe a couple of viewers, and that moment will give them hope, and it'll reinforce the concept that when the number goes up, they'll get a lot happier. There's also the concept of try anything and everything, where someone will give anything if it means succeeding. At this rate, I'm convinced it's either an invisible ring that I'm looking for. And I'm also convinced that, yes, in this case, I will cheat. Dyads. Main buildings. Match blocks tiny in the floor tiles. Just basing it upon someone else's challenges that they faced. Honestly, I don't think I have the mental capacity for this. Floor tiles. So basically maybe one of these tiles or two of these tiles are replaced with a block somewhere. Yep, that's one. thought I saw the other half of this one at some point in time. Well, I found half of it. So, what's the rest of the clue that you gave? Entrance to this building. Huh. Putting a red underneath all these leaves would be evil. But, oh, there it is. Needle in a haystack. Wow. Whoa. Alright, well, I'm done for today. That was fun. And fucked.